We are live here on Preseason Tour. It is Media Day number 4. Rob Dawson here. I got Jeff Goodman with me, and we are going to be previewing the Coastal Athletic Association, the CAA. It is number 4 in our Preseason Media Day Tour. We're going to be hearing from all of the coaches in this wonderful conference. Jeff, we're going to be hearing from the Player of the Year. Spoiler alert, we can say that now. It is Tyler Tejada from Towson. We're going to be hearing from the preseason All-CAA first team, and we're going to have the women's edition of the CAA Media Day coming up here at 1 o'clock after we finish here this morning. So there is a lot to get to. We're going to be here for the next 6 to 7 hours, Jeff. Breaking down this conference and breaking down the basketball that gets played in this league on both the men's and women's side. I want to start with this, Goodman, because we are now allowed to officially say the preseason poll and the preseason All-CAA team. I'm going to start with the poll first. It's going to shock absolutely no one to hear that Towson is the preseason favorite, according to the CAA poll here in the 2025-26 season. UNC Wilmington right there in second place, 7 first-place votes for the Tigers, 5 for UNC Wilmington. And Chris Mack's Charleston Cougars, your Charleston Cougars, Goodman, are right there in third place. It seems like a pretty clear-cut top 3, Jeff.
Yeah, and that's kind of what this league's been lately. You know, it's been a clear-cut top 3. And those teams have kind of been jockeying for supremacy in the league. And obviously, Towson won the regular season last year. The big thing that's been missing for Pat Skerry is obviously, getting the NCAA tournament. They've been close. They've been really good. They returned 2 of the best players in the league. And Charleston and Wilmington have both kind of flipped their rosters lately. And it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I've seen Charleston practice a couple times. They are very, very different from a year ago. They are huge. They are athletic. Wilmington, and we'll open certainly with Wilmington and Siddle here. They're going to look very different. They had a ton of turnover from last year and lost a ton. So Towson on top, no surprise, because again, they bring back Tejada and Williamson.
Yeah, this is the year for Pat Skerry, right? I mean, he's coming off of 4 straight 20-win seasons. They were 16-2 in the league last year on 25 games, and got knocked out in the CAA tournament in dramatic fashion. But this is the year, man. Like it feels like Towson has been right there on the edge, right there as one of the better mid-major programs that we talk about every year in the preseason. They just haven't quite been able to get over that hump.
Yeah, and again, it's going to depend on some of the other guys that they've brought in, right? Some of the transfers, and we'll talk to Skerry about that. Because I think Tejada's made a huge jump, certainly from, last year he took one. He plans to take another one this year. But I think it's some of those other guys that they've kind of filled in. And, Skerry wants that toughness, that tenacity among the group, but he's got a couple dudes around him. Tejada is just so skilled and so talented. Now he's gotten much stronger, really, really devoted himself and to getting his body better, getting in better shape so he can withstand the rigors of being the guy in this league. And the guy who was postseason player of the year last year comes in as the easy pick, as preseason player of the year this year. We'll talk to him later in the show.
Yeah, really impressive that Towson was able to bring back Tejada and Dylan Williamson, 2 of their all-league guys, which is not something that happens in the mid-major ranks these days. Let's roll through a little bit of the preseason All-CAA teams. First team, Tyler Tejada from Towson and Dylan Williamson both made it. Colby Dugan from Charleston, a transfer from Campbell, is on there. Cruz Davis, who is coming back to Hofstra after one season with the Pride, and then CJ Luster, again, a transfer in conference from Stony Brook to UNC Wilmington. The All-CAA second team, Mr. Dean, maybe the best name that we have in the CAA at Charleston, will be preseason team, second team. Jack Collins at Monmouth, L.A. Pratt at Northeastern, Colin O'Connor at Stony Brook, and Chase Lowe at William and Mary. The one thing that's interesting, and we're going to talk to Takayo Siddle here in a minute about it, is UNC Wilmington kind of feels a little bit like the CAA All-Stars with the pieces that they've brought in this season. They got 4 guys that were very, very good at their previous stop, and their previous stop just happened to be a conference rival.
Yeah, which is smart, right? Who knows those guys better than if you played against them? A lot of times you go in the portal and you're kind of throwing darts, right? You're calling other coaches that maybe you know around the country to try to find out information about those guys. But, you've gone against these guys, so you know them, what they've done to you. You got a better feel. You've scouted them diligently over the last, couple of years. So I kind of like that if you can do it. I mean, years ago, it was taboo. You couldn't do it. There were these interconference rules in a lot of these leagues where you couldn't grab another. Now listen, you can do whatever you want now.
Yeah, the rules have gone out the window. Goodman. We are now joined by UNCW head coach Takayo Siddle. Coach, great to see you. Great to have you on. Year 6 for you in Wilmington, and you're coming off a season where you went 27-8, 14-4 in the CAA, and you won the league tournament, earned yourself a bid to the NCAA tournament. Man, you got to be feeling pretty good about where you're kind of sitting right now.
Rob, Jeff, good to see you guys. Thanks for having me. If I told you I was feeling good about where we were sitting, man, I'd be lying to you. It's a new season, new team, so we're just trying to have good days.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've had, I don't want to say the norm, like the roster turnover. The great thing, right? You win it last year. Most years, if this happens 5-10 years ago, you're like, all right, this is great. I'm feeling good. We got these dudes back. Even if it's 3 or 4 of them. Now you look at your roster and you're like, man, either guys in new roles or so many dudes that were not on this team last year. Now, again, as Rob mentioned, you went and got some guys that you knew. What went into that? Because not a lot of teams are doing that around the country and going getting other guys from within the league.
Honestly, Jeff, it wasn't strategic by us at all. When those guys that, like Christian and Madison, those guys that were in league, when they entered the transfer portal, we obviously, liked their games and respected what they did in our league. And, we just recruited them, and my assistants did a great job of, getting to know those guys and really getting the job done. So we, it wasn't by design at all. But if you can get some guys that you already know, that you've already scouted, I think you mentioned it before, Jeff. I think that's a plus because you kind of know their game and know what they're about. And then, ingraining them into our culture is a different story. Some guys are ready for it, some guys weren't. So it's all been a learning process for, me, the coaches, and the players that we brought in. Right now things are going well.
So you mentioned the culture. You do have some turnover on your roster, but you have 2 guys on this program that have been a part of this program for multiple years that are seniors, in Noah Ross and Nolan Hodge. When you are in this era of college basketball where you do have so much turnover, how important and how valuable are 2 guys like that just know what you want because they've been around forever?
Yeah, those 2 guys, they're like family to me. And like you mentioned, Rob, it's uncommon for you to have guys in your program for 4 years now. Like I said, I consider those guys family. They'll be the reason why we have success. They are about the things that I'm about. When you talk about our culture, they are our culture. I can't say enough good things about them, and they've really been huge for us, bringing all these new guys in, showing them the way, telling them about me and, getting them ready for what's next. So I don't think we'd be in the position that we are in right now without those 2 guys.
All right. So, hey, how much do you hate Charleston as a program?
I wouldn't say I hate them. I don't hate them. I don't hate them at all. I respect them. I guess with that, you kind of have to dislike them a little bit. It's a rivalry. I respect everything about them from, Matt Roberts and the job that he does and Chris Mack, and then obviously have a huge amount of respect for Pat Kelsey and what he did. I don't hate him.
He doesn't know where I'm going with this. All right. He doesn't know where I'm going with this. But
I don't.
He hates Charleston so much, right, that
Yeah.
When he wants to get away with his wife, right? When he wants to get away with his wife, where do you go?
I go to Charleston a lot, way too much. I love the city. I love the city, man. It's a
Me
short
too.
drive for us, man. We
Yep.
like to get away, and obviously you live there now, Jeff. But it's a great city, man.
You got to call me when you come in. You got to call
Yeah.
me. We got to do dinner. You know, I've been accused of being a Charleston homer now that I'm living in Charleston.
Yeah.
That is not the case. I'm going to get to a game at Wilmington this year, and I really want to get to.
Please
that
do.
game. Yeah,
Please do. It's an experience that you have to be there, man. But if I come down there and we go to dinner, you got to pay.
I'll pay.
You got to pay. I know how deep your pockets are.
We got every spot covered now. Like my wife has a list now. I mean, we go out to dinner like 5 out of 7 nights, so we're going broke. I mean, at some point we got to stop the dinner spending spree. Otherwise, Dosser's going to have to throw me a little bit more money on Field of 68 next time he does.
Just for the record, I was wondering why the expense account was looking a little hefty over the course of the last month.
Jeff, is he not a little too much?
Pretty much.
Too much, man.
Hey, give me about your freshmen. I know you're not probably going to play these guys a ton, but has there been – you said you weren't strategic in terms of where you went with the portal. It just kind of happened organically that way with getting the guys within the league. But you've gone, outside of the borders on a couple of these freshmen, a kid from Serbia, a kid from England. Was that a little strategic?
It was, especially late. Those guys were really the only ones available for us. When you spend all your money and bringing those other guys in, you can kind of get the European guys for a little cheaper. Just to be honest with you,
yeah.
But we love those guys and what we learned about them. We love their game. They're both different. The kid from Serbia is more of that pick and pop, ball handling, shoot pass, dribble type post guy that we probably can play at some 4 as well. And then the kid from England is more of a run and jump athlete.
Okay.
So I don't know how much they'll play, like you said, but I think the future is bright for those 2 guys.
CJ Luster, a guy who has a name that you want for a player that is going to end up being a really good scorer for you. But big time shooter, shot 42% from 3, 7.5 threes per game. And he knows the league. I think that there's a value in bringing guys that understand, the different road trips and the different defenses. And he's already going to know, what it looks like when you play Charleston at Charleston. He's already going to understand, what Campbell's going to try to do, for example, right? How good has he been, and what are you expecting out of him?
He's been really good as of late. Shooting the cover off the basketball, making plays. I think the one thing that goes unnoticed is how good of a teammate he is. When you talk about a guy that just embraced our culture and he's walking it every day. He's a guy that is a high energy guy. Just when he comes in, he just lights the room up and gives off great energy to everybody. So it's been a pleasure to be around him. I'm glad he's on our side now.
Give me the one guy that has surprised you, even out of those guys, the transfers that you brought in that you thought you knew really well because you played against them. Give me the one guy that's kind of surprised you a bit now that you've had a chance to coach him up all summer.
You want me to talk about the transfers or just anybody in general?
It can be anybody. I'll open-end it. Anybody.
No, Nolan Hodge. Nolan Hodge is a stud. I wouldn't say he surprised me. I've always seen this for him, but he's playing like a first teamer right now. Yeah, really? He's doing
just
some,
getting the opportunity
big time,
too, having the opportunity in front of him. Do you think that's motivated him even more, or what's it been?
Yeah, I think he's really poured into his individual skill a lot. I think him being comfortable here and knowing that it's his time, I think that's played a role into it. And I think, when we talk about this is coach's talk, but he's just a hell of a kid. His character has really gotten him to a place where, he's ready to really explode for sure.
All right, Coach, we got about 30 seconds here. I'll end it with this. if you guys are going to repeat and head back to the NCAA tournament this season, what is the one thing that has to happen?
Be great at the next thing. Very simple.
What a coach's
Boring
answer, right?
That's boring, but it's the truth. We can't think about March. We have to just have good days, man. And that's all we've been talking about.
Coach Siddle, appreciate you being on. Best of luck this season, and make sure that whenever you go to Charleston, forget to call Jeff. That's probably your best bet.
No, we're going to Halls, Jeff.
All right,
We're going to Halls.
done. I'm in, man.
Appreciate you guys. Good to see y'all, man.
We'll see you, man.
Always.
That was head coach Takayo Siddle from the UNC Wilmington Seahawks. We're going to be joined next here in a minute by Northeastern head coach Bill Coen. One of your guys, Goodman. We got another Boston guy coming on here. Can you still claim to be a Boston guy now that you don't live anywhere near the state of Massachusetts?
I mean, I'm flying back there today. Today, I'm flying back for a wedding back in Maine. So we'll ask Bill Coen here in a minute.
Well,
yeah,
coach is actually here, so that's perfect. Right. Coach, first of all, thanks for being here. CAA Media Day, Rob Dawson, Jeff Goodman. We were just asking. I was just asking Jeff. Now that he's left the great state of Massachusetts and the great city of Boston, he still tries to claim that he is a Bostonian. Is he allowed to do that?
Absolutely. Jeff's a long timer here. He knows all the ins and outs of the cities, the crooked roads, and probably suffering a little bit with the Red Sox loss last night.
It was tough watching it. We were watching it here in Greenville, South Carolina, Bill, and I'm yelling and screaming at the TV. My daughter and I were watching, and yeah, I still root for the Boston teams for the most part, and really against all New York teams.
There you go.
How you doing? How's the team looking so far, Bill? I know the good thing, you return a couple of key guards, which makes you sleep probably a lot better this offseason.
Yeah, I think, as you know, Jeff, like guards are critical in your play. And, I think, we got a couple of guys coming back who are been in our program. They're experienced in the league, been college starters at this level and productive college starters. And we're going to lean on their leadership, throughout the year to give us stability.
What have you seen from?
There you go. The middle of the frame. Got to get you in the middle of the frame, Bill. I know you and I are getting a little older, and technology is not our friend. But try to get in the middle of that frame.
Yeah, I'm not moving it, so.
There he goes, out of the frame. This is a challenge. This is a lot harder than coaching 18, 19-year-old kids, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's talk about one of those guards that you have coming back. L.A. Pratt was a preseason All-CAA guy. He had 4 20-point games in CAA play last season. He's a senior. It feels like he's kind of ready for a bigger step up here this season.
Yeah, I mean, he's a senior now. There's nobody in our program that's worked harder over the summer. The postseason, the minute the season ended, he was just has been on a beam. He's all about it. He's all about the team. He gets in there each and every day and gets multiple workouts on his own time. And, we're really excited about what he could be. He had a really, really good year for us last year, and we're looking for him to take an even bigger jump.
Bill, give me some insight, and people listening, some insight into your front court this year. Because, again, you know what you have in the back court. That's a little bit easier. So far, who has started to emerge as we get a month away from the start of the season?
Yeah, I think that's going to be, our bellwether. We have 8 new guys on our roster. We have 1 returning front court guy in Yuri Fritz. And Yuri, was new to us last year. I thought he did a really nice job for us. Came on at the end of the season. And we're gonna need him to provide that experience. But I think the young guys all have, some ways to kind of figure out in this preseason where they can help. We have a veteran, a grad transfer in Harris Elisovich. He's a transfer. He's a Canadian who, had a tremendous career up in Canada, played last year at West Virginia, and really did a nice job for them. He brings us maturity and experience in the front court. Then everybody else is a freshman or hasn't been in a college game. One of them is a transfer from Miami, Xander Allery. You might remember his dad, Mark Allery, and his sister, who had a tremendous
Rob was
career.
too young. Rob was a little young for Mark Allery. I did.
Hey, that's not true. I actually, this is a true story. There used to be, when they were in the DC area, right? And there used to be a moment where I coached one of his kids at a camp when they were like 6. I don't know which one it was, but it was one of them because we saw the dad come and
maybe it was Xander every day. So. Maybe it was Xander.
Yeah.
Well, I set the foundations there for you, Coach. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Rob. Thanks for the assist. But Xander was down at Miami last year, so he's been in a college practice, college weight room, redshirted down there, and we're excited about what he can do. And then some talented freshman in Ty Francis, who played at Hotchkiss last year in the prep school league here up in New England. He's a terrific athlete out of New York, and 2 freshmen, Liam Kolsch, who played at Bishop O'Connell, the great DC area, and a great program with Coach Wooten down there, and Peter Pinter, who came over from Montenegro, who's an incoming freshman, international kid. But all those kids have very bright futures. They just need a little time and seasoning, and hopefully we can get them ready before we tip it off against BU.
So you've been in this. Go ahead, Jeff.
What's the update on the renovation, new arena? Help me out with the update, Bill, and what's going on there, because I'm coming back. I'm coming back. When that thing opens and everything, I got to get back and see it, because I've been in there many a time. It's a very cool facility, but probably needs a little bit of an upgrade.
Yeah, so Jeff's referring to we have renovations on the plan, a new arena to replace Matthews Arena. Matthews opened in 1910, so it's been around a long time. Hosted some really great events. Hosted the Celtics, the Bruins. A number of historical events. JFK. But
back when Bill was a kid. Rob, back when Bill was a kid.
No question. But it's a great old barn, and it's a fabulous arena, and it's got great charm and everything else. But we have plans to open a new facility, and when that's built and open, it's going to be tremendous for our program and our university.
So you've been in the coaching business for upwards of 40 years now, and I think that this era of college basketball is probably different than any other era of college basketball that we have seen in terms of the way that players transfer and some of the movement and how difficult it is to kind of develop that program. You only really had 2 upperclassmen transfers come in. Yes, Xander was a transfer. He's coming as a redshirt freshman. You still, in theory, could be able to get 4 years out of him. I think that's a little bit of a different situation. Yeah. You've gone about the offseason a little bit differently than other programs have, not just in this league, but nationally. Is there strategy behind that? And how do you kind of build the program while you're trying to build a roster every single season?
Yeah, I think, I think you have to be true to your identity. And, first and foremost, we're an elite academic school. So, sometimes the market doesn't always present itself in a way that we could take advantage of it. But secondly, I think, we're also a player development program. We've done this for a long time. We've identified kids who have tremendous upside, tremendous character, a willingness to be coached. And, that's kind of our sweet spot. And, the guys that kind of come to us, know what they're getting. They're going to get a coaching staff that's going to pour themselves into them, develop them and get better. And, we've had success, in years past before the transfer craze didn't really hit at a high level. But we've also been able to develop guys who had, maybe, coming out of high school didn't have a whole lot of options, but then, a couple years here, they've been able to move on to other programs and be successful at that level. And we've had guys go from our program to be not just go to the high major level, but become all conference players at the high major level. So, we take pride in their success as well. And we think, we do what we do. And, I think as long as we get the high character kids that we've always attracted and get them on the card playing hard, smart, and together, we're going to give ourselves a chance each and every night.
All right, Bill, Sox got a 23-year-old on the bump tonight. 5th ever Major League start in Connolly Early. Is he going to get it done?
Yeah, it's a tough night because I think there's also going to be a Northeastern pitcher on the other side for pitching for the Yankees. So, it'll be mixed emotions.
All right, listen, Bill, appreciate you being on, man. Best of luck this season, and I'll make sure that when Gooden makes it back up to Boston, he doesn't call you. He loses your number.
No, he's going to stop on the way through to Maine.
That's right.
See you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill.
See you, Bill.
Great seeing you.
Right,
That was Northeastern head coach Bill Coen. Coming up next, we're going to have a guy who I think it's fair to say is a national champion. Goodman, is that right? National champion? You think he's going to have his ring on? That is Campbell head coach John Andrzejek. John, what's going on, man? It's great to see you. Congratulations.
Hey, how we doing? Great to be here, fellas.
There's a lot for you to smile about these days, man. There's a lot for you to smile about. You won a national championship in April. You got a job in April, and now you're here with a team that looks like you got a chance to be pretty decent this season. How are you feeling right now?
I feel good. We're having really good practices. I think we got a motivated group that's old. We got a lot of guys that have already played college basketball. They're juniors, they're seniors, they're grad transfers, and they want to do something, So as best I can, I've been trying to keep the team focused on, just one day at a time, trying to have a good practice today. And really that's all that matters. And ignore all the outside noise, including where we're picked or who's all conference, this or that, and just control what we can control.
Hey, Rob, where John and I bumped into each other a little bit last year in Nashville, right? John, he gets the job at Campbell. I'm in a clothing store in Nashville, right? It was Nashville?
San Antonio.
San Antonio, the Final Four.
Yeah.
Right, San Antonio, the Final Four. I don't know what I was even doing. I don't know. I probably needed a pair of pants, didn't pack well, needed a pair of pants, needed a shirt or something. And in comes walking John, and he's got to get a suit for his opening day press conference the following week after the Final Four, and they end up winning the national title. So he got fitted pretty well. I tried to hook him up there. The salesman.
No, he did a great job. It was a great suit. It was a whirlwind because I literally got done. I think if I remember correctly, I got done with the Auburn Scout like right before I left the hotel and walked over to grab the suit. So I was truly trying to juggle both jobs at the same time.
Give me what the celebration was like for you after winning it all, after you guys cut down the nets or everything. What was that like for you?
Yeah. I mean, it was huge personally because, to be honest, the year before we got knocked out by Colorado in the NCAA tournament, and we gave up, I want to say, 102 points or 104 points, something just completely unacceptable. And for me, like, that was a bit of a traumatic experience. Like, yeah, we were this team that played fast and put up a lot of points and, was second in the country in dunks and all this stuff. But, like, we got to have some substance too. We got to be able to get stops and have an identity that way. And so the off season, like, that was a big point of emphasis. And I was pretty direct with Coach Golden. Like, we got to make a jump here. Like, our program has a cap if we don't get a lot better on the defensive side of the ball. And then in August, I come back from Spain or Europe. I'm recruiting over there. And he goes, all right, you got it. You're the defensive coordinator. So I've coached the defense all that year. And for us to be able to get the stop to win the national title, like, it just meant the world to me. Like, and that's why I just took off running. Like, I think it played well around here, harkened back to Jimmy V. I'm not saying I'm Jimmy V by any stretch, but getting that stop, like, really, it meant a lot to me.
I always think it's really interesting when you think about the staff that you were on, right? It's supposed to be this program that loves analytics and plays this advanced level of basketball. And you kind of built the program around, all right, we got like 2 or 3 guys that can make shots, and we got 2 or 3 guys that just go get every single miss. And it feels like everything is kind of cycled back to maybe what it was 20 years ago. Is that kind of what you're trying to do when you build this Campbell program? Do you want to be in that mold, or are you kind of going to put your own spin on things?
Yeah. I mean, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I feel like at Florida, we had a blueprint schematically on both sides of the ball that was hard to play against, that made teams try to play left-handed, made them try to play through their bigs on the perimeter, which most teams don't want to do. And that created a lot of rim pressure offensively, and so we want to steal from that as much as we can. Now, obviously, it's not as easy to get a bunch of 7-footers that you could rotate in 2 at a time, play 5 or 6 of them like we were doing at Florida. But we got some good bigs here, and we're definitely gonna try to play that same way as well.
John, I'm looking down your roster, and I'm like, man, like, I don't know how much money you guys had for NIL, but looking at what you put together, I was super impressed because you have a lot of transfers that were productive, that were really productive at the previous spot. And that's not easy to do these days. Let's be honest. Like, everybody wants that, but at the end of the day, not everybody's able to put together a team like that, especially in year one. Kind of run down with me a little bit some of these guys that you brought in and who stood out, because you can't go through everybody. Yeah. I know you want to as a coach. I know you want to go through everybody and give them their props, but give me a couple that have really stood out so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think that philosophy really goes back to Todd Golden, like just trying to identify producers and really valuing bringing in guys who've already done it. I think Davidus Butka is going to be our guy today talking with you guys. I think he's primed for a big season. He comes from Pepperdine. Once he got into WCC play last year, I think he was like 12-7. And we know the WCC is a really good basketball league. He's got international experience in Lithuania. And for us, like, he is a tough physical presence. But more importantly than that, he just does stuff right. Every time I give him a goal or something to work on for the week, he's got a real growth mindset about it, super diligent, gets it done. He's really what we want our program to be moving forward. So I'd bring him up first. DJ Smith also was the starting point guard on Robert Morris's team that went to the NCAA tournament, won 27 games. Mm-hmm. So he brings some leadership. He's played in big games. He can really shoot the ball. He's developing into a really good on-ball defender that can blow up ball screens and do stuff like that. I think, we're returning Cam Gregory and Tassos Cook. I think both those guys will see a jump in their production. Cam's shooting it better, made a jump in that area, really guarding, getting downhill. I'm really excited about Jeremiah Johnson. I think he's got a good chance to kind of blossom with us. He's a feel guy that's a quick, sort of cat-like athlete, gets in the paint, good in the pick and roll, throws out shots, also made a huge jump shooting the ball this year. So we're excited for him. And then Chris Fields was a guy that we couldn't guard at Florida in the first round of the NCAA tournament. I think he put 14 on my defense. So we identified him pretty quick and got him over here. And he's just got a knack for scoring the ball. I mean, I'm going to keep coaching him to block out better and defend, but the ball goes in. He can score in the post. He can drive you off the top. He can throw in a three. He can get a putback. So we're still waiting on a waiver for Amiri Stewart. He's another guy to talk about, but we'll kind of wait for when that happens. Enoch Kalambe produced well in Conference USA last year at Western Kentucky. He's a good athlete on the wing. Will play a lot of 3 for us. Could play some 4.
And like every one of these guys, John, every one of them that you've mentioned has averaged over 8 a game last year points. Like that's
I mean, it was definitely intentional. It was for a first year head coach. I thought it would be important for me to try to get a lot of experience, not only with my staff. I mean, I got an associate head coach that's been a head coach for 13 years and done it before, but I also wanted it with the players as well. I wanted some guys that have been through some stuff and can create some of their own solutions to problems as we go. Because everybody knows that first year you don't really know what you don't know, and it's coming at you fast the whole time.
All right, John, we got about 30 seconds left here. I got to ask, you've been with the program for 6 months now. What is a fighting camel? Like, do camels fight? Is this a thing that happens? Like, where does that nickname come from?
Hey, I think the camel is the toughest animal in all of animal kingdom. I mean, we need Bill Walton here to give a proper analysis, but I mean, the camel like drinks once for a month, crosses the Sahara Desert. The sand is so hot it would burn our feet.
Can you do that, John? If we threw you in the Sahara Desert, how far would you make it without water?
I will give you my best effort, but it'll be tough.
All right, listen, John, appreciate you being here, man. Congrats on the job. It's great to see you, and best of luck this season.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
Thanks, John.
That was new Campbell head coach John Andrzejek. We're going to be hearing from one of your favorites here, Goodman, Geno Ford,
Yes.
Stony Brook head coach in a minute or two, and he's here. We got Stony Brook head coach Geno Ford. Geno, what's going on, man? It's great to see you. I'm sorry that I had to bring Goodman with me again this year. I just can't seem to get rid of him. He wants to see you so bad at CAA Media Day.
He'd be in a very, very short line wanting to see me. Although last year, all of our opponents were excited to see me because we weren't very good. So, that list was growing last winter, but hopefully it's shortening up.
So that's a great way to tee up a. Go ahead, Jeff.
There's something different, Rob, about Geno. Like something different about him today. I don't know. He looks a little bit like maybe older or something. Geno, is there something about you that's changed lately?
Yeah, I short, fat, and bald I've had covered for years, but recently added a grandfather. So that was exciting. I handled being 50. Handled being 50 pretty well. The grandfather title made me feel a little bit like an antique, but it's still exciting. The little guy, haven't got a chance to meet him yet. I'll meet him on fall break in a week, but my son's trying to get my wife out of the house a little bit so he can see his son because she's there more than he would wish she was, I think.
What are you going to be called? What do you want to be called here?
This is embarrassing to admit, but amongst the family, they're all suggesting Grumpy. But I don't think that's what we're going for. I might have gotten a shirt from a different college basketball coach with the
Cindy sent you a shirt that has Grumpy on it. How great is that? Rob sent her out for Kent State. Man, I've been known to be grumpy as well. So that's why I think we like each other so much. I think we're similar in a lot of ways, except I'm not short, fat, and bald.
No. We'll leave it up to Rob to evaluate that stuff. I'll stay out of it.
Yeah. He's tall, fat, and gray. That's not like anybody.
Very true. Very true.
All right, I'm going to get this thing back on the rails, Geno.
All right.
So you mentioned how opponents were excited to see you. The downside of the transfer portal era is that you can lose guys that end up playing well for you, right? But the upside is that it's easy for you to kind of just flip a roster quick if you don't like what you got, the pieces that you have, right? You were able to go out and get a number of transfers. You were able to get some good players, and you got Colin O'Connor coming back. It feels like that is a pretty good anchor to have when you're trying to build a program and kind of restart this thing after a rough year.
Yeah, I mean, Colin was a really, really good player for us last season, and I was not only happy with his development through the year, but his toughness, his leadership. I mean, he broke the CAA record for consecutive 40 minutes played in game streak last season as a true freshman. So speaks to his toughness, speaks to his willingness to compete, and we had one of those years that. We had a lot of holes, needed a lot of guys replaced, and had a hard time doing it. And hopefully this season we've filled the plugs correctly. I do think we have. I like the new guys we got. We got several transfers that have experience winning, and I think that's really important. But Colin is certainly a huge key for us, having been through the league and knowing what's out there.
Two of the guys you brought in, Eric Pratt from Milwaukee, Rob Brown from Nicholls State, they are older. They both took advantage of the JUCO rule, right? You get your JUCO year back. So these guys aren't quite as old as you or I, but they are old for college basketball. How methodical were you in trying to do that and get some older dudes here who can help, right away?
Yeah, it was super important. I mean, it's really hard to win with freshmen. It just is. And that doesn't matter what league you're in, unless they're all lottery picks. And, it's tough. So even then, those teams, if you really watch, they don't tend to win national titles like they used to, those same universities. So in our situation, we wanted older. We needed some tangibles. We needed some offense. We needed some scoring. Eric was able to average double figures on a 20-win team. Rob Brown did the same thing. We're going to need both of those guys to be really effective, and they've been good for us so far. We need to get in some games and kind of get battle tested together and those kind of things. But I've been really pleased with them. And then Oleg coming in from Wyoming, who also was at Nebraska, and Rich Goods gave us two more transfers that are front court guys that are veteran players. Rich played on a nice team at Hampton, and Oleg, although they didn't win a ton of games, I mean, the Mountain West is an elite basketball conference. And so he was in there getting minutes against some of the best teams in the country. And, so we've added size, which we desperately needed. We were the smallest team in the league a year ago, and that's not a great feeling. We already had the smallest coaching staff. Then you toss in small post front court. That's not a good formula. So we got some size, and we've got experienced guards. And I really like our international kids that we've added that are technically freshmen, but they don't play like it. So, I think we got a chance to have a nice year.
You mentioned, I read a quote of yours where you said Rob Brown is we've never had a guy on the perimeter that can do what Rob does. Can you just kind of elaborate on that? What do you mean by that? And what does he do? And what can Stony Brook fans expect to see from him?
Well, he can take over a game defensively. And yeah, he's been a successful 3-point shooter. He's shot good percentages. He's made a lot of shots. But he's the kind of perimeter guy that can not only make it hard for you to score, and we had that with Tyler Stevenson Moore, who's the best perimeter defender we've had in the decade I've been here. But Rob is a guy that gets steals. Rob is a guy that gets steals for run-out dunks. Tyler was always way more positional, and could really make it hard on you and could chase screens. And Rob Brown heats you up into turnovers. And so we haven't had that on the perimeter with a lockdown defender who could create offense for us. He's been an established scorer. And like I said earlier, the fact that he played on a team that won 20 games, that matters. Because when you get in the portal, you can find these guys with stats. And if you take a guy who put up whatever, you average double figures, but the team wasn't very good, there might not be anything in the world easier than scoring in the middle of the second half when you're down 16. The officials give you a little better whistle. There's no game pressure on you to deliver. So he's been in big games. He's performed when it's mattered. He's helped his team win. And we're going to need him and Eric to do that, and Colin. And then we got to get new guys chipping in. I mean, that's how you have a nice year, is you get it from a lot of different areas.
Geno, you've been around for a while in this game. If I said to you one thing, you get one thing that you can change immediately, what would it be?
Well, if we're talking overarching game, it's a little different. If it's Stony Brook specific, I would be for us making shots generally. If it's going overarching to the college basketball world, it's so hard, Jeff, and I'm not trying to cop out. It's so different than what it was. I think that it was really not great for student athletes. We could have that argument, and I think most of us would agree. And now it's gone the other direction pretty far, to where the free agency that everybody talks about, and it's just hard to build a program now. You build a team for 1 year, and Rob's first question kind of alluded to that, but it's changed greatly, and you've really got to be fluid. And it's exciting time, and it keeps you feeling young, and because every year's new, and who knows what the rules will be next year. All of a sudden, eligibility, who knows what's going to happen with these junior college guys that got 1 year this year? Can they get another year? That'll affect who you're recruiting as well. So I wish the recruiting process was sped up, because when you don't know the rules, and you don't know exactly who you can take. You're worried about waiting on your scholarships to put the best team together you can put together in April. And in the old days, you would be mostly done in April, and May you would just fill in. And now we're still building rosters at that time. So that'd be the one thing I wish we could speed up that process.
Well, listen, Grumpy, we appreciate you being here. It's always good to hear from you. I know Jeff gets fired up every time that you're on.
I
this
love.
broadcast,
Listen,
so
I love
tall.
This guy might be. Don't tell Skerry this. Don't tell Skerry. He'll be offended. But
he's on right now. He can hear this.
He might be my favorite guy to talk to in the entire country of any coach. I mean that, Geno. Sincerely, congrats.
It's awfully nice of you to say. Even and please cash the check I sent later this week. It'll bounce before Friday.
Sounds good.
All right, listen. Appreciate you, Geno. Good to see you.
See you guys. Thanks.
See you, man.
That was Stony Brook head coach Geno Ford. We're now going to hear from the men's CAA preseason player of the year, none other than Towson's Tyler Tejada.
All right, now pleased to be joined by none other, the CAA preseason player of the year, Towson veteran. I'm going to call you a veteran now, Tyler Tejada. We've done this a few times. We're doing it again here. Congrats on being picked preseason player of the year. You won postseason player of the year last year. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot to me, being able to accomplish it last year, it was a really great feeling. So being selected to preseason for it again is also a really great feeling. I'm excited.
So last year, you guys had an incredible regular season, won the league, came up a little bit short in the tournament. What's that taste in your mouth been like this offseason?
Not a good one at all. It's definitely been a long off season. Especially the guys that were here last year. We got the bitter taste in our mouth for how the season ended. So it's definitely been that big motivating factor the whole off season on wanting to get back to that position and finally get over the hump. Your head coach Pat Skerry keeps telling me you look like a different person than when you came into Towson. He said 22% body fat when you came in. I think he compared you to somebody in Willy Wonka. I don't know who that is, but I don't think it's a good thing. How has your body and just kind of the maturity to get your body right, how has that been able to change you and your game? It's definitely been able to change my game a lot, being able to play more physical, better with contact and not getting knocked off my spots as easily anymore. And also just putting in the time. I really try to dedicate this off season to really working on my body, making sure I was eating right, lifting right, getting recovery, everything to take care of my body fully.
So you could have gone somewhere else. You got good NIL at Towson, but let's face it, if you had gone in the portal, you probably could have made a little bit more money here. Why did you choose to stay and play, your junior year at Towson and for Coach Skerry?
I felt it was best for me and my family. Me and my mom talked about it a lot. It was a chaotic process. Something I've never experienced like that before, and I didn't even enter the portal. So it was definitely chaotic, but I felt after talking to my mom, talking to people close to me, I felt like it was best for me, my career, to stay another year, and also just loyalty to the campus, loyalty to the university, and to Coach Skerry and the coaching staff and the team, just because they took a chance on me in high school when I felt like I went under the radar, and they've done a lot for me in my 2 years being here, so it felt right just to come back and finally complete the goal, complete the mission. Yeah, get to the March Madness.
So Skerry said with the NIL, you're still walking around in these pajamas, though. That you can't upgrade to better pants or something.
I actually got them on right now.
You got the pajamas on there, but they're comfortable, right? They're comfortable.
Yeah, I'll never change that. I'll always be the same when it comes to that.
What is okay? So give me what's the coolest purchase you were able to make though from NIL this past offseason?
Coolest purchase.
Anything for yourself, for your mom, For myself, I
bought a chain. It's not really it's not really my style, but like I thought I've always wanted one, so I like that. And for someone else, probably, you know, not necessarily like buying something for somebody, but just like being able to like take care of the people around me. Yeah. Like if they needed something that they didn't have or that I couldn't give them before, I could like contribute and help out now. Like friends, family.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Tell me about the team this year. Obviously, you got you and Dylan back, and that was huge. I mean, obviously, you know, the mission is, I assume, win the league and win the league tournament. And I don't know what order. You know, probably now you've already won the league regular season title. Obviously, we know those 3 days are, you know, more important in a sense because they culminate in an NCAA tournament bid, which is what you've been missing so far. But what's this team? How different is this team going to be from last year?
Different. I think we're a lot more athletic and long. Like we got a lot of guys with great size, like who are physical, athletic, fast, strong. Like really, like I feel like it's probably better than like physical wise, better than the team we had last year. And like we're building the chemistry back up now. Like we're starting to learn how to play with each other a lot more. So once everybody get on the same page, it's gonna be scary.
What else did you work on in the offseason? What was the biggest thing that either Skerry or even you kind of looked at yourself and said, hey, I got to get better in this area?
Definitely playmaking and defense for sure. You know, I'm really trying to take the emphasis on being able to guard multiple positions and not be a liability and just making better decisions, better reads, like not turn the ball over, like trying to like put myself and my teammates in better positions to score and get good shots.
All right. Well, listen, Tyler, good catching up again. This is you and I are becoming regulars doing this and some other things. Great to get a chance to know you. Can't wait to see you again this year and that improvement. You made a huge jump from your freshman to your sophomore year. You know, hopefully you do again. Make another big jump from your sophomore to your junior year. Again, stay with those pants. They look comfortable. And to be honest, Gary's just jealous because he's so short. He can't look good in any pants. See, I can say that. I can say that. You can't.
I can say that.
All right, listen, Tyler Tejada, preseason player of the year. Thanks for joining us, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
You got it.
Tejada, the preseason player of the year here in the CAA. And we're now joined by the guy that's going to coach him, who was just telling us you've never had a player work harder, Pat Skerry, than Tyler Tejada did this off season. What did you see out of him, and what do you expect to see out of him this season?
You know, it's great to see you guys. Is there anything better than waking up to you two? He's totally changed his body, Rob. Like he's about 238 pounds, and he's moving really well. And I give you a great compliment. He's 1,000% not a defensive liability or a guy we're worried about hiding anymore. He's improved tremendously on that end of the court. And he lives it. I mean, you know, he's in 6:30 in the morning. He's back 9 at night. I mean, you know, really both him and Williamson work out together all the time. So it makes, you know, you talk about kind of setting the standard of what habits need to be. It makes it pretty easy when you get two really good guys that just work like that.
Hey, Pat, he's at 238. What are you at? Are you under 238?
130, 138. 138. Yeah, I'm at my playing weight.
Yeah. You're going to be very upset to hear that your favorite spot in Charleston is now gone. That ice cream sandwich, cookie, whatever it is, shop that you told me you went to countless times. I mean, probably
Peace Pie. Peace Pie gone. Good, yeah, I know. I would either go there because we a couple times we were fortunate to have a great win, or just a debilitating loss, and either way, it was a good trip after.
I had an excuse, no matter what, to go to Peace Pie to get an ice cream sandwich. Listen, on a different note, on a far more serious note, I want to send a shout out to your dad, Dave, who I know is fighting cancer right now and going in for treatments. Huge fan, Dave. If you're watching, if you're listening, man, just be tougher than your son, whatever, which you will be. I mean, let's face it, you will.
I appreciate you guys.
But we
like
love
to
you,
call
man.
him Big Dave. Yeah, and he's a big fan of college basketball and you guys in the show. And for me, I would have never been a coach if it wasn't for my dad telling me you can get a job and work every day, or you can do something you love and never feel like you worked a day in your life. So it's the best advice I've ever gotten. But I appreciate it. Big Dave's a fighter, and hopefully the Tigers have a little bit extra in the tank this year from Jeff.
There you go. There you go.
Pat, so last 4 years you've had 20 plus wins, right? You're one of the best major programs in the country. You haven't quite gotten over the hump yet to get to the tournament. What has to happen this season for you to be able to get there, for you to be able to play in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, I mean, at this level, that's the goal, right? What we talk about that at the start of the year. Then it's really like, what do we do every day that hopefully gives us a chance? I mean, I'm pretty encouraged by our play, but with this team and this year, we've got a couple paths, right? You look at our non-conference schedule. If we could play really well early and then play great in the league, we might be one of those few teams. If not, last year we were the best team for 3 months. We better figure out how to rip that up after that and then be the best team for 3 days. Certainly not easy with the amount of talented teams and coaches. And the one thing a lot of people asked me last year, like we were upset. Honestly, we were outplayed that day. And the other team has good players. They prepare. It's the beauty of March Madness, right? That's kind of what it comes down to, especially at the mid-major level. So I've got every confidence in the world, Rob, that this team is going to put us in a position to get there.
So Pat, how do you view these last 4 seasons, right? Like it's without question, you guys have been on an unbelievable run the last 4 years, and I'll even throw the COVID season out, man. That doesn't count. That was a weird year. So you've been on this unbelievable run, and you haven't been able to get over the hump. Like to me, it's really hard to balance at the CAA level. You've been a dominant program. You've been a great program. And just because you haven't gotten lucky enough, and I'll say lucky enough to get hot for 3 straight days in that conference tournament, people kind of look at it aside. Like how do you value and see what this run has been that you guys have been on?
Yeah, take a lot of pride in it. We really changed our philosophy after COVID and how we recruited, how we played offense. I tell my staff, I have a really good staff, that, some people are going to gripe about it, and that's what we're judged on at this level. But in the basketball circle, we know there's tremendous respect for Towson. Just look at our schedule. Nobody will play us. We got to travel all over the place to get games. That's not because I want to add my Southwest frequent flyer miles. So we expect to be in the same, position. Someone said to me, like, if you won 11 games and you went to the conference tournament, I'd be happy if we won the conference tournament. I'd be miserable if we only won 11 games too. I want to win all the games. I get what we're judged by though. But I don't think the players should be judged by that. I think that's a coach thing. The guy's job is to show up every day. And in this day and age, sometimes you have different rosters. But I'm having as much fun, Rob, as ever. My AD is really good. Jeff knows him, Steve Eigenbrod. He asked me a couple months ago how much longer I wanted to do this for. I said, "You're trying to get rid of me?" And he said, "No, I'm just curious." I said, "Honestly, I feel as great as I've ever felt, and a lot of it's because we have had success and really good guys, and that's not a cliche."
All right, last one I got for you, Pat. We know about Tyler. We know about Williamson. Some of these transfers that you brought in, you're expecting big things out of right away, right? Jack Dombia, the kid from Wright State, averaged double figures a year ago. Tyler Schmidt, same thing from Valpo, can really, really shoot the heck out of the ball. How big are they going to be? Because again, you got 2 all-league guys, but that's not going to be enough. You need these other guys to step forward.
Yeah, our staff did a really good job. We took 3 guys in the portal, and we were quick and we were intentional. Jack Doumbia and Tyler Schmidt both fall under the same rule as those Stony Brook guys. We lost 2 good players in the portal, so we needed to try to replace them quickly. And they're both going to play a lot, and one really shoots, one can just make a lot of things happen with the ball. And then don't sleep on the big kid we got, Morsek from Fresno State. They didn't have a great year, but he played a lot of minutes and started in the Mountain West, and that's
7 feet, legit 7 foot, Pat.
7'1", 7'4" reach. He moves. I've been really encouraged with how much he likes basketball and how willing he's taken to tough coaching. That has surprised me in a really positive way. So we're going to be good at the 5 with him and Caleb and Bale. Like, we're going to be big. We're going to be physical. I thought, Jeff, we were a little bit gentle last year at times, and that's usually not what we want to do. I'm expecting this group not to be as gentle.
So it's always a good sign when your starting center, your 7-footer, likes basketball, Pat. That is a great thing to hear here.
I can tell you some stories, Rob, over the years. Yeah.
Hey, listen, what we're gonna do is after media day, when we're in a different setting, I'm gonna get every single one of those stories out of you, Pat, and I promise you. Appreciate you being here, man. Best of luck this season. Best of luck to your dad, and tell him that when you guys get a big win, we're getting both of you guys on the show here. All right,
Big Dave.
I appreciate that. Hey, appreciate what you guys do for the conference. It's been great.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Pat. That was Towson head coach Pat Skerry. Coming up next, we're going to have Elon head coach Billy Taylor here in a minute joining us. Coming off of his first winning season, and the first winning season for the Phoenix since 2017. But it's not all roses down there. They have 5 starters that they have to replace. We got Billy Taylor here right now. Coach, great to see you, man. Coming off of a 17-16 season, you go 8-10 in the CAA. And your award for that is having to replace a starting lineup. This is just the era that we're in college basketball in 2025.
Yeah, Jeff, Rob, great to see you guys. As the coaches have mentioned, it's always fun at this time of year being back kind of in the room with you guys talking hoops. And we've certainly made progress during our first few years. And last year was a big step for us to get to 17 wins. We did some things that were, hadn't been done here in a long time at Elon with our basketball team. So, fourth most wins in the Division I era for our school. And obviously the big win last year at Notre Dame in the non-conference part of the season really set the tone for us, and was really pleased with how we've continued to, emerge and build this program.
Hey, Billy, I've tried like heck to get good dirt on you. I get like Geno, it's so easy. Skerry, yeah. It's like, honestly, it's like taking candy from a baby. With you, it is tough. Like, I had to work. And even then I couldn't get anything. I mean, the best thing I got, I even went to Patrick McCaffrey, your godson. Wow, yes. Okay. He's overseas. Okay. I'm texting with Patrick's one of the best kids ever. But it's kind of cool. I mean, he even said, he's like, listen, like I thought about playing for Billy. I talk to him every week. For those that don't know, Patrick McCaffrey, Fran's son, obviously your relationship with Fran. Patrick played for him at Iowa, then transferred to Butler before last year playing overseas. But he thinks the world of you, man. He thinks the world of you. And everybody, I think that's what I'm getting at here. There is no dirt to be had on you, Billy Taylor, which is crazy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Jeff. And the links that you've gone through to try to find some to contact Patrick in Romania to go ahead and try to find some dirt, some scoop. But, really it's about our values, and we try to live that out, as much as we can. We're not perfect, but we try to talk about being selfless, being accountable, loving one another, and playing with some toughness, and really just on a day-to-day basis, like that's what our conversation is. That's what we're about. And we really just try to walk those values out, try to recruit, great young men, high character young men. I'm excited about the guys that we have on our roster. I know there's a lot of unknowns in terms of what people kind of think and know about our team, but I've been very encouraged and very inspired by what I've seen so far. And again, character takes you a long way. And I feel like we've got some tremendous character in our room.
So let me get into that, because for most coaches, we're talking about the transfers they brought in. I'm going to start with a freshman. I'm going to go a little bit different route with you because I think you have a freshman here who is going to make a huge impact for you. And I don't want to put that on too many guys, but I'm assuming you're not going to push back on DeMarco Johnson. He comes from Oak Hill, highly touted, big-time athlete, jumper getting better. Could be an X factor for you guys, right?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about the recruitment now is things have shifted so much to the portal. High school guys tend to go a little bit undervalued, under-recruited. So, we think that we were strategic, we were intentional, and Elon is still a campus and a community where, we want to be able to have the 4-year experience. So we want to be able to allow grow and develop over the course of 4 years. And Marco is highly talented, as you mentioned, from Oak Hill, that program and its history, the level of basketball that he's played at. So, really, I think we've got a mixture of high school guys and then, our older guys that'll be able to really set the table and set the tone for continuing to take our program forward.
Yeah, I mean, Billy, this has certainly been a team, again, that you put together. You got a high school guy. You got multiple transfers here that you brought in. Kid Randall Pettis from Northern Kentucky averaged about 7 a game last year. Chandler Cottrell from Fort Wayne also. Who are some of these transfers, again, that you expect to have a huge impact for you guys this year?
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of them, with Chandler. Interesting, young man that his dad played at UNC Greensboro. His jersey's in the rafters at UNCG. So he grew up in our area and moved around as a young person. But, for Chandler, he's extremely athletic. When you look at, again, some of the things that he accomplished, averaging, 6 rebounds a game off the bench, in a different role last year for Fort Wayne, we expect him to be a major impact player for our program. At 6'8" with a 7-foot wingspan, can really run and jump and can make threes. So, extremely talented, and we feel very fortunate to have him. Jawan Carr, point guard. You mentioned DeMarco Johnson, point guard, but Jawan Carr, someone who started his career at Wilmington, transferred to UNC Pembroke, and averaged 25 wins a year the last 3 years. So, high-level
really
basketball.
Right, can really shoot it, can he? Yeah.
55% from the floor last year, 45 from 3, and 3-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio. So you talk about a winning point guard that knows how to play. Have grad guys like that, and then Kasper Kwachik. Kasper played at Albany last year after playing for Billy Lang for 3 years at St. Joe's, and Kasper is very, very talented. Multi-positional. Was one of the block shot leaders in the America East last year. Double figures 14 times. So, I think while people may not know as much about our personnel, our roster, but we've got some talent and we've got some tremendous young people that are excited and hungry for this season.
Billy, I wanted to ask you about Bryson Coakley. He's a local kid, originally a weight commit. Spent a year at George Mason. Hard for him to kind of break into that rotation. What have you seen out of him, and can we expect a little bit of a breakout from Bryson?
Yeah, another really talented player. Coakley is someone, again, positional size, length at the wing spot. Comes from a winning culture. Won 2 state championships at the Christ School. So he's used to winning. Then obviously they won a lot at George Mason and had an older team. So it was hard for him to crack the rotation. But again, his length and athleticism, he'll be able to be an impact player for us. So I'm excited about what he'll be able to do. And again, another wing, Isaac Harrell, is back for us. Isaac's been someone that's also helped us win. So, guys that help us win. Isaac obviously got the big tip in for us at Wilmington 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Made 40% of his threes. So again, we've got an interesting group of guys that I think have a chance to be really good. And we'll get challenged in the non-conference part of the schedule. We have a tough non-conference slate again, but I'm excited about what these guys can do.
Billy, we got about 30 seconds left here, but real quick, when you are retooling your roster the way that you've had to retool, what's the first step that you take to kind of get these guys used to each other and used to what you do as a coach?
Yeah, again, I think it all goes back to our values and talking about, our culture. So we do something called shared adversity in the summer. And I see Jeff, I see you kind of perking up. You're kind of interested in what that is. You'll have to get another call to figure that one out. But we get our guys together. And,
I'll get it.
We do some we do some training with my brother, who's a colonel in the United States Army. And it's just a great opportunity for us to spend time really connecting as a team and getting a chance to know each other better and really bonding. So just a little bit of a teaser for you, Goodman, for you to look for next time.
Next year. We got you. We got you. Colonel, man, I want to talk to your brother. We got to get him.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Billy, appreciate you being here, man. Best of luck this season. It's great to see you.
Thanks, you
Billy.
guys. Appreciate you. Thank you.
That was Elon head coach Billy Taylor. Next up, we're going to have Ivan Thomas from Hampton is going to be joining us here in just a minute on CAA Media Day. His second season with the Hampton program. They had a good year, 17-16 last season. They went 8-10 in the league. So excited to see what Hampton's going to be able to do this year. They have a number of new faces. The big name coming back is probably Xavier Long. Daniel Johnson will be back as well. Ivan is here. Coach, it's great to see you. Coming off of a 17-16 season, you go 8-10 in the CAA. But most importantly, Goodman, they swept Howard for the first time since I believe it was 18-19. Does this mean that Hampton is the real HU right now? Here in 2025?
I don't know if it means that. I know we got pretty fortunate, with a shot at the end by our guy who hit a big buzzer winner for us, and that kind of put us over the top. I know we were in control, and then they kind of battled back, and it was a great, exciting game, and it's always good for the rivalry of that the battle of the real HU. But hopefully we can just continue to play good basketball and hopefully come out on top.
That's too much coach speak, man. I wanted a little rivalry talk there.
Hey, listen, but I want some new rivalries. I want to establish one of them rivalries in the CAA. That's where I'm trying to get to. That's where we are.
I mean, I've been like year one. If I had told you win 17 games, wouldn't you have signed up for that? And how much better are you feeling now? To be able to kind of put this team together now in the offseason, get a little bit older, which is what you needed to do, right? Get a little bit older. But again, weren't you pretty, looking back on it, what you did last year, didn't you feel pretty good about it?
I felt okay about it. I'm gonna tell you honestly, it's just okay. I had a special guard, and I had. And his name, Noah Farrakhan, who made the summer league. And I'm not sure how many other people in the CAA had a kid that made the summer league. So I knew Noah could be a big difference maker within our league. And I just didn't know how difficult it would be to get, collectively 12, 13 new guys to gel together, not knowing completely any system of what I wanted. And I think it took long. It took a while. But once we got it, we won 17 games, but I'm sure we gave 2 of them away. So when you say, am I, shocked, I am, but I honestly wanted a little bit more because I know we gave 2 of them away with, just, not really knowing the expectation of the culture and guys not gelling together. And
it takes time.
I know for sure.
And it takes time. Year one,
it's
not easy, especially year one for you as a head coach in a league that you didn't know as well because you've been at the high major level lately. So I don't know, man. I thought year one, winning 17 games, rebuilding the program, I thought it was a heck of a year.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I had some good young men that, you definitely, I give my guys all the credit last year. They didn't know me from Adam coming to play for me. Some of them might have known me as an assistant, but it takes a lot of trust on their part to say, hey, I'm going to go trust to play for this guy who's never been a head coach at the college level, and then let alone do it at a school that was rebuilding and have limited resources, and they believed in me, and we got some stuff done, and so hopefully we can just continue to build on it.
Coach, Daniel Johnson was a freshman for you last season. Is it true that he was named captain of the program as a freshman?
Absolutely. And so I name my own captains, to be honest, so year one, DJ set the tone in terms of what I wanted, what I embodied as a young man, just every day. He was an everyday guy as a freshman. And so, I knew it wasn't going to be easy on him, and he grew into that role. But we kind of, selected the captains to build upon each year. And so along with DJ was Xavier as well. X was named the captain last year, and now I got two captains coming back. So, there's a method to the madness.
So you had DJ as a terrific freshman last year. I think you got another one this year coming in, right? Quentin Cooper, point guard,
Absolutely.
Local kid.
Yeah.
What's his game like, and how did you get him? How did you get him over the high majors?
Well, you know what? I got a really good staff. Calvin Cade, digs in deep. We got similar pedigree. DC is my stomping ground. And I'll just say this, everybody in DC doesn't, top players don't have to go to the WCAC. There's some good kids in the city. You just can't be afraid to go down there in the city and find them. And so he's one of the ones that was in the city. And this young man, once he get stronger and once he understands the college game, I'm telling you, I've been around.
Who's he like? Who's he play like?
Who's he play like? Ooh, he got the craftiness of Big East. You remember the guard from St. John's? What was his name? What was his name? He came in not. I just had it at the tip of my head, but Amari Pond. Amari, who am I saying it right? Amari Shamari Pond.
Shamari Pond. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He got the craftiness of him who can get any shot off anytime he wants, and unafraid of the moment.
Lefty?
No, he's not a lefty, but he can go any way he wants.
Really?
And like this young man is gonna be special. He's gonna be special. Once he gets the understanding of the game and pick up the nuances of basketball terminology and discipline in his game up, he's gonna be a good player, and in any league.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the other guy that I wanted to hit you on, you said that you are expecting him to be one of the better bigs in the league, and that's Unique Rank. What have you seen out of him so far in the spring and the summer? And he's a sophomore, has been with the program, or is he ready to take a jump for you this season?
I'm hoping that he is. He definitely showed that he's ready to take a jump this summer. Unique came back in pretty good shape and just came back like with a chip on his shoulder. You got a young man who didn't really play basketball. Unique only started playing basketball 4 years ago. But he's the best athlete on the team at almost 7 feet tall. And so he came back this summer and, bought into our work ethic, bought into, the reps in the summer, and it shows. So hopefully, he can help us make a big jump in this league and be one of the better bigs in this league with the things that he can do.
Last thing I got for you is, you brought in 2 older transfers, one of which, Michael Eli, had a great couple years at Siena. Last year, didn't play a ton at Tulane. I know you're hoping to kind of get him back on track. And the other, Christian Watson, was highly ranked coming out. I remember he's like a top 100 kid, goes to Miami again, kind of gets his confidence back last year, probably at Southern Miss, and comes to you. How important are they both going to be, and what do you anticipate their roles this year?
Well, they're going to be extremely important with their, basketball experience. They both came in and blended in seamless. I make no qualms about it when they come to me. It's a reason why you're here, and I'm going to try to get you to play the game the right way to get you back to, playing, reaching your full potential. Sometimes you just got to, give a young man an opportunity to, reach his full potential. But, potential is also your responsibility to get it out. Responsibility is just not about, holding yourself accountable for your mistakes, but responsibility is about holding yourself accountable to your own potential. And so I want to hold them accountable to reaching their fullest potential. And so they got here and they worked all summer. They really did. And I'm hoping that the work will show for them. But they definitely came in and blended into our team. Michael Ealy was named the captain as well this year. So it's exciting time. I like this group. I like these guys. I like how they all have come in and just bought into it. And I think a big part of that has been the culture that we established and was able to retain, with two leaders coming back, and honestly, Xavier Long and DJ, they set the tone. So I like to say this, man, when you taking over a program or building a culture, you got to have, first, you got to teach them your culture. All right. And then they got to believe in your culture. And then they got to defend your culture. And so, when the transfer portal, you often lose defenders of your culture. So we were able to maintain 3 to 4 defenders of our culture. So when they came in, they know this is how we do things around here.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we work around here. And it wasn't me teaching them and instilling it in them. It was a few guys that were defending it, and that makes it easier.
Well, Ivan, we appreciate you being here, man. Congratulations on being the real HU. And look, you want a rivalry in this league? I'll help you out. Takayo, Pat Skerry, Ivan said he's coming for you. He's coming for the throne. He's coming for that top spot. Appreciate you being here, man. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys.
Thanks,
that was Hampton head coach Ivan Thomas. That was fun, man. I always enjoy talking to him. We're going to be joined by Hofstra's Speedy Claxton here in a minute. And he's here. Speedy Claxton from Hofstra. What's going on, Speedy? It's great to see you, man. How you doing?
What's up, man? Yes, I'm in the building. How's everything?
Great,
Everything is
man.
great.
Man. We're about a month away, right? I mean, you feeling it?
Oh, always good to see you, Jeff, man. How you been?
I'm great. I'm great. Hopefully we'll see you, get to Charleston again. We can hang out a little bit. How's the team looking so far? How's the team looking?
I like what we have. At this stage, all you can ask for is that they play hard and they compete, and my guys do that. Every single day. So I'm happy.
Cruz Davis, I think that is the headline when it comes to Hofstra this season. Is the guy where he had a decent year at Iona, transfers to St. John's, struggles there, doesn't really get it going. Kind of found a home with you guys, and you were able to bring him back. What are you hoping to get out of him this season? And look, he's a heck of a player, man.
Oh yeah, he made a jump. He didn't play that much at St. John's before we got him. And last year he was in a totally new role that he's never experienced in college, and he played well. He wasn't very consistent. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for him coming into this year is consistency. But so far so good. Like Cruz is playing at an all-time high. Like he's in the gym. He's our hardest worker, and I expect him to have a really good year for us this year.
All right. So I know you guys weren't a great shooting team last year. How much was that a priority? Like you can't do that again. You can't. You'll go out of your mind. I know you.
Yeah, it was a huge priority, going into the off season because that's one area where we lacked. And in the game today, you got to have shooters, or else you can't run the offense. So we definitely went out and tried to address that. Trey Boyd, transfer from Page, really good shooter. Josh Reeves can shoot the basketball. AJ Wills can shoot the basketball. We have a young, talented freshman, Preston Mead, that can shoot the basketball. So, yes, we can shoot the basketball a lot better this year.
Well, you mentioned Josh Reeves. What are you expecting to get out in the season? How are you hoping to kind of bringing in a guy, a veteran presence, a fifth-year guy? What are you hoping that brings to your program?
Yeah, we're hoping that he could be a 3-and-D guy. Shoot the 3 ball, but then defend the other team's best player. That's what we're hoping. That's what we're expecting to get from him. He's an older, experienced player. He's been in college for a number of years now, so he's more than capable of doing that. And if we could get that out of him, I think we give ourselves a chance.
So I want to get your perspective on this because, a lot of coaches around the country, especially the older dudes, are like, fighting this whole changing landscape thing. You're a little bit older, but you haven't been in it as much, right? I mean, you're not one of those dudes, and you played at a high level. So you played in the league. Where are you at right now with kind of everything that's gone on with college basketball? Are you one of those that's like, man, this is tough? Or are you one of those kind of embracing it? Or like, where's your head at with this?
All right. So, yes, it is tough. But if you're going to be in it, you have to embrace it. I'm all for these kids making money. That's why we play this game. But it makes the job hard. It's definitely a grind. Like, it's not much downtime. You go from the end of the season right into the transfer portal, so you don't even get it. You only get time to take a deep breath because you got to roll right into recruiting. And I mean, we were recruiting up until mid-August this past off season, so it's a grind.
Speedy, last year in CAA play, you guys go 1-10 in games decided by 6 points or less, and you finished 6-12 in the league.
That was our season. That was our season.
Yeah. Well,
we went through. Yeah. Go ahead. Finish your question.
No, I was just going to say, you look at your record and it looks like you got a lot of work to do. Whereas when you actually look at how the season played out, you're right there. It's just, there were a couple of possessions that didn't work out for you.
Yeah. When you take a deep dive and you really take a step back, like I had to do, I mean, we were right there. Like, we would just go through lulls last season where we just couldn't score the basketball. But we were in pretty much every game, and like you said, there was a number of games that we could have easily won, and that's the difference between in having the season that we had or having a 23-24 win season.
So, Yankees fan or Mets fan? Where are we?
Not really a baseball fan, but I get free Mets tickets, so I have to lean towards the Mets. Even though they make the playoffs.
All right, Giants or Jets.
I'm loyal to the source. So I gotta go with my G-man. We had a good win last week.
They still stink, but yes,
you're right. You're right, but a win is a win. We'll take it.
Listen, I'm no one to talk.
Some kind of excitement.
I got the Patriots. I mean, I guess they're on the up a little bit, but they still kind of stink.
The glory days are over. The glory days are over.
Oh, long gone. Listen, those days are absolutely long gone. What's the biggest key this year, Speedy, for you? Trying to get this team, obviously, to mesh is going to be important with some new faces, but take away the chemistry and the staying healthy, which are always two, things tangibly that you have to have. What's the most important thing this year?
Honestly, the most important thing is going to be able to shoot the basketball from the perimeter, and I think we will be able to do that. We have more than capable shooters, so I think that's going to be the biggest thing. So if we can make shots on a consistent basis from outside, I think we definitely give ourselves a chance.
Who's the one guy that you are maybe expecting a little more from than we might be expecting from the outside? Like, who's really impressed you over the summer and the fall? Who can kind of take a big step forward? Give me a name that's going to excite some Hofstra fans.
I mentioned him earlier a little bit, and I'm going to say Trey Boyd. He has really come on as of late. He's coachable. And that's the biggest thing. He allows us to coach him, and he gets better each and every single day.
All right. Well, Speedy, we appreciate you being here, man. It's always fun to catch up with you. We're excited to see what you guys got this season. We're excited to see what Cruz has in store for us this season. We're actually going to hear from Cruz here in just a minute. He was a preseason first team. I don't know if you've seen it yet. Preseason first team All-CAA guy, and we were able to catch up with him.
Now he got to live up to it.
Yeah.
Sort of like
the target's on his back now.
Yep. Always good
Yep.
talking to you, fellas.
You too. You too,
Yep.
Speedy.
Appreciate you,
All right.
Speedy. Thank you.
Take care.
See you, man.
All right.
That was Hofstra head coach Speedy Claxton. Now we're going to hear from, we heard from Tyler Tejada. Now we're going to hear from the rest of the preseason All-CAA first team. Welcome back here to CAA Media Day on the field of 68 Media Network. And I'm now joined by four gentlemen that were named on the preseason All-CAA first team. We got Colby Dugan from Charleston, a 6'7" forward that averaged 15.7 points per game last season at Campbell. He is a junior. We have Cruz Davis from Hofstra, a senior guard that put up 14.4 points and 4.5 assists last season. He's back for another year at Hofstra. We got CJ Luster from UNC Wilmington, a senior that averaged 16.8 points per game this past season at Stony Brook, and Dylan Williamson from Towson, a junior who averaged 14.6 points this past season and shot 43% from beyond the arc. Year 3 at Towson for Dylan. Gentlemen, first and foremost, congratulations on that honor. It's always cool to see that in the preseason and see people recognize what you can be. It's not a postseason honor. We haven't done anything yet, so we're going to remember that, but it's good to have people recognize your talent. I want to start with this. Colby, you made the decision to transfer to Charleston from Campbell. What is it about that program, and what is it about Coach Mack that you enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, going into the portal, I was skeptical of transferring in conference, but I think talking to Mack and the vision he had for me in my development, I think it was really the best opportunity for me. His teams always play hard or tough-nosed, and I think that fits me as a player.
How many times has Jeff Goodman crashed one of your practices there at Charleston? Too many?
I think 2 or 3.
Of course. We got to find something for him to do here at the Field of 68. Cruz, congratulations on being named preseason first team. Hofstra is a program that I associate with great lead guards, with great point guards, and it's cool to see you be able to come through here and have some success. Congrats on the honor. What is it about Hofstra that you think has allowed you to find this success?
I feel like just playing for Coach Speedy. He's a guard coach, and he's been in the NBA like 10 years. He knows like what winning look like and how to develop good guards. So I feel like he's like the main piece of it.
Are you old enough to remember him playing not just at Hofstra, but playing in the NBA? Because I have vivid memories of how good that dude was.
Man, I don't remember for real.
Well, what have you kind of learned from him? What has he taught you as a point guard?
I feel like he like slowed the game down for me a lot. Like coming off the ball screen, he talked to me about the reads and how to get the ball to certain areas and how to make the right passes and just slow down.
CJ, you transferred in from from Stony Brook. What is it about Coach Siddle? What do you like about him, and what do you like about the way that he runs a program?
Just the culture that Coach Sid has for us, and just for the program. It was a good culture, a winning culture that I wanted to be a part of, and the foundation that Coach Siddle laid out for me and my family. Me and my family thought that this was the best decision to go.
What is it about the Wilmington campus? Because I don't think people realize quite how nice it is down there in Wilmington.
Yeah, the campus is beautiful. It's sunny pretty much 95% of the time. You have them few rainy days, but the sunny days always outlast the rainy ones. So it's definitely the most beautiful place to be at.
Dylan, it's great to have you here, man. Congratulations. Year 3 with Pat Skerry. I always think it's impressive when someone is able to put up with Pat Skerry for 3 whole years.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take you to figure out how to be able to understand his that thing that he calls an accent?
Yeah, coming out of high school, my AAU coach was kind of rough on us, so I'm kind of like used to the way he coaches, so it's kind of not really different for me. The accent, I kind of was used to it when I first talked to him. It wasn't really too crazy for me.
What is it about his system that allows a guard like yourself to be able to thrive?
I feel like our system is very spaced out. We're not really throwing the ball in the post. It's a lot of ball screens that are coming and it's just a lot of space for me to create and do the things I do, which is allowed me a lot of success here at Towson.
All right, I want to have a little fun with this here. I want to have you guys give scouting reports on each other, okay? And I want some honesty here. We're all going to say good things. Everybody on here is a good player. You guys all know each other are good players, right? And you don't need any of that bulletin board material. So Dylan, I'm going to start with you. Break down Cruz's game. Tell me what he does well. Tell me what is difficult to guard about him as a player.
Okay, first difficulty, I'm gonna say speed, definitely. Even at Towson, we hedge, so him getting around the ball screens and just staying in front of him one-on-one. He's a lefty that can shoot and can pass the ball very well. So, yeah, that's my scout report.
All right, Cruz, give me a breakdown of Dylan's game.
Man, fast, shifty, quick guard, can really shoot the ball. He's hard to stay in front of too, so gotta load the gap up for him. That's it. That's pretty much it.
All right, if you guys play 1-on-1 to 11, who's winning?
Come on, man.
All right, Colby, break down CJ's game. Give me a scouting report. What can UNCW fans expect to see out of him?
Yeah, I mean, CJ can shoot the ball really well. I think he can score at every level. I think he's really crafty. He's not necessarily like the fastest guy, like dead speed, but he really knows how to get to his spots, and he's a tough shot maker when he gets there.
CJ, break down Colby.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback off of that, most definitely a hard shot maker. Can score all three levels, can really stretch the floor, and being a big wing, that's also most definitely a major key to that too.
And again, who's winning 1-on-1? You guys play against each other.
I'm gonna have to take that, man.
All right, let's do this. Go around the horn, and then we can get out of here. Colby, I want to start with you. What is the key for a successful season at Charleston basketball? If we look up in February and you guys are competing for a league championship.
Yeah, I think our keys are to stay together. We have a ton of depth, so just trust the coaches that they're putting the best lineups out every night, and then just take care of the ball night in and night out. Yeah, those are the keys for us.
CJ, how about you? What do you have to do at Wilmington to be able to compete for a championship?
I feel like we just all gotta continue to believe and stay true to what Coach Sid and everybody on the coaching staff is talking about, and also stay true to our identity and our culture. Those are going to be the major things.
Dylan?
For us, I would say we gotta just trust our work, key in on defense, and just believe in ourselves. We have a new team this year. I feel like we're very deep, so if we just believe in ourselves, listen to the coaches, guard like we guard, we should be successful.
And Cruz, take us home, man.
For us, I feel like defense is our identity, so we just got to compete on the defensive end and stay together and just play together, play tough.
So there you guys have it. The rest of your first team preseason All-CAA, Colby Dugan, Cruz Davis, CJ Luster, and Dylan Williamson. Gentlemen, congratulations on the honor, and we can't wait to see you guys play this season. For the four gentlemen that are on the preseason All-CAA first team, one of them, Colby Dugan, is going to be coached by none other than Charleston head coach Chris Mack, who joins us back on the field of 68, where he kind of he made his name. That's how everyone found out who he was as a member of the field of 68 staff. Chris, it's great to see you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm still waiting for my last check, Rob. Whenever that clears, please send it along.
Hey, you changed your address, man. There's nothing I could do.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Check's in the mail.
I'm surprised you're smiling with the Bengals start to the season.
Well, it's good that we're talking about CAA basketball and not the Cincinnati Bengals or the Cincinnati Reds after last night, man.
Very true. It's been a tough couple days, tough couple weeks for you. Yeah, let's get on to your team a little bit, because I've seen you practice a couple times already down there, and this team looks different. You picked third in the preseason. I was a little surprised, but again, these days it's tough. Nobody knows some of these kids. I mean, they know Kobe because he was in the league, but a lot of the guys you brought in, people aren't familiar with. You know, a kid like Christian Reeves, even, right? Didn't play a lot at Duke, didn't play a lot at Clemson. He's going to play a lot for you this year. Tell the people watching how different this team is going to look and how different maybe you're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, we're a lot different, Jeff, as you know. I mean, I've never gotten hung up on predictions. That's about as accurate as a weather prediction, you know. So, you know, we're much different than we were a year ago. I think I learned a lot. You know, I don't want to say that I underestimated the size and athleticism of this league, especially on the wings, right? Yeah. And so that was a real focus of our coaching staff going into the portal season. And I think we really answered the bell. You know, we're a lot bigger than we were a year ago. We're a lot more athletic. I think being able to contest things at the rim was a weakness of ours a year ago. That will be a strength of ours. So again, I learned a lot personally, never having really competed against CAA teams in the past. And so we were a good team, though. I mean, we won 24 games, but we're going to do it a much different way this year, and feel like we answered the bell on those particular issues you talked about.
Yeah, so we just heard from Colby, Chris, but the transfer I want to hear about is Mr. Dean. He averaged 15 and 5 as a freshman at USC Upstate, and you were quoted in Blue Ribbon as saying he may be the best athlete that I've ever coached. Talk to me about the guy with maybe the best name in all of the CAA.
I'll say this: he is a freaky athlete. You know, he just has a different pop and a different bounce than I've coached before, and I've coached some really good ones. You know, he's still learning the game. You know, he still has to get better in a lot of areas, but you know what he can do really on both ends of the floor. He can hound the ball handler, you know, like it's nobody's business. You know, he can affect things at the rim, you know, like a shot blocker. He's a freight train in transition. His ability to finish is as good as any player that I've been around. But he does have a lot to learn. He's got to get more disciplined in what he does. But, you know, I usually don't make wild, you know, prognostications, Rob, about a player's ability. But he is special. His athleticism is freaky.
So I've been down there a couple times, like I said, and Jalen Counter's been out with minor injuries. Yeah. So I haven't seen him yet in person, but you have raved about him to me. 6'3", comes over, point guard from Middle Tennessee. What can Charleston fans expect out of Jalen Counter?
Well, first of all, I think he's bigger than 6'3", Jeff. I think he's closer to 6'4". He, regardless of how he plays or the skill that he has, I mean, he's just the type of player that you want to be around every single day, whether you're a coach, whether you're a teammate. He is undoubtedly our leader, right? He has a special pop to him. And when he's out, and unfortunately he's, you know, been beaten up a little bit in the preseason with nothing major, but, you know, he's that guy that's twisting his ankle on a Monday, comes back and then twists the other ankle the next Monday, right? But he hasn't missed extended time. But you can tell a difference when he's not in. You know, he's just such a leader. He's really crafty, knows how to use his body on both ends of the floor, makes plays for his teammates, really tries to make the best play he can. He's a really good decision maker, in my opinion. But I think it first starts with his personality and his leadership ability, and he's been that way since he walked on campus.
Who is your favorite women's volleyball team in the country this season?
That's a split between Charleston and Vanderbilt at this point, Rob.
Yeah, he's got one daughter. One daughter transferred to Charleston. The other's at Vandy, and he's texting me about, you know, Vandy kicked the crap out of Western Kentucky, and Western Kentucky beat Indiana.
Well, first of all, I didn't bring it. Like, you texted me and said something about, like, you know, how much better Indiana is, and they're 9-0 and 10-0, and the only comparable opponent, you know, the girls wiped off the floor from Vanderbilt, and then, you know, I looked at Indiana. I think they struggled to win that one. So
true, very true. All right, so
in all seriousness, though, you're a basketball coach, and you have your kids are obviously athletic if they're playing that level of volleyball. How did they end up being volleyball players and not basketball players? They're just like, I don't want to do anything that dad does. Did you just drive them away that badly?
My wife is a Hall of Famer at the University of Dayton, in basketball too. But, I think when our kids were growing up, we just wanted to be in all different activities. Both daughters were in soccer. They both played volleyball when that started in 4th or 5th grade. And then they played basketball. They never really did anything in the spring other than soccer and different, leagues like for volleyball or basketball. But I think when they got into high school, they just enjoyed, the volleyball experience more. They had some really good coaches, some excellent club coaches. And, I think they just enjoyed it more. And so we never really pushed for them to go any particular way. And it's been fun to honestly cheer and support, my daughters in a sport that I know more than I did, 5 years ago. But honestly, it's not something that, I never have an eye out like, oh, they should have done this, or they, the rotation should be this. I have no idea. Just hey, get it over.
What kind of dad are you on the sideline? Are you the one that's going nuts? Are you screaming and yelling and cheering and like painting your chest?
No, none of the above.
That's Christy. Hey, that's his wife, Christy.
No, not in volleyball. I mean, she knows way more than I do in volleyball. But so sometimes she'll be upset about what should have occurred or didn't occur. But
I heard it's not just volleyball. She knows more than you. And
I appreciate that, Rob. Is this show just about over?
No, I got
4 more minutes.
I want to talk about more minutes.
And actually, I want to talk about one of the bigger adjustments that you have faced coming from your other stops to Charleston. And we have actually some video to roll to display how difficult it's been for you to adjust to the city of Charleston right now, Chris. And you were out this past summer.
Is this a roast or is this a media day?
It's a combination. I mean,
go ahead and roll your little video.
All right, we're gonna roll it now. Let's roll it, Dick.
I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be standing. All those boats are doing fine out there. But where we're at, it's shallow. You can walk.
Who's that?
Nobody. I'm just
hey, everybody.
Filming us. Hey, rookie. We jet skied down to the 5th Street Bridge. We were coming back and monkey see, monkey do. I followed Chris. That was the problem. And he took us in very shallow water. And low tide is like around 3:45, which I think is right now. So hopefully within the next hour or so, the water will start coming in and then we can move.
So good.
I was actually, I'm really all about safety and knowing that our boat was coming into town a week or two later. I want to make sure that when I take anybody out, like, good friends so I really wanted to make sure as I went around the different spots on the harbor, I really know where it's shallow and I got to avoid. So that was nothing but an experiment right there.
So good. So good.
I hope you
Hey,
don't need any of that. Yeah.
We got to have fun with you. If we can't have fun with you, I don't know who we can have fun with. So,
let's end it with this, Mack. Let's end it with this.
I got one. I got one. The biggest surprise for you this past off season has been what or who on the team?
I think if you watch us play, I think Bob Ritchie stopped over from Furman the other day. He was in town doing some fundraising, and his only comment was like, "I can't believe you guys got high major size." He goes, I can't believe this is a mid-major program just in terms of our size. Maybe when we turned the ball over and we started practicing, he probably, okay, those guys are a mid-major program, but our size is completely different. I know you mentioned Christian Reeves. I mean, he's 7'2". He's insanely mobile. He has excellent hands. He makes free throws. High character kid. And then we have the kid Chol Machat, who, he's the best shot blocker I've ever coached. And I haven't coached a lot of guys that are shot blockers, but he's elite in that area. He's 7 feet. His motor's increasing. He's only played since he's 15, but he's not some, behind the play by 2 seconds type of kid. Like, he can completely change the lane in a practice, in a game, in a scrimmage. And so I wouldn't say it's a surprise, but Shoal's been a guy that I think is going to be hard to contend with for other teams if he's right.
We got about 30 seconds, Mack. You were picked third in the CAA regular season or the CAA preseason poll. If you guys look up in March and you are the CAA regular season champions, what is the one thing that has happened?
I just think that, we continue to play like a team. So many guys, so many programs around the country are having these influx of transfers and guys coming from all different areas. And, how can we keep the team as the most important thing, over what we want to do individually? And again, individual goals are awesome, right? And I want individual players to get better, but it always has to be team first. And I think we're on a great path so far, but we haven't hit any adversity. But and believe me, Towson and Wilmington and those guys that are picked above us, rightfully so, they're great teams. But we have the opportunity and the ability to be a team that's fighting at the end for that championship, and that's what's going to make or break us, in my opinion.
Well, we appreciate everybody attending the roast of Chris Mack here on the Field of 68 CAA coverage of Media Day. Good to see you, man. Best of luck this season, all right?
Wouldn't have it any other way, man. Anytime you guys want to roast me, just let me know.
Oh, it's easy. So
appreciate you, man. Charleston head coach Chris Mack. Have a chance to be pretty good this season.
There you go.
And
as you know, he starts making all these noises too when he gets off. I don't know what he's doing over there, like throwing his microphone.
I'm having PTSD from Field of 68 After Dark episodes, and Chris Mack was on there eating nothing but animal crackers. So we're waiting on Monmouth head coach King Rice. I believe he is on his way here right now. Yep, he's on his. He's here right now, so he'll be jumping here in 1 second. Monmouth went 13-20 last season, but they finished 10-8 in the CAA. It is year 15 for Coach Rice at Monmouth, which makes you feel really old, Goodman. And here he is, Monmouth head coach King Rice. King, what's going on, man? It is great to see you. You always got a smile on your face. How you doing?
Got to unmute yourself. All right. So far, we got King and Bill Coen. Bill Coen couldn't get in the frame. We got King trying to unmute himself now. So, all right, we'll get back with King here in a minute. But, this is a guy that, again, like you said, has done it a long time, has been at Monmouth a long time, and kind of taken this program to a point now where you know what you're going to get from a King Rice team for the most part. Now, I know this year, and we'll talk to him a little bit about this, but I think they're going to be really good defensively this year. I think that's going to be something that this King Rice team is going to kind of hang their hat on. Maybe the best in the last 4 or 5 years. So we'll hit them with that when we get them back here in a sec.
All right, Coach Rice jumping in here.
I'm good now, guys.
There he is.
Am I good?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you're good.
You're
good,
we hear
man.
you loud and clear. Your
All
smile's coming through. Goodman is raving about how good your team's going to be defensively. Can you confirm that this is going to be a thing that happens this season?
I think our team's going to be just a team that we're pick 6. We're going to fight for higher than that. I got a bunch of guys this year. We're going to compete. Our defense is going to be very, very good. We can score the ball. We're sharing the ball. I got some older guys with some younger guys that I like what we're doing right now. Just the pieces that we have. I know we lost Abdi, we lost Jarrett, and we lost Madison. Our team is way better than that team was this year, for sure. Not even close. We're way better than last year's team.
What have you challenged? Jack Collins obviously is back, and he had a really good year last year. Going into this season, what have you challenged him with? Hey, I need more from you in this regard.
Well, it's hard to ask Jack for more because he's given us so much. And then he really pointed out to us this year that last year he didn't turn the ball over hardly at all for the amount of minutes he played. So he was like, Coach, I need more. You let me bring the ball up and make some decisions. So we're probably going to allow him to do that because he did it so well last year. But I want him to lead more. I want him to be more vocal. because he's such a great leader by how he leads by example. But we need him to be more vocal, and we need him to be vocal early because everybody looks up to him. So that would be the thing. Be vocal, put yourself out there, and I think he'll be one of the best defenders in our league this year.
So 2 years ago, it was your son Xander who was a big time scorer at the point guard spot for you. You had Abdi last year, who was a big time scorer for you, and this year you're bringing in Kavion McClain from Texas Southern, a guy who produced. It was 4.5 assists per game in the SWAC this past season. A little bit of a smaller guard, but that's okay. Those guys have kind of had success in this conference before. What can we expect to see out of him this season?
Kavion he's a young man that has played all over the country. He's from Memphis, so he got that Memphis toughness. He played for Johnny Jones last year, who is an incredible man and an incredible coach. Mo Williams was in his league, and Mo Williams said, if you can get this kid, you better hurry up and get him. He is going to fight for Player of the Year. He's just a dynamic guy. He can score the ball, but his assists, the way he gets everybody the ball, the way he can score for himself. And then the other part where it's really, really different is he's 24 years old. All right. He's seen everything that everybody's going to throw at us. Okay. And the way he has these young guys looking forward to playing with him, I just want to see. I had a guard like him years ago, Justin Robinson. I never compare anybody to Justin because what he did here was unbelievable. Kavion can do what Justin did. Okay. And he's more of a true point guard. So everybody else gets involved also. So we're looking for big things from him. He's been great so far, and we expect him to continue to do that throughout the year.
So if I put you in charge of college hoops, King, and I said, like, I'm going to give you the autonomy to do whatever you want to change this thing, where are you starting?
Guys, I don't have a lot of problems with the way things are. I think we have to put some rules into the, how the not even the transfer portal, because I think that kids should get to move. I saw Coach Calipari talk about 5 years to play 5 or something like that, where you might get one chance to move and then we'd be fine. I think that would help. I think just a little bit of guidance on NIL, a little bit more guidance, especially at our level. I'm trying to keep up with what high majors do. And some of the people in our league are doing it like high majors do. And we can't do that. We can't do that. And our number is very limited. We're talking to everybody to try to make it get a little bit higher for our guys. But we need to get it. Tell us what we can do, how it's going to work, and then let everybody just run and fit in where they fit in.
Well, that's the hard part, right? Is everything's changing. It feels like every year, right? Like This year is kind of a free for all. Next year you got rev share, but we don't know how the third party stuff is gonna work. Like there's no consistency. There's no consistency right now, and I think that's the frustration.
And when you talk, just rev share, okay, I understand that. When I was at North Carolina, there's a whole bunch of money to rev share.
Right.
Okay, we're at Monmouth University, okay? We're like, we have big crowds. It's 2,000 people, okay? So where's the rev share coming? Like, where are we pulling from to have a whole bunch of $22 million to share? Like, like, guys, that's not us. So then when we talk about it, that there's 22 million and it's rev sharing. Now, when I talk to a parent, they're like, well, what are you doing with your money? And I'm like, what money are you talking about? I'm trying to raise the money that I'm talking to you about giving your kid. All right. I still have to raise the 25,000 that I'm telling you I can give you. Okay. The school's not handing me $20 million or $2 million or one to say, King, here's what you have to work with. We have a solid number this year for our team. And I thought it was very fair from our school. Okay. We've worked with me. We came in at a number, and at the end of last year, I went to my boss, I went to my president, my AD, and asked for 100 more, and they gave it to me. So we're at a good number right now for our kids. Our kids are super happy for this year. I don't know what we're going to be able to do for next year until after this season.
All right, last one I got for you, King. We got about 30 seconds here. You went out and you brought in, one of the transfers you brought in was Jason Rivera-Torres, who is a kid that a lot of people are going to know, not just from basketball, but from the TV show that he's on, from Swagger. I don't think Goodman knows anything about this. He's not a
I love
Swagger and Goodman are and Goodman are rarely in the same sentence. Yeah. But what's it been like having a Hollywood star on your roster?
Well, first off, he's a tremendous young man. He has an awesome mother. And what people don't know is we were recruiting him out of high school, out of Virginia. And we thought we were going to win it. All right. We were right there. We were on it. And then Stat came in, and I used to be at Vanderbilt, and I knew what his mom's a lawyer. And I was like, soon as Stat came in, he had me, and I knew it. And I'm like, come on, man, Stat, why you got to find this kid? But because he found Jason, we got Abdi, okay? And we built Abdi up, and then Abdi goes on, and he's playing at Kansas State for a big paycheck now. And then Jason went, when Stat got let go, he went to San Francisco, and the coaches there spoke very highly of him. Unfortunately, the young guy that they brought in was an NBA player, and then the other guy that he was battling with got the minutes in front of him. So he had a tough year. But all the coaches at San Francisco said he was tremendous. He's been a star since he's been here. Forget the acting part. I knew he could really, really play. I thought he was a kid that lost his confidence a little bit at Vanderbilt and then definitely lost it at San Francisco. And I'm the guy that gives guys confidence. So right now he's tweaked his ankle, so he's been out for a little bit, but he's a high-level defender. He's a high-level shooter. He's smart with the ball. He can play point. With him and Jack Collins on the wing, I got 6'5" and 6'6" guarding whoever you got, and both of them could be lockdown defenders. So you put those two with Boog Robinson and Kavion, and I just heard Chris talking about his center. Well, Doc came back. Our big guy, Doc, came back. He averaged 2 blocks last year in 13, 14 minutes. So he's going to be punching stuff off the glass this year at the back of our defense with everybody able to switch and get after you. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how we can do this year.
Yeah, well, listen, man, you got me sold. I'm all in on the Monmouth Hawks this year. Best of luck this season, King. It's great to see you, man.
Thanks, King.
Guys, I love watching what you guys do. Jeff, I've known you a long time, man. Keep doing what you do. You guys are great for the game. In 15 years, man, Jeff, you know, nobody thought I'd still be sitting here. And I'm year 15 going strong, brother. I'm going strong in year 15.
Man. Still smiling.
Appreciate you, King.
All right,
that's Monmouth head coach
Thanks.
King Rice, who's got me sold. Good, he's got me sold. The Hawks are going to be sneaky. They're now my sleeper in the CAA. It's official.
He gives everybody confidence. I think he needs to give you some more confidence. I think he needs to give you a little more swagger.
I think my confidence needs to get taken down a peg or two.
All right.
Next up, we got Drexel head coach Zach Spiker, who we talked about year 15 for King. He is in year 10 with the Dragons in Philadelphia. Coach Spiker coming off a season 18-15, 9-9 last year, 5 straight winning seasons.
Looks like a new haircut. Looks like a little new haircut there or something. I don't know. looking sharp.
It's media day for the Field of 68. I want to be at my best for you guys.
Love it.
How come you didn't get a haircut, Jeff?
I need to get a haircut. Hey, I don't have enough hair. I go in now. It takes like 6 minutes and it's like $40. I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, really? 6 minutes? That's all I got?
Yeah, it's like a NCIS search and rescue mission for you, right? Trying to find them.
Pretty much. Hey, the good thing, we've talked to a lot of coaches, even over the last few days, some of the media days, and, you know, guys are like, man, like, this is tough. We got so many new guys this year. For you, that's really not the case. I mean, you lost some starters, but you had a lot of other players that are back this year, which I assume they're going to have to be in different roles now, but they at least know the program. Doesn't that feel a lot better than maybe some of your cohorts are dealing with right now?
Yeah, listen, anytime you add any new players and personalities, it's going to be a little bit of a time to adapt. But we did. You're exactly right. We returned 9 of our players from last year. 2 years ago, we returned our entire roster. So I think in the last 3 years, I would argue that we've had as much consistency inside our program and understanding what we're trying to accomplish and get done as anybody in the conference. And that's led to, some good results. 20 wins last year, 18. 22 wins in the league the last 2 years. I think that's 4th behind Towson, Charleston, and Wilmington. So we like having continuity. We like having that consistency. I think all coaches do. But along with that, you want to enhance and improve when you bring guys in and make sure that they complement what you have. And we're really excited, as you said, the new roles for the experienced guys that are returning and then the new personnel that's coming in. We're bringing in 5 new guys. And we think that they complement each other in a nice way that we can be pretty productive.
Zach, what I think is really impressive with what you've done at Drexel is in a day and age when you have so much turnover and you have so many guys that come in for a year or two and then move on, you've been able to kind of carve out a style and an identity that has been able to last beyond just having one team. Like you know what you're going to get when you go and you play Drexel right now. How have you been able to do that?
I think first off, it starts off with having a staff that we're all on the same page. Paul Fortier has been on our staff for 5 years. Will Chavis has been here for 5 years. Paul Fortier has been here for 10, all 10 years. Will Chavis has been here for 5. And you got a former player that you guys all knew and covered in Franz Massenut, who can still get out and play with our guys. Mm-hmm. That helps develop our players. And I think when players can see and feel themselves getting better, and then that progress, translates into minutes in the game and they're having success, and then guys have opportunities to either stay and have success, graduate and move on, or go somewhere else. I think that flows downhill. And I think we've got a reputation for developing players as a staff. I don't think we're just going to do it one way. We adapt. And what we did with Amari Williams, we didn't do the same with Cole Hargrove, who's now at Providence. And what we did with Cam Winter, who went to Penn State, we didn't do the same. We did a different way for Kobe McGee. But ultimately, who's now at Florida State, you got to identify really talented players who are high character, who want to work and get them better. So we sit down with recruits right now. There's a plan, and hope isn't part of it. There's a plan where we have the sweat equity of the players we've coached here at Drexel, and we talk to them about that, what they did here and how we improved them and what we're going to do with them. So I think you're open and honest with recruits, and then you got to be willing to adapt to the times and understand that it's a new time, a new age, and we're embracing it very much and developing players as much as we can every single season. And then we reevaluate from there.
So you mentioned Amari Williams, who's now with the Celtics. His backup a couple years ago was Garfield Turner, who missed last season with the knee injury. Update us on kind of where he's at right now, if he's 100% back, and kind of what his role, what you expect it to be, because he was coming on. Like last year, you expected, you're hoping that he would have a big year. Will he be able to kind of get back to where he was?
Yeah, I'm very confident he will. We've got a tremendous strength conditioning staff, and Palmer Johnson and Stephen Kim who've been working with GT. G is on the verge of being full go, and when he is, there's no stopping him. I think he's one of the best bigs in the league. He'd had some epic battles in our league with Chris Doherty from Northeastern and a couple other bigs, really just mixing it up. Physical player. He had a huddle today during practice that the coaches weren't involved in, had his own timeout. And you want to talk about a guy who's just been here long enough. He knows what we're trying to do, what we're trying to get done, and he's leading the team in his way. And we're excited about when you get older guys. Mike Bray used to always say, get older, stay older, right?
Yep.
We're all trying to do that right now. Sometimes you can bring older guys in. Sometimes you can keep guys around. We're really fortunate to have a guy like Garfield Turner here. And when he's on the floor, he's as physical as there is in our league. And then you have Shane Blakeney, who's been here for a number of years, and he's got a voice. So we're very, very excited about the experience that we have just from guys returning, and then we mix in the new guys.
I'm curious your perspective on this, because you've kind of been hit with the portal, with the up transfers as hard as just about anyone, right? In the last 2 years, you've had players leave for Kentucky, Indiana, Florida State, Providence, Butler, and Loyola Chicago. And I do think that there is there's room for programs like Drexel to be the place where guys go for 2 years, maybe 3 years, to get themselves ready to move up to a Power 5 conference, in the same way that Coach K and Coach Cal back in the 2010s leaned into the idea that we're going to be the one and done factories, and we'll go get these best freshmen. They'll play for us for a year. We'll win a bunch of games, and we'll move them on to the NBA, and we'll do it again. Is that something that you would even consider? Is that, or is that just not the way that you want to develop a program?
I think you want to develop a program to have consistency, and that can happen a lot of different ways. Guys are coming and leaving. I would love when guys leave, they have a degree. And if they can find a way to get a degree in 2 years because they bring a lot of credits in, or they get it in the third year, I'd feel a lot better if someone left with a degree, because the Drexel degree has such power afterwards when you're done playing basketball. So if we can do that, and we're researching ways to be creative with that all the time, that could be a little bit of our niche in the market, that you get your degree and then have eligibility afterwards. I would love that. But sure, listen, we're going to adapt. We're not going to sit back and just say, oh, we don't have this or that. I think one of the first and foremost things that maybe keeps us relevant and successful is we don't complain about the situation. We don't feel sorry for ourselves. Everyone has it. And I think the more time you spend complaining, that is lost minutes, hours in the day where you should be figuring out something new and different. So we refuse to talk about it and complain about it. This is what the world is. And we keep in touch with those guys, and we support them. We wish them the best. And we throw ourselves all into the guys that are here. And listen, pick 10th or not, I don't know how anybody can make an educated effort on predicting leagues this year. I think it's like throwing darts at a board.
Stupid.
And I know the practice we just had.
It's stupid,
You know,
but you have to do it because the fans want it. But it's ridiculous.
I mean, no one knows what William Garcia Adson has done in the offseason, or Victor Panoff, or Kavan Vanderhorst. Like, we got two guys from Philadelphia, Horace Simmons and Josh Reed. Like, they're tough guys. They're tough guys, and we're super excited about that. And listen, we're not picked one. That's all that matters. And even if we were picked one, it doesn't change anything. So let's lean into this. Let's be excited about, hey, we're going to have an edge to ourselves. I think you mentioned, Rob, like, what is it about Drexel? I think every night, when you play us, it's going to be a defensive slugfest. We're going to be physical with you, right? We're going to be aggressive. We're going to have some rim protection. And then hopefully offensively, we're able to get downhill, touch the paint, get you in the blender, and then have enough shooters. I think we've been one of the best defensive teams the last 5 years. And for whatever reason, maybe we start off slow shooting. We end up in the top 3 or 4 in three-point shooting as well. That's a combination that leads to winning. And that's what we've done consistently.
That's how you win, man. Get stops and make threes, right? Get stops and make threes. It's an easy game when you can get stops and make threes, Zach. Listen, we appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for jumping on. It's always good to see you, and best of luck this season.
You guys are awesome. I love the Field of 68. I go to bed a little bit earlier now, so I don't stay up and watch the After Dark.
You're getting older. You're getting older.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But what you guys do for our league, what you do for the game, we're very appreciative. We need to get you to Philadelphia. There's enough teams here. Come down here to the deck, watch a game, do a live show, get Drexel, Charleston in the deck, and you guys can come have a nice Field of 68 remote setup. Right?
Oh, there you go.
We got barbershops down here too, guys.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for having us. We'll see you.
Great being here. And there you have it. Zach Spiker with us here. And again, he's done a hell of a job and has a team that he thinks will have a chance to compete, a little bit higher than what they've been picked in the preseason. So we got NCAA head coach Monté Ross coming up next. And Monté, certainly they had their struggles a little bit last season, but I think they've completely kind of revamped. Got a couple guys back, Rob, and Will Felton and some of their other guys, but brought in some new faces that I know they like that I can't wait to talk to Monté about, including one, Brooklyn Vick, a redshirt freshman who is a lot faster than you, Rob, a lot quicker than you.
That's a low bar to clear. That's not a good sign if that's where we're comparing them to. Coach Ross, you here? Monté Ross, North Carolina A&T. I almost said AT&T. North Carolina A&T head coach Monté Ross. How you doing, man? It's good to see you.
I'm well. How you guys doing?
Always good. Man. Always good.
Good.
You got some new faces on your roster coming in this season. I believe it's 7 transfers coming in, a couple coming in from the JUCO ranks as well. Who is the guy that we need to be excited about? I got a couple names I want to hit you on, but you've seen them work out in the spring and the summer. You've seen them practice in the fall. Who is the guy that A&T fans need to be excited about right now?
Well, we have a couple of guys that I think will be excitable guys. From the Division II rank, we have a kid from Mount Olive, Lorian Walker, who's been playing very well. Is battling injuries right now, but he's been playing well. Dwayne Pierce is a JUCO kid from Southwest Florida, New York young man, and he's been playing well. We have some bigs that have been sprinkled in there. So, but we have 10 new guys. We have 10 freshmen, 2 freshmen, and 8 transfers. So, again, I heard the end of Zach's talk, and he's right. To try to predict where you're going to finish and where somebody else is going to finish is really difficult because, you asked me to, where's such and such? I have no idea about my team. How do I know about someone else's team?
Exactly.
So I think it's a great thing to learn. You're learning your team.
Yeah.
It's a different team every year, and it's exciting. It's different. But, you have to embrace it as to what it is.
What's the latest on Will Felton, Monté? And I know he played half a dozen games last year, blew out his knee, was playing really well. Where is he at right now in kind of his rehab and, how close to 100% he'll be for the start of the season?
Well, you know what? He's flying around. He's flying around like crazy. Sometimes I cringe when I see how much he's flying around, and he's doing a really, really good job. He's cleared to go full court. He's been going full court. He's been playing when we get up and down, and he's been doing everything in the half court for a little bit. Probably the last 2 weeks, he's extended it to going full court and that sort of thing. So he's doing well. Knock on wood, he's been doing well. We'll bring in referees in a couple of days here and, see where he is and that sort of thing. But, so far he's been doing a really good job, and he's back at it, which is a wonderful sight for us to see.
Monté, you mentioned Lorian Walker a little bit earlier from a transfer from Mount Olive. That's a Division II program. When you have guys coming up from the D2 level, what is that adjustment like for them, and how do you help them with that transition?
Well, I think it all depends on what position it is. For Lorian Lowe, we call him, he was a scorer. He was a scorer at Mount Olive, and the way that he scored translates. He got out on the break. He's fast. He's athletic, and he can really shoot the basketball. So those things translate. Sometimes things don't translate, but those things translate, and we're really, really excited about it. I think sometimes if you have a big, sometimes maybe it's a little difficult just because a guy may be not as strong as a Division I kid, but nowadays there's so many kids that get missed over and overlooked that, shoot, man, there's some Division II schools that a lot of them are excellent programs. So if you can get 1 or 2 kids from there, I think it benefits you. And you saw that last year in college basketball.
Hey, Monté, how old are you? You my age?
I'm 55.
Yeah, so the same age. I know you're a big Eagles fan. Believe it or not, growing up in Boston, my favorite players, Wilbert Montgomery, Harold Carmichael, Mike Quick. Some reason I was a huge Eagles fan. Now, I'm not really anymore, and I hate the damn tush push. I hate it. It should be banned. Ban it. I don't know.
Why?
It just annoys me. It annoys me. It's not a real
annoys
play.
you. It annoys you because you're not an Eagles fan, and it's very successful. Like if you don't like it because it's not a football play. Well, it is a football play because it's like a quarterback sneak. And now we have some variations off of it. I don't know if you saw the game this past weekend, but we have some variations off of it where we fake it and we give it to Saquon Barkley going around and that sort of thing.
That play.
Yeah, but you guys, you non-Eagles fans have to really be careful and be worried because we are struggling right now, and we're 4-0. We're 4-0, and we're
It is
struggling.
kind of scary. You're playing with fire, though. You're playing with fire. There's no doubt. It's going to catch up with you.
It caught up with Kansas City in the Super Bowl. So if it catches up with us in the Super Bowl last year, like it did Kansas City, I'm fine with that. I'm good.
Yeah, but the other thing is, Monté, and look, I live outside Philly now. I wasn't really a football fan. My son is a diehard Eagles fan, so I figured I might as well jump on the bandwagon now.
Smart young man.
And I will say this, Goodman, who was the last team to win a Super Bowl?
All right,
Philadelphia Eagles, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
How are you going to complain about a 4-0 start coming off a Super Bowl? That's all I'm going to say. You got nothing to complain about.
It sounds like a Philadelphia fan.
Yeah,
that's what Philadelphia fans do.
Who's your favorite Eagle? Before we go, your favorite Philadelphia Eagle of all time is who?
You'll be surprised by this. Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts. Because anybody that can withstand all the knocks that he gets, and he all he does is win, and he doesn't care how it looks, what happens, what needs to happen. All he does is win, and I love guys that understand this thing is about winning. It's not about aesthetics. It's about winning. Quarterbacks and point guards are judged on wins and losses. If you can carry and affect wins for your team, then you're judged as being a good player and being an effective player. So that's why I love his whole deal. You never hear about him in the off season, getting into trouble, all that type of stuff. I'm just
seems class.
Old enough to like that. Yep.
All right, Monté, we got about 30 seconds left. I'm going to end it with this. If other than just staying healthy and staying eligible, if we look up in February and North Carolina A&T is competing for a CAA championship, what's the thing that has happened?
We played to our standard defensively, and we've made some shots. I think we have a group here that can make shots. We have a group here that loves to share the basketball. The ball just really flies around, and we've always, all my teams in the past have always been good defensive teams. And, we make it hard on ourselves the way that we share the basketball and it flies around the court. I laugh with our guys. I say, man, we get from the first side to the second side to the third side to the fourth side so much now in practice, where last year we were lucky to get to the second side. So if we're sharing the basketball, guarding the way that we have the ability to guard and making some shots, I like our team. I really like these guys that we have this year.
All right, awesome. Monté, it's great to see you. I'll have you know, our producer, Dagan Hughes, is the biggest Eagles fan that I've ever met, and he texted us on the side and said, this is my new favorite coach in college basketball. So you have one new fan to be able to put your name to. So, Monté, appreciate you, man. Always good to see you, Coach.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See you,
Be good.
That's Monté Ross, North Carolina A&T head coach. We got one more coach coming up with us here on Men's CAA Media Day. That will be William and Mary head coach Brian Earl. coming off of a really, really solid start to his William and Mary tenure. He's here. He's joining us now. Brian Earl, first year, 17 of 15. You go 11-7 in the CAA. Not a bad start. The first winning season for William and Mary since COVID, man. Congratulations on a good start to your William and Mary tenure. How you doing, man? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Yes, doing great. It was a up and down year. You know, we finished not in the way we wanted to, but it was we got 17 wins, and so we're happy with it. Just trying to bring in a few more next year.
I'm just happy I finally get to talk to an intelligent Earl brother today after yesterday. Having seen Dan in person yesterday. We get the more intelligent, the better looking, better play, all of it, Earl brother today. So
You're like an agent. This is great.
Right. You gave me some dirt on your brother. I didn't really ask him for much dirt back on you. So this is, I'm going to be nicer to you today. I'm going to be kinder, gentler, because I know, after losing the Dorsey brothers, you got to find a way to replace Gabe. And Gabe, I mean, not many better shooters than Gabe Dorsey in the country. Where do you anticipate being able to kind of replace that type of shooting? Is it more collectively? How well will this team shoot it?
Yes, I think it's collectively. He shot, over 40% on really hard shots, and I think made over 90 of them. And if you heard someone yelling from the sideline, "Shoot it," and thinking it was a fan, it was me, because I wanted him to shoot everyone he took, and he deserved to shoot them. But I think it's going to be by committee this year. We also had other guys who could really make shots, and that's sort of what we do. We take a lot of 3-point shots, but it may not be relying on his shot going in as much as 3 or 4 weapons out there at the same time that can make the shot. And so every year is a new year, obviously, with everything going on in college basketball. And so I don't know if you're trying to replace Gabe Dorsey, but and Caleb and Mal.
The way you play, the way your system and the way you play, you need shooters.
Yeah, so far we do spread the floor quite a bit, and so shooting is at a premium, and we've tinkered with guys not out there that can shoot it, and you gotta sort of jump full into who you are, and to this point we're into shooting.
Yeah, so you guys were top 20 in pace this past season. You shot 51.5% of your field goal attempts were threes, which I believe was the third highest rate nationally. You had 10 guys that averaged between 15 and 26 minutes. I think it's very obvious what you wanted to do last season. It was play like this and let it fly. Is that what we're going to see more of? Is this going to be the Brian Earl era at William & Mary? Are we going to see a lot of this pace and space and threes and get the ball up?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have played that in my years since we started playing this way, which is sort of COVID. I think from the outside, it'll probably look like that. We spend a lot of time on defense, though. Also, the pace is slow on the defensive side, and so we've tinkered with that in the past, and it's something we're looking into. So if you dig in deep to each of the last 4 or 5 years with the way our staff has coached, there are differences there, but I think we're going to stay with trying to be one of the faster teams around.
You got Chase Lowe and Kyle Pulliam coming back. Both were significant contributors. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more opportunity for them this season. How do you see their roles evolving this year?
Well, they'll step up. I think, one of the things that's changed so much with college basketball is there's a lot of turnover, and those guys will have a memory of last year and sort of be able to get in the locker room and talk about some of the things that are a memory for a program, what we mean when we say certain things that can get lost in this new era of a little bit of free agency. And so I think a lot of it will be them explaining to the team what exactly we're looking for, believe in what we're doing, stick with it. And that's even more important now that a lot of teams are starting over each year.
When it comes to getting back a guy like Chase Lowe, the head of the stake, so to speak, right? You get a point guard, you get a lead guard, you get a decision maker, a guy that can kind of be the cliche is the coach on the floor, right? When you have that coming back in an era where you're turning over so many pieces, there's got to be a little bit of added value when you have a decision maker on the floor that you can trust, that has kind of been through it with you.
Right. Yeah. And he's a 4-year guy at William & Mary. He understands exactly not only what we're doing on the court, but what the university is about, what we value as a whole. And so you point to him, and I think, again, he can say, I've been in these situations. This is what worked last year. This is what didn't, trust sort of the process in what we're doing, because sometimes in practice, there are balls flying all over the place, and you see guys looking at each other like, what's going on here? And it helps to have those guys who've been through it and say, as long as we stick to what we said we're going to do, hopefully it'll turn out the way we want it to.
All right. So your brother I kept hearing from people that he was telling everybody that he had only thrown 2 air balls in his entire life. Like, how much BS was that? I mean, you grew up with them. Like, I'm sure he threw 2 air balls in a game at one point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the memory, it's starting to go for him. It's a shame. You hit 50, which he did. And, I'm sure his guys have heard that he never threw up an air ball. We've all heard it. It's, he was a good passer. He benefited from playing with me for 2 years, and Pete Lisicki at Penn State, and Joe Crispin. And he should stick to that, I think, because he was changing his shot every few months, and that's a hallmark of someone who can't really shoot that well. So
the other thing, can we also denounce the fact that he's the best tennis player of any coach in America, of any basketball coach? Can we put that to bed?
Well, I have an assistant coach who may be better. And so you're going to have to start with head coach. And I'm sure there's some out there. I know Mitch Henderson at Princeton wants to give him a run for his money. So
I think Jay Lucas could take him.
I would take anyone on the other side of that bet.
I love it. We need to get the two of you on a podcast together at some point this year. We have to do that. That will be absolute must watch.
What about getting William & Mary and Chattanooga playing each other on midnight on the first day of the college basketball season next year? What do you think about that?
You would have to speak to our parents.
They have to okay it. They have to sign up.
Yes, there's a lot of Earls that would be not okay with that.
Wait, okay. If it happened, Brian, who would your mom be rooting for?
It's a good question. It depends on the last conversation she had with each of us. Who made her more?
What is this, like bribery? Like, what do you mean the last conversation?
Yeah, I mean, she went through so much from our childhoods. I have 3 boys now, and they're like raccoons, and we were that way, and so whoever
she's scarred for life from you guys.
I understand it now. I understand.
Okay? So last thing before I let you go, who was the easier one of the two of you growing up?
Definitely me. Definitely. Yeah, I think even he might even acknowledge that.
I love you guys. I mean that. I love you guys. I'm totally serious when I say, like, want to have you guys on a pod together this year, because you guys both crack me up, and you're both really, really good coaches who do things the right way. So continued success. Year 2. Can't wait to see what you do this season.
Yep. I hope you have Brian, I hope you have a better record this season than Medford's 9U baseball team did against me this past season. I was 3-0 against the Medford 9U Little League. I'm just saying, man, Mount Laurel might be a little bit better than you guys.
I missed that on Twitter. I have to follow.
Listen, man, it's great to see you. Best of luck this season. William Mary head coach Brian Earl.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. I'm telling you, the Earl brothers are like two of the best. Like, and what we got the commissioner coming up here now, and we'll talk to him about his coaches because I love doing this every year. I will say,
hey, Goodman, let me ask you this: when we have the commissioner coming in, I don't know if he's here yet, Dagan, or not, but all right, let's bring him in. And look, I made a mistake last year. I made a mistake. I said I tried to welcome in Joe D'Antonio, and I was told that I was supposed to be welcoming in CAA Commissioner Joey D. So I'm not going to make that mistake. Joey D, it's great to see you, man. What's going on?
Gentlemen, great to be with you. Thanks for having me on.
Buttoned up, though. Wait. What's with the tie and coat? You're making us feel completely underdressed today. What is going on? Wait. We need next year. We need to figure out whatever the dress code is. We need to be consistent with this, Joey. All right.
I'm just trying to be respectful of Media Day. That's all.
We love it.
Let me tell you this. I've been laughing right along with you guys the whole show. It's been great.
I mean this.
Goodman, he's not Joey D right now. He is Joseph D. That's how he's
Your coaches, I mean this, like they're awesome. I mean, we have so much fun with this, and we do a lot of them now. You know, you guys were one of the first ones that we did, right? It was the A10 and
Yes.
you guys. And your coaches are so much fun. They go with us, and we take it places that maybe we shouldn't at times. I mean, we show a video of Chris Mack and, you know, getting stranded in the middle of the water with his wife, Christy. And, you know, again, just now with Brian Earl, ripping on his brother, Dan Earl. Like, we take it places that again, coaches, I hope they enjoy it. I hope the people watching enjoy it as much as we enjoy it, Joey, because it is a blast for us.
It's been great. It's been, well, first of all, can't tell you guys how much we appreciate the partnership. I think we were one of the first out of the gate. We set the bar very high, and it's been tremendous. This is our third year, I believe. So can't thank you enough for the partnership. And just in follow-up to what you said, tremendous coaches, right? It's been unique to watch them this morning, kind of go back and forth with you guys. But in the end, you know, number one, tremendous people, and they do an awful lot for their kids. Aside from basketball, they're getting young men ready for the rest of their lives and the challenges that they're going to face, and hopefully helping them put the foundation in place to achieve their goals and dreams. So you can't ask for anything more than that. We're really fortunate to have great people.
You know, you talk about the challenges that are facing coaches right now, and a lot of that is portal stuff, NIL stuff, the amount of movement. How are you helping to kind of advise some of these guys on the best way to attack an era that is kind of, I mean, it's unprecedented in college sports, and everyone's still trying to figure their way through a system that may or may not have the rules in place that we need to kind of put things back on the rails?
Well, you've hit the nail on the head in terms of saying it's a really unique time right now. And I think where we've tried to be supportive as a conference is really not establishing too many rules. In fact, not establishing any rules. We've been able to give, with the assistance of our athletic directors and our presidents and chancellors, we've essentially granted every institution the ability to set their own course and set their own path. And what I mean by that is, in this new era of the House settlement, there are different ways that institutions can attack the utilization of what opting in actually means. And I think at the CAA, what we've done is we've allowed our schools and institutions the autonomy to put a plan together in which they're saying to themselves, okay, this is our plan. It may not be everybody's plan, but this is our plan. And this is what we think we can do within the confines of the walls of our institution and the parameters that we're working under to make our program the most successful it can be.
Joey, the biggest question I'm getting lately from coaches, and it's picked up like crazy, I don't know if you're getting it as well, is potentially this new rule, which will give players, student athletes, 5 years of eligibility going forward. Are you getting hammered with this as well. And do you know anything? You got any insight on where this is headed?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are talking a decent amount about it, right? There'll be conversations that'll pop up because it's a really big deal in terms of institutions and especially coaches trying to set what their future is going to look like with their rosters. I know we've had a lot of movement because of transfers, but this is the next big piece in terms of how are you going to set your roster. And I do think, Jeff, that we are going to see some resolution of this fairly soon. This is just my opinion. This is one person's opinion. I think the answer to this question lies within the waiver process. I think the NCAA needs to get out of the waiver business. Yeah. And we also need the support of the federal government. We might talk about that in a minute, but we need the support of the federal government so that the NCAA can be a self-governing organization that can govern itself. And once we can get back to that point, if you're able to draw a line in the sand that says, okay, you have 5 years of eligibility, but within a certain period of time. Is it 6 years to play, 5, whatever it might be? But we have to get out of the waiver business. That is what, in my opinion, is causing the biggest problems around years of eligibility.
Well, the other big talking point that we have in college basketball right now, you can see right here, it says field of 68, right? There was a report this morning from On3 and Ross Dellinger that it looks like 76 teams is something that we're kind of moving towards. One, is that something that you're hearing as well? And two, is that something that you support? And just for the record, if you say yes, I am invoicing you for all of the new merch and stuff that we're going to have to get when it comes to field of 76.
Well, there may need to be some new merch, but you guys have kind of captured that title. So just even if it gets bigger, you can still keep the title, right? I mean, the Big Ten doesn't have 10 schools, so
that's a great point. I actually like this. Okay, Joey makes a great point because we've gone back and forth, Rob and I, about this forever. So maybe Rob, he's right. Maybe we keep field of 68, even if they expand to 76.
I think the field of 68 stays. That's just my opinion, but I think it stays. All right. So then to answer your question, certainly 100% supportive. I mean, the NCAA tournament is the cream of the crop in sporting events in the United States and maybe in the world, right? It certainly rivals any of the top sporting events that there are. And the ability to be able to expand that and allow for a greater level of participation, I am fully supportive of it. We know it's not going to happen this year. I will remain cautiously optimistic. I have the utmost faith in Danny Gavitt, who I know is helping to navigate this ship for the NCAA, that we're going to be in a good spot with this. If everything aligns properly, and I know Danny's going to get us to that point, and whether it's 72, 76, whatever it might be, I'm in full support. It's interesting in any sport that you have, the playoffs of any sport attract tremendous attention. Just look at what's going on in Major League Baseball right now. And to think that we didn't, just however many years ago, we didn't have a wild card round, right? And what that expansion has done. And even if it's the NFL playoffs, what that expansion has done. So I would be fully supportive of it and cautiously optimistic. It provides opportunities for some teams like teams in the CAA for us to maybe get an extra bid into the tournament.
What else? What's kind of the hottest button topic that you've been facing lately? It's everything, right? I mean, obviously, I've talked to other commissioners about this, and it's like you're always not on the edge, but you've always got to be cognizant of like, hey, like I think these are my friends, these other commissioners, but you have no idea now, right? Like, no, but it's true. It's kind of like it's got to be so hard because you got to worry about your own constituents as much as anything. And you got all these other commissioners that you're hanging out with, you're at meetings, you like them, but everybody's got to worry about themselves at the same point, or else your league's going to get poached or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I try to live my life in certain ways. Business is business. Personal relationships are personal relationships. Friendships are friendships. I try not to commingle those things because the minute you start to do that, Rob, you can create a lot of problems for yourselves in dealing with some of the issues that we have to deal with. bottom line of things that we're dealing with, it's not unlike any other conference, right? We're trying to navigate how we going to react to the House settlement. I think we're really fortunate that all of our teams made the commitment to opt in. I do think that's the right decision here in a new era of college athletics. Doesn't mean that everybody's doing everything that opting in means, but you have to have those options available to you if you're going to be competitive and successful in this new world of college athletics. We talked just a minute ago about the fact that I think it's important that each institution has a chance to set their own course, make decisions that they think are going to make them successful, and we've allowed that. But certainly that aspect of things has been top of mind. What's going to happen here with things like the remaining part of the House settlement? Where are we going with potential federal government intervention into college athletics? I do think that some type of antitrust legislation is going to be really important here at some point in the future. You heard me say it a few minutes ago. We need to get back to a point where the NCAA as a self-governing organization can govern itself. And I think that's going to benefit everybody if and when we can get to that point. I think the SCORE Act is at least step one. It's not perfect. Nothing in life is perfect, but it's step one that I think hopes to get us there. And then, you mentioned at the start of this was membership, and it's something that we're always looking at. And we're going to continue to work very closely with our athletic directors, our presidents and chancellors to make decisions on membership that are in the best interest of the CAA as we go forward.
Well, I don't know if people can tell by listening to your accent, but you are a native of Massachusetts. I'm assuming, since you referenced the baseball playoffs, that there is a game tonight at Yankee Stadium that you're probably going to be paying close attention to. We talked about this a little bit earlier with Pat Skerry, and Bill Coen. We got a guy for the Red Sox who's had 4 starts in his career. You think they're going to find a way to be able to go in there and get it done?
100%. I'm a diehard Red Sox fan, Red Sox season ticket holder. Love every minute of it. I'm not going to say that I hate the Yankees because there's other teams that I might hate, but I just think it's unbelievable sports drama. When you get I was watching that game last night, and the folks that are announcing it, they're spot on. Like, you are hanging on every single pitch in trying to dissect, okay, what's going to happen next? Certainly I wish we had taken home plate on the hit that should have happened, right? I wish Durant had made the catch. I wish the butt had got down. We had first and second. Those things didn't happen, and that's why they lost. So I'm very confident in the young gentleman pitching tonight, and I'm hoping for a win. The Yankees fans are hoping for a win on their side. I'm hoping for a win on our side, and may the best team win.
You are right that the drama of October baseball is unlike anything else. But listen, man, you're born and raised in Boston. You're a season ticket holder for the Red Sox. I think you're allowed to say that I hate the Yankees. Okay, we don't have to go full PR here. We all get it.
No,
we all get it. You're right. Everyone watching this is a sports fan. They understand.
I'm watching it last night, and I almost tweeted. I didn't do it, but I almost tweeted. Are there any fans more hateable than New York Yankees fans? And I was like, I'm not gonna do it because I know the backlash I'm gonna get. I was out for dinner with my daughter. I'm like, I'm not doing this, but man, I want to because I don't know. Like, again, I don't know. Yankees fans are tough.
Good, man. I've heard you say that about 15 different fan bases in college basketball. I've heard you say that about Eagles fans and Phillies fans and people from Philadelphia. Yeah. I just don't think you like people that like stuff. That's my take.
No, Yankees fans are tough. They're tough to like. They're tough to like, especially when you grow up in Boston, right, Joey?
No question. I think we need to expand the wild card round. We need some home games. That's what we need.
I know.
We need some home games at Fenway.
I don't like this.
We got cheated. We got cheated out of home games. We needed to win a couple more regular season games.
That would help.
Oh no, you got the season tickets. You just wanted to go to a game. That's what it was.
Yeah, I want to go. I mean, that's right. Why do you think I don't have the season tickets to go to 162 regular or 81 regular season games? I want to go to the playoff games.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Listen, we always love doing this. As Goodman said at the top, the personalities and the coaches that you have in this conference are so much fun. There's always talent up and down the rosters in this league. You know it's going to be a competitive season. You know it's going to be fun. To me, I think you got 3 teams at the top that all have a chance, but there's another 3 or 4. I told Jeff earlier, King Rice has me convinced that Monmouth is going to make a run here. I don't know. I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but he has me convinced that the Hawks are going to find a way to make a run, man. It's a really, really fun league that you guys have here.
Yeah, we're extremely fortunate. And, in this era that we're in, where you can make predictions, you can have preseason polls. I don't really know if anybody knows, right? And it's open. It's wide open for a team like a Monmouth that maybe you didn't think at the beginning of the season or within this poll is a top team that all of a sudden could make a run. And the next thing you know, at the end of the season, they're standing at the top. So that's what, in this kind of new era that we're in, I think there's been people that have taken shots at the new era. Is it good? Is it bad? But, certainly the ability to have those question marks, I think, right, going into the season, certainly lends a level of excitement. We're incredibly excited for the season. And again, can't thank you guys enough for the partnership and tell you how much we appreciate it. It really means a lot.
Well, Joseph D., we appreciate you jumping on, man. It's always fun to hear from you. It's always fun to connect.
All right. Thanks, guys. Look forward to seeing you during the season.
You too. Thanks, Joey.
You too, man. You. That's CAA Commissioner Joey D. Joe D'Antonio. Goodman, we got about 10 minutes here until it is Women's CAA Media Day. And that's going to be coming up at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. It is going to be hosted by Amanda Poole and Monica Moore, who are doing the women's show. We're going to hear from all of the women's coaches, as well as the CAA preseason women's player of the year and the first team all league group like we did here. So any final thoughts, Goodman, on the CAA before we depart?
No, I mean, again, you said it where, these top 3 have been the top 3 for a little while here, right? And you look at Wilmington and they've got a lot of turnover, so we don't know quite what to expect. I will say you can tell in Chris Mack's voice that he feels pretty good about his team, and I've seen them a couple times. And Pat Skerry's got, 2 of the top probably 5 players in the league. So, the big question is, can somebody crack that trio? Number one, and is there a team that can make some noise nationally early here, and come out of the gates and win? Maybe get a couple big non-conference wins like Charleston did a few years ago, to get on the board here nationally and get people paying attention.
Yep, that's the way you got to do it. You get some wins early, and that means that the team that wins this conference will have a chance to not be stuck in the 15, 16 seed purgatory, which in this era, even with how 14, good some of these –
even the seed line, Rob, of going from where you're potentially a 14 to a 13 or a 13 to 12, people don't understand. That's really what you're fighting for as much as anything. You're not getting a second bid, I mean, unless something goes crazy in so many of these leagues. You're fighting for seed lines, and that's,
there's a chance. Like it has to be a near perfect season, right? Yeah. You got to pick off a couple of the big boys that the bye games that you play, and you probably need to run the table in regular season play and lose in the conference championship game and have another team that's good enough, right? We're talking like a 31-3, 30-4 kind of a season, but that's not the craziest thing in the world, though. When it comes,
it's just so hard to do these days because generally those type of teams are ones that return like everybody. Yeah. Like you need everybody back these days because if you don't, you're going to have to start early.
Yeah, you have to start early. All right, listen, Goodman. I would love to be able to say that it's a pleasure to see you here for 3 hours on a Thursday morning.
No, what was great was honestly the A10. I didn't have to see you. And then the SoCon, I had Terrence Oglesby, who really, I mean, to be honest, like he helped. I mean, he helped carry me. I don't have that luxury with you.
You need a lot of help. You need a lot of help. He earned his check with the work that he had to do then. Listen, it's been fun, man. CAA Media Day coming up at the top of the hour. Amanda Poole, Monica Moore, CAA Women's Media Day here on the Field of 68.
We welcome you to the CAA Women's Basketball Media Day on the field of 68 Media Network. I'm Amanda Poole, joined by the one and only Monica Moore, gearing up for another exciting year of CAA hoops. Monica, you were on the call for the entertaining CAA tournament last season where the 9th-seeded William & Mary squad took down the 1, 4, and 3 seeds to win the title. But new faces, new talent this year, sure to shake things up as we unveil the 2025 preseason poll. Taking a look at this, Monica, what's going to stand out for you here as we see Charleston, the preseason favorites, record-setting season last year with 8 first-place votes, the perennial contender Drexel at the 2 spot, and then the reigning CAA regular season champions NCA&T in 3rd. Monica, again, just looking down this line, what catches your eye?
Well, I think not a lot of surprises here. No surprise that Charleston is on top of the list. You have to consider the fact that they finished 14-4 in conference play last year. They went on that magical run, 8 wins heading into the tournament, and they returned Taryn and Taylor Barbeau. For Drexel, they have everyone back who had eligibility, including Amaris Baker. She averaged 17 points per game last year. She has a lot of experience around her. And North Carolina A&T, they may be the most balanced team in the bunch. They have talent everywhere. The Aggies are always so exciting to watch. And then Campbell picked number 4. The best thing about freshmen, right? They become sophomores. They have the phenomenal group of sophomores back. I am so excited to see their growth and development over the course of the offseason.
Yeah, we're really excited to see all the playmakers, right? And a lot of them are going to be featured on these preseason All-CAA teams. We're starting with the first team selection. Someone you already touched on, Taryn Barbeau from Charleston, but she's joined by, some other guards and then a big center in NCA&T's redshirt senior center, Shania Clark. We've got some big playmakers coming back, returning to these programs, being able to make big impacts. And Monica, who are you excited to watch grow?
Gosh, I'm excited for everybody. We've talked a little bit about Taryn Barbeau. She was Player of the Year last year. She has gotten better and better. Gianni Boone from Campbell. We talked about the freshmen that she has around her. She's a great leader. And Shania Clark at North Carolina A&T. She commands the low post. When I talked with Terrell Robinson last year, he told me that she has the ability to change the game herself. She's one to keep your eyes on. And Jada Angel, what a great story she was. She was not only Rookie of the Year last year, she was 6th Player of the Year. She did so many things for Elon. This is a fantastic list. We touched on Amaris Baker. I'm just glad, Amanda, that I'm not the person that has to pick these lists because it is so competitive.
Yeah, definitely glad that's not my job because like you said, players are able to come out and have great seasons, but then evolve. And that's what I'm really looking forward to getting into in this media day is learning about how those coaches are helping these players develop because once you do something great one year, that next year, that pressure comes on to solidify those expectations and meet those goals. But we take a look at the preseason All-CAA second team selections as well. And with this group right here, you see a lot of players that had great seasons last year, either coming off the bench or being that spark plug for the team. So you wonder how their role will kind of evolve this season, being a bigger piece in these squads.
One of the ones I'm most curious about is India Johnston, because we have watched her grow and evolve in this league from being the threat outside from behind the three-point line to taking over point guard responsibilities at Towson. So she's going to be a fun one to watch. Cassidy Geddes at William & Mary with that championship experience. Taylor Barbeau running the point at Charleston with all those great pieces around her. Paris Locke, North Carolina A&T. As we talked about, they're really probably the most balanced team in the mix. They also had an honorable mention player as well. And so Chloe Sterling at Hofstra, she's a great shooter. She's another one. So I think there is so much talent in this league. And of course, one of the things that you and I are really excited about is we know about the talent that was here last season, but there have been a lot of players who have come in through the transfer portal, a lot of young freshmen who are looking to make their mark. So we know it's going to be a great season.
Yeah, like you talked about, Monica, with that transfer portal, brings so many question marks to these seasons. That's why it's so pertinent to say, preseason poll, preseason All-CAA. We don't know exactly what to expect, but we do know what to expect right now as we get to talk to all 13 coaches across the league today, starting out with the reigning CAA tournament champions, head coach Erin Dickerson Davis from William and Mary. We welcome you to the show. Welcome, Coach. How are you doing today?
All is well. I hope you guys are well too and had a great summer.
Well, we want to get to know a little bit about how your summer went. Obviously, the Tribe coming off a historic season, winning the school's first conference title as the number 9 seed in the CAA tournament. Just, Coach, how much of last year can you bring momentum into this year?
It's hard because we have a lot of exciting things that are going on, ring ceremony, banner ceremony, things of that nature. However, we've also turned the page. That was an amazing time for us. It was surreal to go through. The growth that my team showed throughout that entire time was just extraordinary. It's really hard to put into words. But at the same time, we have a new group. We lost 6 seniors. We have 1 senior this season, a bunch of freshmen, a bunch of new faces. And so we use that as our motivation. We believe in ourselves. We know what we are capable of. But as of right now, it's turning the page and getting ourselves ready for another very competitive CAA schedule.
Well, Coach, I have October 18th on my calendar. I know that's the big banner day for you guys. That is going to be so exciting. But I was really curious about the goals for the team early in the season. I mean, last year you win the conference tournament as the 9 seed. You go to the NCAA First 4 and you win that matchup. You have players who have that NCAA tournament experience. So what are the goals looking like to get your program to that point again and even beyond?
Yeah, so we decided to kind of take it slower and have smaller goals. It's something that we've been working on even since the summer. We talked about what are your team goals? Obviously, everybody's going to say to win a CAA championship. We obviously know how difficult that is. And so we said, of course you want to. If you don't want to, then this is probably not the place for you anyway, right? But what can we focus on just for the summertime? And what they decided was they wanted to focus on being a united team. They wanted to get closer with all of our new players. They wanted to have the best chemistry of any team that we've ever had here. And that's what they've been working toward. And then we have a new goal for the fall and then a new goal for the non-conference. And so we've really taken the approach of just kind of breaking the season up instead of just looking at it in its entirety. And so far, I think that focus has really helped us as we're growing as a team.
I like when you talk about building that chemistry because I think groups do that differently in the off season with new players and new pieces. How have you seen them grow that bond? Has there been team bonding activities? Has there been late night movies? What's kind of been the trick for you guys to gel?
Yeah, they do all of that stuff on their own. That's something that our team captains and our leaders, Alexa McKeska, who's my lone senior, Cassidy Geddes, and Monet Dance have really, taken that upon themselves to make sure that they do a lot of things outside of basketball. And then from our standpoint, we do something every Tuesday called Tribe Tuesday to make sure that we are doing team building exercises. We are still reading a book that we started in the summertime called Will It Make the Boat Go Faster? And, it's been really cool just to break down week by week, and it'll last us all the way up until our season starts. And then after that, our coach on my staff, Grace Ann Bennett, who is in charge of that, will make sure that every Tuesday we're still getting together and just making sure that we're building that chemistry off the court, because we know that if we can do that, then our chemistry on the court will definitely show.
Coach, I will say I loved that addition to your staff and Grace Ann Bennett because I loved watching her play at Georgetown. I know what a leader she is, so I'm excited to see that transition. But I want to talk about a player on your roster that I absolutely love, Cassidy Geddes. I'm from a neighboring town to her, Hickory, North Carolina, so I take a lot of pride in her success. All-rookie team, CAA all-tournament team. I'm curious about what she's been working on in the off season and what we can expect to see from Cassidy this year.
Yeah, Cassidy, since she's been here, has been one of the best guards on this team. She is someone that is self-motivated. She is graduating from William and Mary in 3 years. Like she is just extraordinary, both on and off the court. Just last night, she was inducted into a Leadership Honor Society. She is just an amazing young woman, and that does not stop when she gets to the basketball court. She has worked all summer long on her game, but I think what I'm most impressed with is how she is growing as a leader. She knows what leadership should look like on a basketball team. She's seen great ones. She's seen leadership that wasn't as good as it could have been. And I think she's just taken all of that information. I mean, she's brilliant. So she's a researcher, right? And she's taking all of this information. She reads books, articles, sends me things that she's learning in class. And then she just finds a way to translate that to the basketball court. And I think what I am most just proud of and what I'm anticipating to see is how that helps us win basketball games, how she can lead this team to its potential, to reach the potential that I think we have with a bunch of newcomers.
And when you talk about those newcomers, obviously question marks come, right? That's why we have all these preseason stuff. We don't know exactly what we're going to get this year, but what do you hope is this team's biggest strength? Whether or not you're seeing that now, what do you hope this team's biggest strength is this season?
I think that some people will look at our youth and inexperience kind of as a negative, and I think that it's a positive. I think that this group has really come in ready to go. They watched our championship run, the young players that we have, the transfers that we have. They watched it and they saw what it looked like. And then you have returners that felt it. And so I think just seeing it come all together and come into fruition, I think is going to be really cool. And I don't know. I don't see the inexperience or the youth as problematic. I think that they came in ready to learn, very, very hungry. They are coachable. They want to hear the hard things. They want to hear feedback. They're doing okay with the feedback. There's still room for growth there. But I don't see that as being something negative for us. I think that that's something that is a positive and something that we can kind of hang our hat on is that, yeah, we're young, but we play really hard and we play hard together.
Well, Coach, I agree with you. I know some people may look at the youth and inexperience on your team, but I think for those people who follow your team very closely, what they've seen from the past few years is there's a moment where things start to click. It feels like for your team, somewhere in the middle of conference play, it just gels for your unit. We've seen it time and time again for you guys. And I know part of that is the non-conference schedule that you put together and the way that you test your teams early on to get them ready for conference play. Can you talk about your thought process in crafting this year's non-conference schedule?
Yeah, so we tried to keep in mind that we were going to have, a young team. And so this is still a hard non-conference. It's not what it was last season, but we wanted to make sure that they were still being tested by really great teams, but that they didn't feel kind of like demoralized by some of these teams that we were playing and not be able to bounce out of that. And so when we were building our schedule, it was like, okay, we're going to play Richmond, and this reminds us of Drexel, and we're going to play this team. It reminds us of A&T, and we kind of tried to build our non-conference schedule based on who we were going to be playing in conference. And that way, now when we're scouting, we're like, we've already played a team like this before. We played Davidson and we played Wake Forest and we've played against Biggs and we played against 5 Out and we've played against Old Dominion, who's going to press and trap us the whole game. And so hopefully by the time we get to our conference season, there's not anything that we're seeing for the first time. And that way we're more prepared for it. We've seen it, we've played against it, and we know what was successful and what wasn't, so we can make those adjustments.
All right, Coach, we are so excited to see what you guys have to offer this season. Obviously, building up the hype for us last year, but like you said, new pieces. We'll see what this team can bring this season. Thank you so much for your time and joining us on the show. Monica, let's move on. We've got so much to talk about. There is just so much excitement, and you love hearing it from, William & Mary head coach, being able to talk about these new pieces, but not using that as a weakness, right? Using that as a strength.
Well, and again, as she said, they graduated a lot of talent off of their team from last year, but there's just something about having in your locker room players that have rings. They've done it, they've been there, they know what it feels like, and they want to get there again. And so I think having that leadership in her locker room with those young players, William and Mary is always a team that you have to keep your eye on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what seed they are, right? This doesn't matter where they start in that tournament. Any team can get hot when it comes to March. But we get to move on to our next coach, Campbell head coach Ronny Fisher. 10th year for Ronny Fisher at Campbell. Picked preseason fourth in the poll, coming off a 12-2 CAA season. Coach Fisher, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Doing great, guys. How are y'all today?
Doing great, Coach. It's so good to see you again.
Go ahead, Monica.
Well, Coach, I think last year when I talked to you around tournament time, you were telling me with your group last year, it was a really young group. You kind of had no idea what you were going to get because you had a lot of freshmen, a lot of question marks. Now, obviously, you get to the CAA tournament game, so that's a pretty good result. But tell us a little bit about the group this year, because you have a lot of freshmen who became sophomores in the off season, and I know everyone is excited to see them play.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting right where I was last year at this time. We do have some returners, but we lost three really good seniors, two seniors and a junior that played such a role on our team last year. Three starters, they all played over 30 minutes. So we have a lot of players that kind of played minutes last year, maybe came off the bench, and now they've got to step up into a different role. So it's yet to be seen when the lights come on how they'll handle that, but I'm really excited about this group. We do have Johnny Boone, who's a senior, obviously a first-team all-conference pick in the preseason. I'm really glad to have her experience back, and looking forward to her leadership as we head in with a young team again.
Hey, Coach, obviously 4 newcomers this year, including one transfer, the Eastern Florida State College junior Ashley Battle, catching my eye. For those of us who haven't seen her play, what can we expect from the point guard?
Yeah, Ashley, we lost a point guard last year who had the ball in her hand probably 75% of the game for us. So our point guard play this year is going to be huge. And Ashley is a competitor. She's as tough as they come, and we're looking for her to step in. She's got experience and has led her team to a really good performance at Eastern Florida there. But we also have Jessica Woods, who is a junior this year, who has kind of waited her time, and she's going to have a chance to step in there and play too. She's doing really well. And then Olivia Tucker, who played mostly the wing for us last year, plays the point as well, and she'll have an opportunity to do that too. And that's going to be a huge key for us to see which players can step up and provide that leadership that we'll be missing from last year, and looking forward to all 3 of those, as well as possibly a couple others in that mix.
Coach, I was looking at your schedule, and one thing that obviously jumps off the page is you have these great tournaments. There are these multi-game opportunities on the road, whether it's the DePaul MTE or the Osprey Classic, where the team gets to travel together. They get several opportunities to grow within that period of time. Can you talk about scheduling events like that and how it's so critical on and off the court?
Yeah, I think I think that was a huge key for us last year, is the ability to go play really good teams. First of all, that's the first thing. And you're playing competition that's going to be like a championship game in your league. That's what you're trying to schedule. And then having to play on back-to-back days and having to finish one game and get a video scout, your rest, and be ready to play the next game, it totally simulates a tournament. And we really try to make those MTEs, or those multi-game events, we try to make those just like our conference tournaments. So when we get there, we know exactly how we're going to handle that. And I also love to take our players to nice places. Going to the beach in Florida and going to Chicago are pretty good gigs. So I think they're vital too for our team. They look forward to it, and we can't wait for those trips.
Coach, I wanted to talk about some of your young guns, right? 2 of your 3 freshmen playing on national stages this summer, with Na Kunate competing for her home country, Switzerland, at the FIBA U20 Eurobasket, and then Jasmine Navarre competing with the Puerto Rico national team. How do you hope those experiences benefit not only the players that played in them, but maybe rub off on some of your other players?
Yeah, well, both of those players, they played against good competition. Again, just like the tournaments you were talking about. Bottom line is they played against really good competition. Jazz in Canada, when you open up against Texas, that's a pretty good, and so she's been tested at the college level already. And then Na did a tremendous job for Switzerland this summer. So you like that they've played against teams, and so when they got here on campus, they knew the speed that they had to play. So that was huge, and just to see them to get confidence in those tournaments was really fun. And those 2 players have a chance to come in, I think, and be special for us. And then, like you mentioned earlier, we have 5 sophomores, and I'll be honest, just in this day and age, to have 5 players in one class come to the next class is really cool. And I really am blessed to be able to coach those 5 again. And, I thought 3 of those kids should have been on the all-conference team last year, but Jasmine Felton and Sierra Alexander and Olivia Tucker, all 3 were instrumental last year for us, and can't wait for them to step up. And then also, I mentioned Gigi a little bit, but in that junior class, like Hadley Dill played a huge role for us last year. So it's neat to have some returners coming back, but we still got some holes to fill, and I think we'll get it done. But I literally feel exactly where I felt last year at this time, and we've got a lot to prove and a lot of work to do. Obviously, the league's good.
Well, Coach, you just mentioned Jasmine Felton, who everyone loved watching play last year. And before the tournament, you told me something that has really stuck with me, because you were talking about her work ethic at practice and how you do these drills where it's ball handling or it's jumping rope. And you said she goes 100 miles per hour. And I just wanted to ask about that work ethic for Jasmine Felton, what you've seen her working on over the summer, and how important it is to have players like that who set the bar so high for themselves and for the team.
You're exactly right. And I would say the same thing today. After an amazing summer and 7 practices, she's picked up right where she left off. And having a player that works that hard, and then when you talk to them, they want to hear what you're saying, whether it's constructive criticism. She looks me in the eye and she wants to get better. And I just love, she doesn't say a lot. She's not a vocal leader, and we're getting that. We've got to get that out of her. But every day she brings the 2 most important things, and what our program is about is sweating and serving. She works her butt off, and she serves her teammates, and she serves her coaching staff. And players like that creates a culture in your program that other players want to come to. So I'm looking for big things out of her this year, and her to just get better from where she was a year ago.
Coach, obviously with these preseason polls, all the preseason accolades, the hype coming into this season, and then obviously these media calls, the media like ourselves are going to develop these storylines. But is there a storyline that you want to make sure people are tuned into this year?
I would say, I don't put a lot of weight on preseason polls, especially in the day of the portal. I think you guys just mentioned it a few minutes ago. Who knows? I mean, I'm so worried about my team. I don't really know who's got what, but I think, I talk to our players is we want to be different. And we want to win games, but we want to play with a passion and play with a service for each other that's special and different. And that's the most important thing. We obviously want to be reaching our potential as tournament time rolls around, but man, I hope that the people that pay money to come see our kids play leave saying, man, they play hard, and man, they look like they enjoy playing for each other. And if we can do that as a coach, I'm happy, and I hope we win. But that's really the main goal, and hopefully you guys can watch us play and say that. I'm hoping that's what we're fighting for. So.
That's awesome, Coach. I really appreciate your time. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Fighting Camels have for us this season. Again, Coach Ronny, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this season.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, Monica, so much. We've only talked to 2 coaches, and I feel like we've developed all these storylines, so many things to already keep track of.
Well, and I've heard Ronnie Fisher talk about that motto, that sweat and serve, that he really looks for. The players that he recruits, they're hand selected by this Campbell coaching staff, players that will really live up to those standards. And you see it out on the floor, how they play for each other, how they work so hard. I think that's a big reason we saw them in the tournament final last year.
Yeah, excited to see what we will see from those newcomers mixing with those returners. But we will move on to the next coach. We now welcome Elon head coach Charlotte Smith to the show. Charlotte, welcome into the Field of 68 show. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
We are doing well. Well, Coach, I'll start returning 2 of your top 4 scorers from last season, including your Rookie of the Year and 6th Player of the Year. Yes, the same person got both those awards, Jada Angel. What kind of growth have you seen from Jada in the offseason, and how will her role maybe change or evolve this year?
Yeah. Well, the growth that we've seen from Jada in this offseason was getting stronger. You know, one of our points of emphasis was really making a commitment to the weight room, getting stronger so that she could handle the physicality of next level play. And she's made a huge commitment to getting stronger. And we see that every day in practice.
Coach, I love your non-conference schedule that you've put together. I know you typically play your alma mater, UNC. I know you have Georgetown on the schedule. I'm going to be there for that one. I can't wait to see you guys in person. Can you talk about this schedule that you've put together and how you think it's really going to test your team preparing for conference play?
Right. Well, we always try to put together a challenging non-conference schedule. And our motto is you can't beat them if you don't play them. And so we try to play some competitive non-conference games. And I feel like we have some really good challenging games on the road. We want to be road tested by the time we get to CAA play, because it's huge when you can get road wins in our conference, because it's tough to win games in general in our league. So we have some really good non-conference games in Georgetown, Howard on the road, and then, of course, my alma mater at UNC. And then we play in an exciting tournament in the Virgin Islands where we face Tulane.
Obviously, when you go on those big games, you're getting more eyeballs on your team and your program. What's something you hope maybe people that are new to what your program does kind of takes away from what the team showcases this season?
That we have a fighting spirit. You know, last year we went on the road and we played at UNC. USC. In Southern Cal. That was no daunting task. And I felt like we came in, we competed. You know, the score was lopsided, but the thing was that my team never gave up. They never folded, and they competed for 40 minutes. And, you know, my pride is we made them call the first time out at Southern Cal. So, you know, we love to play those games, and I always like to see my team go in and compete for 40 minutes against those top teams in the country. Because when you win the conference tournament, when you build that confidence on the front end, no matter who you face, you can go in knowing that you can compete at that level.
Coach, I know one thing we know about you and your program, you're great recruiters. You bring in fantastic talent. I was really excited to see Quinzaya Fulmore on your roster. Can you talk about bringing her back home to the CAA?
Right. Well, we saw Quinzaya quite a few times. She's not unfamiliar with our conference and the fact that she played for Towson for 3 years. And she actually had her career high against us in 2023. So we want her to have those career highs against other teams now, but we're really excited about what she brings to the table. I really believe that she can be a walking double-double in this league, and she brings an inside presence where we feel like we can garner some consistency in our inside play.
Coach, another transfer I wanted to key in on is Tayana Walker, coming from 2 years at Howard, the MEAC Rookie of the Year under her belt, as well as just a lot of minutes. How do you see her fitting into your system?
Helping elevate our three-point play. You know, we have to be able to shoot the basketball much better than we did last season. And she was a sharpshooter at Howard, and that's what we're expecting from her here at Elon.
Well, Coach, speaking of outside shooting, Cameron Doty was one of your threats from the outside. You have her back this season. Can you talk a little bit about her progression from last year to this year?
Right. Well, one of the things that I was most concerned about was our culture and having a leadership vacuum. If Cam Doty didn't come back, if Ruby didn't come back. And so I will say I'm eternally grateful that they chose Elon, and they are the anchors for our program in terms of our culture, in terms of leadership. You know, when you think about the most seasoned players that we have on the roster, that's Cam Doty, Ruby Willard, and Marasia Pass. And so they are the anchors for our program. And I'm really excited about the work that Doty has put in the off season. She has stayed in the gym, shooting the ball extremely well in practice, and being a great leader for our team.
I think it's great when you bring in some freshmen too, when you have those leaders. It kind of takes the load off of you as a coach to be able to rely on those veterans to help bring up the freshmen. But one of your two freshmen coming in this year, the 6'2" forward, Tamia Watkins, I saw her play a little bit in high school. She's a baller. She broke a lot of records in South Carolina. Is she someone who you hope to make an immediate impact this year?
I think she will definitely make an immediate impact. She's had some great practices. She plays with a lot of confidence. She's eager to learn and grow. She comes up and watches film quite a bit with myself, but just really eager to learn, eager to grow, but also patient in the process.
Coach, I know you guys were picked to finish 5th in the preseason poll, and I don't put a lot of stock in those polls, but I would say Elon would be the team that I would pick that you really have to keep your eyes on, because I think you guys have so much talent. Could you give us a sense of what you think the personality of this team is going to be, and just what that dynamic is that you're seeing so far out of them?
Lots of energy. They play for each other. They're really fun, really energetic. I don't have to coach effort, and they keep me in stitches because, you know, they love to celebrate each other. They love to celebrate big plays. I actually was up watching film about 2:00 in the morning, and I'm watching one clip where Doty hits a huge big three, and she does this little wiggle dance, and then they all come over and they wiggle with her. But they're a fun group, really fun, and they enjoy being around each other. And so that makes my job so much more easier when you are around players that are passionate about the game and passionate about each other.
When you have that energy, sometimes it can be hard to switch it off for game time, right? And that balance between having the young talent and the returners and balancing all of that. How have you seen the team gel in a sense of where, you know, once it's game time, they'll be ready to turn it on?
Yeah, well, the great thing is it revolves around leadership. They've done a great job of being intentional, of continuing the culture and building the culture that we have now with, you know, I call it our bookends, you know, your transfers and your first years. And Cam Doty and Ruby Willard have the team over to their apartment quite often. Every week they're doing something together, whether it's meals, Bible study, you know, so I think the closer that our team grows together, that bond translates to what we see on the court. And I think you can work hard and have fun at the same time. And I love to see them have fun.
Coach, what's the one thing you would pick out that you think is going to surprise people the most about this Elon team?
I just think the exciting brand of basketball that we're going to bring to the table. And I think that we definitely have what it takes to be championship contenders. We have great guard play and great inside play, so we'll have a more balanced attack this year.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach Charlotte Smith, for joining us. We're excited to see this energetic and entertaining team step on the court this fall. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to Elon head coach Charlotte Smith, her 15th season with the Phoenix. Can't wait to see what those newcomers and the returners kind of combining. Again, I feel like that's a common storyline we're seeing with these teams, but it's a matter of how they can put it all together when play starts.
But as I said, I think they're the ones that I would pick out to keep your eyes on, especially come tournament time. They're going to be so dangerous. I think they've just got the mix of returning experience, great talent that has come in from the outside. They are going to be so exciting this year.
Yeah, they've got that good balance of veterans and then newcomers, right? The 5 newcomers, you got a graduate in there, 4 seniors for them. Coach Charlotte Smith's talking a lot about their energy, and I feel like that's going to be exciting to watch that electricity on the court. But coming up shortly, we're going to have a Hofstra head coach, Danielle Santos Atkinson, in her 7th season with the Pride. They went 9-9 last year in CAA play, the number 8 seed in the tournament, lost to the eventual CAA tournament champions, William and Mary, in the 2nd round. I'm excited to get to talk to her, and I think she's going to come on in right now. We welcome Hofstra head coach Danielle Santos Atkinson to the show. How are you doing, Coach?
Hi, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I am doing well. Just talk to us a little bit about the off season. What have you guys been working on in the lab?
Yeah, our off season has been so much fun. Our group has been incredible. We've got a great group of new players that have come together with just an incredible group of returners. It's been fun. The chemistry has really been explosive, and I'm excited to get rolling here in just the next few weeks.
Coach, I took a look at your non-conference schedule, and it is so exciting. You have the ACC, the Patriot League, the Ivy League, the Big East. You're checking all the boxes here with this slate that you've put together. Talk to us about putting that group of teams that you're going to play against together and the things that you think your team's going to get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we are challenging ourselves, but I think it's great. Every single night in the CAA is a battle. It's a battle and it's a test. And so to be battle tested in the non-conference play is just only going to prepare us for conference. We're on the road a good bit, and being on the road again is just going to continue to help us and prepare us for that conference play and tackling that brutal schedule that we all know it is in the CAA.
And when you have so many newcomers, Coach, 7 newcomers, I think that non-conference can help you kind of put things together as well. But you've got 3 freshmen, 4 transfers coming in, and you've got some solid experience with 2 grad transfers, an SMU transfer, Sandra Magalico, and UCF transfer, Neve Brown. How do you hope, I mean, with grad transfers, right, that this is their last season of college ball, so they want to make immediate impacts. How do you see them doing that this year?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that I love about this team is just our maturity, our experience. We've got 9 upperclassmen. We've got 7 grads and seniors on our team. And I think those multiple experiences that some of them have come in with is only going to help our team, as well as, like you mentioned, just that chip and being hungry and wanting to come in and have an impact, wanting to come into this year and have an impact and just really take this program to levels that it's never seen.
Well, Coach, let's talk about one of those sensational seniors, Chloe Sterling. I know she's coming off of her first year with the program, averaging 13 points per game, around 5 rebounds. She called everyone's attention last year. She's not a surprise anymore in this league. What can we be prepared for to see from her, and what have been her focuses in the offseason?
Yeah, one of the things that I love about Chloe is just her work ethic, her discipline, and her competitiveness. There's not one day that I have been with Chloe here in the gym or off the gym that she's not striving for something greater, striving to be great, wanting to make sure that this team has what it needs in order to be successful. And in her time here at Hofstra, it's been just that, whether she's been on the floor, off the floor, recovering in this time over the summer. She always brings that same relentless attitude to whatever it is that she's doing. And so I'm just so excited we get to have her as a part of our program for another year. She's definitely going to be an impactful player for us, but it's also her leadership and the way that she brings this team together and the way that she demonstrates at a level and an expectation, at a level and a standard that she brings of herself every single day. The players surely follow.
Coach, you return 2 of your top 3 scorers from last year, but you do lose your top rebounders to graduation. Who will you be looking to crash the boards consistently this season? Something you guys did extremely well last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're bigger, more physical inside this year, and so I'm excited about that. We did lose a lot of rebounding in that class last year, but I think we were able to fill those spots with a lot of talent. And looking at the way Sandra gets in there, crashes the board with her length and her athleticism, the way Dee gets in there, crashes the boards with her length and the athleticism. Same with our returners. We've got a Yen in there, we've got Michaela Hodge in there, and so just all of these players that are not only coming in and wanting to play a part in that role, but have also returned and have improved in that area on the inside.
Coach Emma Von Essen. It's hard to believe she's a senior. I feel like she just got there and she's going to be graduating. But I have loved watching her play so much during her career. I was so happy to see her get preseason recognition, which is so richly deserved. Can you talk about really that progression from the beginning to now and where her biggest focuses have been?
Yeah, it takes it. Just thinking of Emma as a senior is just incredible. Just thinking about her in my office as a high school senior, right? And that whole recruiting process and going through that visit with her, she may have said 5 words on that visit. But to see where she is now and talking an entire practice and bringing just great leadership to our team vocally and physically. I mean, again, she's another one that just has the discipline of a winner. She's in the gym every single day. She's been playing in this postseason and this summer and this preseason with so much confidence. She looks like a senior out there on the floor. She's just performing in ways that we knew she could when she stepped in here as a freshman. And she's finally realizing that for herself. And she's got a chip as well. She's been here 4 years and she wants to go out seeing this program be at its best.
Hey, Coach, kind of going off of that, what does that say about the support staff, the culture that you've built at Hofstra that's allowed a player like that to develop and be nurtured and come out of her shell?
Yeah, I mean, I got to brag on my staff. I always say I put my staff up against anybody in the country. I've got just a phenomenal staff and what they do and caring about these players and looking to get the most out of them on the floor and off the floor and helping them grow and develop in all ways. But they've done a great job and have continued just to pour into these players and one in particular being Emma and really trying to get her to play with the confidence that she deserves to play with because of the work that she puts in, as well as just continuing to develop her game on the floor. We've got an incredible support staff and our strength and conditioning coach and our athletic trainer and all of those guys that make sure that from a performance standpoint, we're ready to step out there and perform at our best physically while we develop a game on the court physically and then mentally as well, and making sure that they have the confidence to go out there and do what we know they can do.
Coach, last year you guys were one of the hottest teams going into the tournament. It seemed like you gelled at the right moment. I think you won your last 5 games in the regular season. And while I know you have a lot of new players, you have players who I think really believe in the system. They've seen it work. They understand how all those pieces come together if they just listen to what they're hearing in the locker room. Can you talk about having some of that leadership, some of those players back who've had that experience and who are able to put those pieces together in the right moments?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think that is one of the things of our team that we have is that maturity and that leadership. But those returners that came off that run from the end of the season last year, going into the tournament and it not finishing how we want it to finish, that just leaves us hungry and wanting more because we wanted more out of the end of that season. We want it to be able to really go out knowing and playing our best basketball. And I thought we finished the conference season, the regular season, playing some great basketball. We ran into a hot William and Mary team that really finished out really well. But this team's hungry. They've come back and knowing that we have more to prove and also being willing to put in the work that it'll take in order to become that championship level team and program.
We love a hungry team coming into fall ball. We love the excitement that this team is going to bring. Again, thank you so much. This is Hofstra head coach Danielle Santos-Axelson. Very excited to see what your team has to offer this fall. Thank you so much for joining us, Coach.
Thank you.
All righty. Again, just excitement on top of excitement. It's building. I love that it's basketball season. Everything's just kind of building up to so much excitement. But on top of this, the preseason poll, the preseason all first team, all second team, we've got a preseason player of the year. And it's time to talk preseason player of the year and Erin Barbeau. I got to chat with the Charleston Cougar earlier this week to discuss the honor and her goals and expectations for the season with the Cougars. Take a look. I'm Amanda Poole, joined by the 2025 CAA Preseason Player of the Year, Erin Barbeau, the Charleston junior guard, getting the honor for the second straight season. Congratulations, Erin. I mean, does this honor mean something different to you this year?
Yeah, I guess, it does, because I do want to win it again this year, and I've been working hard to try to win it again this year, so yeah.
Well, you were part of a record-setting season with Charleston, right? Becoming Charleston's first player of the year, scoring 17.7 points per game, 7.2 rebounds per game, dishing out 2.5 assists each game as well. But what area did you really hone in on this offseason that you look to improve upon this year?
This year I'm trying to improve on my defense more, try to be quicker, defense and on my feet, and also I'm trying to get my mid-range shot in a little more. It's there sometimes, but I'm trying to make it more consistent.
And what have you been doing to help improve those skills?
Defense, I've just been working in practice, just doing staying on for extra reps in practice and stuff. But for the shots and the mid-range and stuff, I just been on the shooting machine, shooting maybe 700, 800, 900 shots almost every day, or at least 3 or 4 times a week.
Oh my goodness. It becomes muscle memory at that point, right? I guess, you helped make history last year with Charleston, earning, the first postseason win in the WNIT, but then that exit before there in the CAA tournament. I know that it's an experience you guys look to have another chance at this year. Yeah. How much does last year's experience motivate and maybe fuel you guys this year?
It for sure fuels us. It for sure fuels us because we definitely want to win a championship. We've been close both of the years, my freshman year and my sophomore year. We've been close both years, but this time we for sure trying that's the end goal, to get a championship for sure.
Well, it's a new year though, so it's new faces also on your squad. I know you guys have a handful of transfers coming in, a couple freshmen as well. Just what are some of the biggest differences and maybe even improvements you've seen so far from this year's group?
This year's group, they're willing to work. They be in the gym, they be putting in the work, so I be seeing them, and we just be getting better we just get better every day, one day at a time.
Obviously, as you mature in this program, your role kind of changes as well, not just a point producer, but you also have to step into that leadership role, maybe be a vocal leader. How have you kind of assumed that role?
I be trying to keep my teammates up, keep them positive, stuff like that. I'm not really if you know me, I'm not really going to talk for real on the court. I be trying to, but I'm gonna try to work on it more this year. Because last year I didn't really talk for real. I talk, but not as much as I should. So I'm gonna try to work on that this year for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely different. Some people lead with their vocal leadership, right? Other people lead by example. I think that's what we saw from you last year.
Yeah, I just lead by example more than vocally for sure.
Yeah. Well, a familiar face obviously on the roster for you is your sister, Taylor. Just what's it been like growing in this sport with her?
It's been good. It's been good. We've been playing with each other from we was 4 or 5 years old. So we already know everything about each other on the basketball court, where we're gonna be at and stuff. So yeah.
What are your goals this season? Obviously, besides the wins and the tournament, the postseason, all that. Besides that, what are some goals you have set for yourself?
Some goals, definitely getting player of the year, first team, All-CAA. I definitely want to win a championship as a team and stuff, go to the NCAA tournament. I also want to get defensive player of the year and or defensive team. So yeah, those are some goals I got this year.
Just casual, just, a couple of the biggest awards you can get. So it sounds easy enough. That's awesome. Well, talking about this group, I know we talked about the new faces and stuff a little bit, but if you could use one word to describe the team this year, what word would you use?
Describe the team, I would say hardworking. I would definitely say hard.
I think that's a good word. I think Coach would like to hear that. Awesome. Well, what can we expect from this team this season? What are we going to see on the court? What kind of tenacity? What kind of aggression? What kind of offense, defense? What are you guys looking to really bring this year?
Definitely on defense, we're still going to be pressing a lot. Definitely that. Like, we got a lot of like people that can shoot the gaps. They gonna they cause havoc on defense. So we definitely got a lot of people like that. Offensively, definitely a lot of scorers. So we're gonna have a lot of scores this year, like for sure.
Awesome. Well, you've already done so much at Charleston already as far as history, record setting type of things. But in what ways do you hope to, leave the program better than it was when you got there? How do you want them to remember you in your last few years here?
Yeah, I definitely want them to remember me as like someone who came in, try to change the dynamic, not change the dynamic, but get more wins type. Wait, hold up, let me rephrase that. Someone I definitely came in, did what I had to do, for the program, helped the program out, played my role, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to get to know your style of play this season and see what you guys have. I guess good luck this season, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back to the Field of 68 here, the CAA Women's Basketball Media Day. We are joined by the one and only Charleston head coach Robin Harmony. Coach, we just got to hear from Taryn Barbeau, and she said this is a very hungry, hardworking group that you guys have this year. But talking about the preseason player of the year once again, if you could put it into words, her value to this program.
I mean, she's a big time player. She's somebody that's a difference maker. She's developing her game even more. When I was watching and listening to her, I was trying not to laugh because she's such a happy kid. She brings positive energy. She works hard every single day, and she is in the gym every night doing that 700-800 shots. So she's just getting better and better. And, when you have a player of the year and as a sophomore, that's going to help you win a lot of games as a coach. Then you add her sister in there with a cherry on the top. That those two, they complement each other so well that it's hard to stop them both. And the only time that you ever see Taryn get upset is at her sister, because they just have that twin thing. She won't get mad at a teammate, but that's the only time I see her get frustrated is once or twice. And, you almost have to not laugh about it just because they know each other so well and they push each other to another level. So it's good to have them both.
Well, Coach, the bullseye is definitely on the back of Charleston this year, preseason #1. I think no surprise, your regular season performance last year, 14-4 heading into the tournament on the 8-game winning streak. It was something to see, but I know this is a very different team this year. You brought in, I think, 5 transfers. You have a couple of freshmen. Tell us a little bit about this new group that I know everyone cannot wait to see.
Well, this team is a lot deeper than the past. We are more athletic. We do like to press full court, and we can now, when we get into the quarter court, we can move a lot faster and get there because we're stronger, we're more athletic, we're longer. And they've really been working hard. It seems like we've been practicing a lot longer, but we've only had 7 practices, and they bring energy every single day. It's not like as the coach, you have to be the pusher boss and let's go, let's go, let's go. So they're a self-motivated team. They want to win. We have 2 freshmen that, will bring a lot to our table. One can really shoot the rock, and the other one is just a beep quick guard. Our transfer players, they just bring the experience that we didn't have. We only really lost a starter to graduation, and then we had 2 leave in the transfer portal, but one was only a starter. So they are stepping into their role, and it seems like we have a couple kids on our team that are seniors, whether it's from an injury or ready to graduate that way. When I say Marissa Brown and Nali Cortez, they're shocking me because Marissa is now in the starting lineup, which We always thought she would be a great role player, serviceable, but that kid has been really working on her game. She's strong. She can rebound. She can hit the three ball. She can take it off the bounce. So, and then you add our transfer portals. We have 3 post players that are strong 6-foot rebound, 6'1", 6'2" rebounders. And, it's going to be really post by committee, but at any time we'll have 4 kids on the floor that can shoot the 3 ball. And, that includes Taylor, who didn't really shoot the ball as well, but, so we're going to have that outside scoring. We'll have the post that can clean us up, rebound, putbacks. And then, with just the depth on our team, and yeah, we do like to press, and we're going to continue that, just havoc, wear you down. But we cover a lot more ground, and it's almost, kind of pretty to watch us press now. In the past, we'd make a lot of mistakes in our rotations, and we couldn't really rebound back from it, but they don't really have those sections where they had to download what they had to do and where the next rotation was. So far, so good. We're really happy with where we're at. We just have to, make sure the basketball gods are kind to us with not having injuries or anything that'll be season ending, and, just keep getting better.
Yeah, Coach, it sounds like you have the right pieces. But, last year, first 25-win season in program history, first postseason win on the home court. And then the year before, you collected the first 20-plus win season in a decade. Just what's allowing for this consistent growth and success? And does it apply any added pressure this year to kind of continue to raise the bar?
Well, I think that, you have to have the players to be good. Obviously, we have the administration that's setting us up to be successful, giving us enough money in our budget, travel, gear to attract some of the best players in the country. And, it's retaining players like Taylor, Taryn, and watching the rest of them get better, being able to go in the transfer portal and actually get somebody that you can get out that's serviceable and we can use. It takes a long time to get good. And, you could have a great year, and then you never know. If somebody leaves your team, injuries, transfers, that you could be starting again at the bottom. So it's a growth of retaining players. Our coaches do a really good job recruiting, getting those kids to come through these doors. And, once they come to Charleston, it's a done deal, man. They love it. It's beautiful here. You guys know that.
Absolutely, Coach. It was interesting hearing Taryn talk about one of her focuses as being more of a leader on this team, because I know when she came in to your program, she had a couple of big leaders around her in Jen Anna Carrico, Jada Logan, but now she's that upperclassman. And with all the new faces that you do have coming in, I was wondering where a lot of that leadership is coming from, who you're looking for, if it's Taryn that you've challenged to be that vocal leader, which is not necessarily what she's gravitated towards in the past, or where you're looking to for that leadership, both vocally and physically.
Taryn is going to be the skill leader. No matter how much we beg her to speak, to push, she's not that person. Her sister will be more of the vocal leader. Some of the players coming through the transfer portal are ones that, are fifth-year kids that they know they know what it takes to be good, so they like to speak up. And it would really be Chanel, Mitchell, Danny McTeer, who were Division I players and have 1 year left, and they know where they've been and know where they're at now and know really kind of how fortunate they are to be here. Marissa Brown is somebody that speaks up. She's probably our vocal leader. The rest of the kids will just be skill leaders, and, they know what it takes. And they also know me, that, I just want them to, go to class, do your very best, come into practice, work hard, go in the weight room, get stronger. And our kids have done that. So the freshmen look up like, oh, this is how we do it. So you just continue that trend of doing it the right way and getting better. And, it's not really any pressure, because you never know what team you're going to have the following year. So it's just trying to retain these kids, and, they want to win, but they have to win more than the coaches. They have to be the voice that's louder than us, because it's their team. They're the ones with the eligibility. I say it every year. I can't make a layup. I can't hit the free throw for them. And when they do miss a point-blank layup, I tell them, God, my 90-year-old mom can hit that layup. Can you guys please hit it? And they look at me like, are you serious, Coach? I'm like, yeah, and she's 5'6". So get it done.
I love it. Oh, we are so excited to take a look at this team. Obviously, you have that target on your back this year, but it sounds like you have the right pieces to go and give people a run for their money. Thank you so much, Coach, for joining us.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Ooh, talk about excitement. It sounds like she knows exactly what she's doing this season.
Absolutely. And look, I know it sometimes can be those tough love moments because those missed layups, those missed free throws, when it comes tournament time, games turn on those things. And Robin Harmony, she turns out good team after good team, year in and year out. We see it. Everyone is going to be bringing their A game against Charleston this year, and I cannot wait to see what they do.
Yeah, she seems to be handling that pressure like it's not pressure, right? Pressure is a privilege. They like to be in that spotlight in that challenging moment. But as we move on to our next coach, Towson head coach Laura Harper joins us here on the field of 68 for the CAA Women's Basketball Media Show. Welcome, Coach. How are you doing?
Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. Well, let's get right into it. Yep. Can you hear us?
I can. It was a little bit delayed, but thank you again so much. Really excited to be here.
Awesome. Well, Coach, 5 returners and a whopping 10 newcomers made up of 5 transfers and 5 true freshmen. How has the team chemistry blossomed in the offseason, hopefully? Are you doing anything special to get the players to gel?
Of course, 10 new players. I've never been a part of so much change, but one thing I can say, their energy is infectious. It's magnetic. It is wonderful. We have, I want to say 6 seniors and 6 freshmen. So, I would like to say we're top and bottom heavy, and all of them just are breaths of fresh air. They want to come and work. They are extremely good teammates. So it's fun to figure out just those combinations and what everyone does best.
Coach, I definitely have to ask about India Johnston. From watching her freshman year, coming off the bench every game, providing those daggers from behind the three-point line, to her progression last season, where I know you asked different things of her, leading the team as a point guard. It seems like whatever you ask of her, she can do.
Yeah, India Johnston, the sky's the limit for her. She has no idea her capabilities and how talented she is. And, this year she knows she's a senior. She knows what it takes. Last year she had to be our point guard. She had to be our scoring guard. She had to do this every single possession. She could not take off. And she's really embracing that role now and also excited to play both ends of the basketball.
You talk about these newcomers. One of them that kind of sticks out to me on paper is your Missouri transfer, Tilda Shokvist. She spent her first 2 seasons at Presbyterian, where she put up some big numbers for the Blue Hose, and then transfers to Mizzou, and now she's at Towson. Just how did that conversation start with her, and how do you see the senior fitting into your system?
Absolutely. So, Tilda is no secret to success. She is a Big South champion as a sophomore, and she just knows how to win. She has a very high IQ, and she's a pass-first point guard, which, initially I felt that chemistry with her and India Johnston was just a match made in heaven. After last season, I told India, I promised I'd get her a point guard that could make things a little bit easier for her, and I feel like Tilda was a perfect complement.
Coach, when I talked to you before the tournament last year, I always ask coaches, is there anything else I should know about your team? And you had the best answer. I remember this so vividly. You said, well, you should know about my coaching staff because they're phenomenal. They're off the charts. They're so talented. You talked about Eric and Lori and how important they are to your team. And I saw the big off-season promotions. It's not just words. You're really just invested in this staff. I know they're so invested in this program. Can you talk about just what an extraordinary staff that your program has?
One, thank you for asking, because undoubtedly I know I have the best staff in the CAA. It's not even close. And, bringing in Lori Khalil with over 20-something years of experience as a head coach, coming now in this general manager role of just orchestrating and helping in every single little detail she doesn't miss. And then, bringing in Eric Atkins from Notre Dame. He's a point guard. I said, I want to run a 5-out offense. He said, I did it for 4 years at Notre Dame. Let me take the reins, and he's running with it. And I have no ego here. So, his experience on the men's side and the G League, X's and O's is something that he can eat, sleep, breathe, and our team just responds so incredibly well. A new addition, our defensive coordinator, Tony DiClemente, came from Army, and they were 25-8 last season. So, it's just really, really exciting just to have this kind of staff. And similarly with Zion, we just are really strong here. We still there?
Yep.
Yes, Coach. And let me just follow up, Coach, because I have to tell you, when I looked at your non-conference schedule, I have almost every date circled on my calendar. There are so many good matchups. You are really challenging this team. I plan to be there when you play against Georgetown. You have a lot of great ACC teams, Villanova, and I love seeing Delaware on the schedule too. I'm really glad you guys are continuing that rivalry, because Towson, Delaware is always a fun game to watch. Can you talk about this schedule?
Yeah, I think scheduling is one of those things that can either make or break you. And I think ultimately I want our players to be prepared for CAA play. They're competitors. They want to be challenged early on. And we just have the privilege of being in the DC area to play so many local teams that are going to give us, a lot of competition. So being able to play against Brenda every year is extremely fun. And Delaware is only a drive away. So I have so much respect for Sarah and what they're doing there. And like you said, Georgetown and Lehigh, we're going to see a little bit of everything, and just the privilege also of playing Villanova in our exhibition game. It should be a lot of fun.
Coach, I'm curious, you talk about, all these newcomers and, kind of what you're getting out of these transfers, but some of these freshmen can be question marks. But who has surprised you most in this offseason, the preseason?
Honestly, it's really hard to pick one player. I think Zoli Khalil, we haven't talked about her. She just plays both ends of the basketball so extremely hard. And when we talk about the CAA, those 6-foot guards, you think back last year to what Bella did for William and Mary. It's just fun that we have brought someone at that size that can score at all 3 levels, that can defend the other team's best player. So that has been, a lot of fun. And Talia coming from Mack just brings another level of toughness. But one person that I think is really going to surprise people, and no one's actually seen her, she hasn't played a minute of collegiate sports. She's a redshirt freshman, and her name is Vicky. And she's from Lithuania. She played at South Dakota, or she redshirted there. And we're really excited about her as a freshman, along with a lot of our other freshmen too.
Well, Coach, with all of this new talent that you have, how would you describe the personality of this team? Who are they in the locker room in these moments we don't get to see them on the court?
I tell them I think they love each other too much, and if that's even possible, but they are so much fun. I say energy is our 6th woman, and we need to play like that, feel that. I mean, everything is a joke. They come in with such positivity. Our 5 pillars are attitude, energy, effort, discipline, and communication. And when I talk about their attitude and their energy, it's top of the line. So there's not a single second where there's not laughs, and I genuinely love being around them.
I love a team that can have fun, but be able to turn it on during game time, right? It's a matter of that balancing act. But just looking at your program's history, obviously 6 straight quarterfinal appearances for them coming, because you're in your 4th season there. Just when you have that consistent success, but you do want to get over that hump and push it further, what's going to be key to try to do that this year?
I think just really prioritizing the process. I think, year one, it's just championship. It's so easy to say that that's what everyone's fighting for. And obviously we know the end game and the end goal there. But I think with this team and so many newcomers, it's the process. I tell them all the time, right now we're a good team. How do we go from good to very good to great to excellent to elite? And just not really skipping any steps in that, and for sure you never want to take steps back.
Awesome.
Coach, is there anything?
Thank you so much, Coach. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just curious, anything you think that's going to surprise everybody about the Towson Tigers?
Anything specifically? I think I can't say one thing, but I will say we will be better than 11th this year. And I think that we're going to be a team that's extremely versatile and fun to watch and extremely high octane. So I can't wait for you guys to see us play.
Awesome. I love an energetic team. I like an entertaining team on the court. So thank you again, Coach, for joining us. Good luck to you this season.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just like cutting you off, Monica.
I think I'm going to have to feel that from her, that energy is their sixth woman, because I think that is one of the best quotes of the day. I am so excited to see Towson play. I think they are another one. I mean, she said they're looking for that better finish. They have big goals this year. So they're another one. Everybody's going to have to bring their A game for Towson.
Yeah, normally it's the home court advantage or your fan base or the culture is that sixth woman, right? But to have the energy and being able to bring that and actually use the energy to be successful on the court, I think could be a really cool key to success. And it sounds like she's got some secret weapons, the redshirt freshman that she said hasn't seen a rep of college ball, but she's excited for. So some other question marks that we're excited to kind of see uncovered during the fall. Alrighty, it looks like we're on to our next coach. This one, Northeastern head coach Priscilla Edwards-Lloyd joining us. Coach Edwards-Lloyd in her third year at Northeastern. Welcome to the show, Coach. How are you? We can't hear her. We're going to work on that. I'm sure she's doing well. We're going to work on that as we wait for Priscilla Edwards-Lloyd to come on here. She's got some great stuff to say, I'm sure, because they want to really build off of, a couple wins last season, but you learn as a player going through that adversity and coming back with not a chip on your shoulder, but something where you really want to improve on last season.
And she brings some really talented players back. I mean, you think about Yursi Khalees, she's probably at the top of the list. Alyssa Staten as well, Natalie Larinaga. I think those three, the leadership, the experience that they had last year, they're going to be ones to watch. And again, Yursi Khalees, you have to plan for her. You have to be ready. You have to have a design to try to take her out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, 8 newcomers, 5 transfers, 3 freshmen, but you have all those returners, 7 sophomores. That means a lot of those freshmen really bought in to what Coach Edwards-Lloyd was building, and that kind of gets you excited for what maybe they've been developing in the off season.
It does, and you look at their schedule, and it's an exciting one.
All right, I think we got Coach back, and we can actually hear what she's saying, hopefully. Coach, you got us?
Hopefully. How you doing,
There we
ladies?
go. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, Coach. Well, tell us how the offseason is going. We just kind of talked a little bit about how, you returned a lot of players. A lot of people bought into what you were selling last year. So how'd the offseason go for you?
Definitely a busy one, but very productive. The offseason for all coaches now is crazy, but, just trying to build your roster and put the pieces together and build chemistry and, do all the things. So, but we feel really good about this offseason and even this preseason and how it's going.
Well, Coach, I know one player you're building around is Yursi Khalees, second in scoring last year, led the team in a lot of important categories, whether it was assists or steals. What has she been focused on during the offseason for your team?
Yursi's had a great offseason, full of a lot of growth. She competed with her national team in the America Cup games, and so she gained valuable experience, matured a lot, worked on her game, and so she's coming in with a lot of confidence to build off of from the summer, but even last season where she did a lot for us.
Talking about another player that's been able to kind of perform at the national level, one of your 3 freshmen and Beatriz Perith Polgar coming here from Spain with some great international experience, 3-time silver medalist from Madrid and its youth national teams. What has she been able to take from those experiences and bring to Northeastern already?
Yeah, Beatrice is getting adjusted. She wasn't able to join us this summer, so she got a little bit of a late start, but we were really excited with, just her experiences, the program, the club that she's coming from, and her ability to, really play at a high level. So, she's figuring it out. She's a young one, but she's been great so far, and we're really excited about her.
Coach, and looking at your upcoming schedule, I know you typically have the Boston schools on your schedule that you guys play locally each year, but you have some new teams as well. What's really exciting you guys about this non-conference schedule, and what are the big things that you're looking to get out of it?
Yeah, you always want to put together a non-conference schedule that's going to challenge you. We have a lot of talent in this area, so that's always a plus. But going out on the road and playing teams like Rutgers, playing some ACC schools, making sure that we're competing against teams that are at the top of their league. I feel like we've really challenged ourselves this non-con and set ourselves up to be prepared for a really tough CAA schedule. So we're really excited about the teams we're playing. Our girls are ready to get going. If we had a game tomorrow, they'd be excited. So we can't wait to get going.
Coach, third year for you, obviously, and looking at the additions, it's clear you're trying to speed up that Husky offense. How important is pace as you look to improve upon your offensive production from last year?
Yeah, we've been spending a lot of time getting that conditioning in, for the pace that we want to play. Depth obviously helps with that, but I think our strength coach staff, Dan, has done a tremendous job of getting our ladies conditioned and stronger and really able to play at the pace that we want to, and defend at the pace that we want to, both requiring elite conditioning. So we're trying to get the ball moving. We're trying to get ourselves moving up and down the floor quicker. And our ladies are adapting well to it.
Coach, looking at all the additions that you guys got from the portal, in addition to finding players that can push the pace and the tempo, what are the other big things that you guys look for players in the transfer portal so that they can immediately come in and make an impact at Northeastern?
Yeah, for us, our process, and credit to my staff, I think we did a really good job of identifying the type of players that we wanted in the program. The first thing is just that character piece, what type of people they are. We wanted players who, one, value a great academic experience that's here at Northeastern, but then two, have that ability to just be great teammates. Transfers have to come and hit the ground running and really gel quickly. And I think we identified a group that are really quality young women who appreciate being on a team, who appreciate working together. They all have something to prove, and they work incredibly hard. So, I think from that standpoint, the chemistry has been able to speed up a little bit more because of it. Got the lights out in here. But outside of that, we also have been able to identify players who just bring a different skill set. The CAA is really athletic, really fast. And I think we've brought some players in who really buy into playing the style of CAA basketball that's physical and up-tempo.
Coach, you returned
Coach,
some great talent. Go ahead, Amanda.
Sorry, the delay is getting to us. Coach, what do you hope is the team's biggest strength this year, even if you might not see it right now in the off season?
We've been kind of identifying a few things. One, rebounding on both ends is a big thing that we want to make a push in a jump in. So increasing our offensive rebounding as well as our defensive rebounding, we think that'll give us a chance to really, be able to play the pace that we want to play. Obviously, we want to play faster. Being able to score earlier in the shot clock is a big goal of ours. And then we just want to be more efficient overall, taking care of the ball, and generating extra possessions for ourselves. So just really been locked in since the summer on those things, and even trying to bring in players that kind of fit those three buckets. But those are our emphasis that we're trying to lock into this year.
Coach, I know when you bring in so many players, it's important to have returning players who understand the culture of your program. We've talked a little bit about Yursi. I know you also have Alyssa Staten back. You have Natalie Larinaga back. Can you talk about what they're bringing to this team to help them gel really quickly?
Yeah, I've been really excited and pleased with our returners because they have really laid a foundation of culturally what we're trying to do for our newcomers. They're really resilient, what they've been through the past couple of years, just with battling different things. And they've brought a great energy and a great focus and a determination that our newcomers have been able to step into and learn from them. From a basketball perspective, they know the system that we're trying to play, and they've been really intentional about teaching our players some of the ways that we do things and trying to do things. And that carried over in the weight room and even culturally. They spend a lot of time together. They've been really intentional about bonding with everyone and really just helping that chemistry and that gelling to happen. So I've been really pleased with our returners. I think, they all are super unique. You're seeing Natalie, Alyssa, Maria, Taylor, who didn't get a chance to play much last year, but she's, back into the thick of things. They all kind of bring a uniqueness and a leadership that we really value here.
Coach, really excited to see what the newcomers, the transfers, the freshmen, the returners can all combine to bring to the season. So good luck this season, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, ladies. Go Huskies.
Awesome. Can't wait. So many new pieces in this conference this year that we just don't know how highly to expect them to perform.
Well, I think it's really interesting hearing Coach talk about what they look for in the transfer portal, because we hear this from coaches all the time. It's not just talent. That might get you a second look, but it's the character, how you're going to fit in with the team culture, the work ethic, who you are as a person. And I think that's something that every player needs to hear, because it's not an easy process for coaches to pick players in the portal. There's so many factors that play into it. And I loved hearing Coach talk about what they were looking for coming into this season.
Yeah, and it's cool how character can correlate with success as well. And speaking of solid character, we have the CAA reigning Coach of the Year, North Carolina A&T head coach Terrell Robinson, joining us here in his 14th season with the Aggies. Welcome to the show, Coach. How are you?
Good afternoon, Amanda, Monica. How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yep. There's just a slight delay,
good.
so we're working through it. But yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the show. We're excited to have you on. Obviously, North Carolina A&T reigning regular season champs last year, picked third in the preseason poll. How have you seen this team progress in the offseason?
It's been a business approach. We've got, obviously kids that were on the team, 7 returners from last year that understand, what it takes to position ourselves to be CAA champs. They've really helped the other 7 freshmen and 2 transfers, 5 freshmen and 2 transfers transition. We've been together since the middle of June, had 2 weeks off since then. The progression as well. I'm really excited about this group.
Coach, you do have a lot of fantastic returners, got a lot of recognition in the preseason honors. I believe North Carolina A&T had the most with 3 in terms of Shania Clark, Demaya Tucker, and Paris Locke. Exceptionally well-deserved. Can you talk about how important it is to have returning players like that who really understand how to play in your system?
Well, I don't have to search for validation, when I'm talking about the things that we've done. Shania Clark by far has been the leader vocally. Demaya Tucker, she does it by action. And, Paris Locke is, I've always called her like the missing piece. And from a leadership standpoint, because we have Demaya's into her 6th year, Jordan Brown, one of our transfers, she's into her 6th year. Shaq's a 5th-year senior. Shemai Muhammad is old. We have some old heads that have issues connecting with the younger kids, and Paris is that connector with both. She's able to communicate with each. She's obviously proven in this league, and she's going to be counted on for our success this year. So we have 3 leaders, and both of them, all 3 of them have been named captains, and we expect them to do that this year.
One of those leaders obviously was Shania Clark. I got a chance to talk to her earlier this week, and they just seemed so motivated, and knowing what she was able to do last year in the sense of being dominant in the paint, a force to mess with on defense, big blocks, right? How do you see her skill set evolve, not just as a leader, but in terms of the X's and O's?
She's also one of our smartest players. If you watch her play, we like to give her the ball and let her make reads. She's very skilled, able to shoot and pass the ball. One of the things I'm challenging her now is to want the ball and demand it more. Obviously we had Jordan Dorsey, Malia Bracone last year, and they were our leaders. not just vocally, but also by their production. And now I want Shaq, and I think she deserves that. I think she's worked hard. I think being named preseason first team says that. So we want her to demand the ball more. We want the ball to start in her hands.
Well, Coach, you're probably not going to like this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I was so happy to see you get CAA Coach of the Year, and it wasn't just that recognition. You got other recognition from the Achieving Coaching Excellence Honor Roll for your job mentoring your players on and off the floor. It's important, I think, for you. It's important for your program. What were your reflections upon being selected for honors like that from your peers in the league, but also from people who look at all of college basketball and just see what you do for your program day in and day out?
Monica, I'm going to be honest. I don't do it for accolades. I do it for these young women, for them to fulfill their dreams as Division I basketball players and to hopefully experience being a champion at this level. But it was very, I was very gracious and thankful for my peers for voting for me. But that's not by far why I do this. We won a lot of championships in my 14 years, and this just happened to have been, I'm just like Priscilla, the lights is cutting out on y'all. This just happened to be the first time that I was recognized, but I just really do it for our program and for our university and for our young women.
That's awesome. And I know the players, respect you incredibly because you can see that in your returners as well, being able to come back because they're buying in to what you're building and continue to build there at North Carolina A&T. And talking about one of those positions where there is shoes to fill, right? Jordan Dorsey graduates. And I know Paris Locke has run the point before because she's a Swiss Army knife, but kind of who do you look to step up and kind of facilitate the offense this year?
We brought in 3 freshmen. And they're progressing along. Obviously, this day and age of collegiate basketball, like the good teams have experience, and especially in those positions. We were fortunate. A young lady from Langston University that we didn't quite know could run the point guard position for us, Jordan Brown. But in some injuries, in two of those 3 freshmen that we mentioned, Jordan has been presented to play that position. And I'm not saying she's Jordan Dorsey, but she's really filling the shoes right now as she continues to learn our system, the talent and athleticism. And it's really a surprise to our staff. We brought her to play off the ball and be a scorer, but she also can play very well in running the team and defending, which is the most important thing for our program.
Well, certainly, Coach, I agree with you. No one can replace Jordan Dorsey. I know people sometimes thought I was the president of the Jordan Dorsey fan club on the Women's Basketball Insider, how much we featured her, but every week she was such a standout. But with her having graduated, building off of that last question, who are some other players who we may not even see as much in the beginning, but you think you're starting to see those flashes of players who could potentially make an impact on your program the way that a Jordan Dorsey did or a Malia Bracone did?
Well, we mentioned, we didn't have Demai Tucker last year. And I think us winning the league without our returning second leading scorer says a lot. And Demai has picked up where she left off. Today, she is our best player in practice when you think about performance. So, Demaya, Shania, and obviously Paris have shoes to fill. But then our freshmen, I think this year, we've got freshmen that are going to play, 3 in particular, Jemiah Lindsay from Richmond High School in Richmond, North Carolina, Anaya Kareem, make sure I say AK's name right, a freshman big that's really playing well, put some really good practice together recently, and then a knockdown shooter, Crystal Hardy. We really hit home runs, my staff, in identifying kids that can come in and play right away. And I think those 3 freshmen that I mentioned right now are going to really help us pursue another CAA championship, along with 2 other freshmen, but they've had injuries to slow them up. So I think those 3 are going to be very exciting. I mentioned Jordan Brown, somebody else, Dariana Howard. I expect to step up and really compete this year.
Coach, with the preseason poll, the preseason all CAA teams and all these press conferences, the media is going to create these storylines. They're going to pull from all this. Is there something that you want to make sure they're following this season that you can kind of share with us?
Well, Monica just mentioned that we had the most honorees on the preseason poll, but we were picked first. So I'm assuming, with Malia Bracone and Jordan Dorsey being gone, there's a wonder how good A&T is going to be in terms of our guards. But I think that what people will find out this year, that we win because of our culture, because of the standards of our program. And, the players that come through and do that, they get to be spoken about, like Malia and Jordan in their absence. But Shania Clark, the Paris Locks, and Demai Tuckers will take on for the next year. And that's what they're going to do. I'm excited about this group. We've gotten off to a great start in practice. We just pray that we're healthy and that we can survive our non-conference schedule.
All right, Coach, we are excited to see what you guys can do this year as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this season, Coach Robinson.
Thank you, ladies. Take care.
Oh, sounds like he has such belief in this program this year, unwavering belief. It's nice to hear. But one of his players featured, obviously, Shania Clark on the preseason All-CAA first team. And I got a chance to do a little roundtable with the whole first team. So for more insight on the preseason All-CAA first team selections, let's talk to them right now. Introducing the 2025 preseason All-CAA first team honorees. I'm Amanda Poole, joined by Elon sophomore guard Jada Angel, Drexel graduate guard Amaris Baker, Campbell senior guard Gianni Boone, and NCA&T's redshirt senior center Shania Clark. Welcome, ladies. Like all the accolades and attention, this honor can mean something different to everyone. So I'd love to go around and have you share what it means to you to get this honor and how it feels to fuel you guys as well. So let's start out up top here with Shania.
This is a big opportunity for me. I put in a lot of work. So it's just nice to be here.
Awesome. Gianni?
I'm just definitely off season. I was really putting in a lot of shots off the ball because definitely off season. I was really putting in a lot of shots off the ball because in the season I was really with the ball more, and now that we have incoming guards, I'm trying to learn to be off the guard and definitely trying to grow as in defensive wise, because I feel like offense I've showed, but I want to show more in defense this year. So I definitely think in the offseason I'm growing more in defense and just being more consistent and being vocal.
Awesome. And Amaris, you're up next. This honor, nothing new for you as you finished last season, averaging 17 points per game to put you on the All-CAA first team to finish. Now for you coming in 2 years ago, winning the CAA title and going to the NCAA tournament, and just last year coming up short in the semis. Talk to me about your motivation in your final year.
For my last year, just having fun. I mean, we have new pieces on our team that I'm very excited to share the court with, share the joy of the game, and of course, offense, it shows, but I also want to show my defense as well. And I just want to be able to, with the experience that I have, show that to the younger ones and, give them that experience. So I just want to continue to come in every day and just make them better. If I help them become better, it makes me a better leader. So that's just what my goal is this year, and just to have fun.
Awesome. Gianni, you're up next. You're a Campbell staple in your 4th year with the Camels, having played in every game, 97 to be exact. I did the math, and continuing to perfect your craft over the years. You guys are coming off a historic season, right? Runners up in the CAA tournament and securing the program's first win in the WNIT. How do you think that experience will help you and your teammates this season?
I think it prepared us for knowing what we can accomplish and knowing like what we're made of. I think that we've learned a lot from last year and things that we need to improve and get better in. And I think that this team knows what it takes to win, and I'm glad to be back with them.
And Shania, you have been a force in the paint for the Aggies over the past few seasons. Last year, second in scoring, first in rebounds and blocks. I mean, helping lead North Carolina A&T to a #1 seed in the tournament after putting together that 15-3 conference record to win the regular season title. So, Shania, what are you looking forward to most this season? And how do you think the team has come together despite missing a couple key pieces from last year?
I'm looking forward to, playing, and I just feel like we do have some big shoes to fill, especially in, Jordan Dorsey and Malia Bacon and also Asia. So I feel like we just have some big shoes to fill. So I believe that this season is going to be, good for all of us.
And then we'll go right around in that same order. How would you guys describe this year's squad, right? We haven't seen what you guys look like yet. We talk about new pieces, freshmen coming in, transfers, but you guys have been putting in some work over the offseason and bonding. So we'll start with Jada again. Just how would you describe this year's squad?
Definitely would say some dogs right now and competitive. I mean, like the practices right now are just we're out for blood, but it's all love.
Some dogs. I like that. I like that a lot. Amaris, how would you describe this year's squad?
I would say talented. We have incomers, well, transfers, freshmen, and of course those who are coming back this season. And they all have a lot of talent, and just being able to showcase that every day in practice, and then that makes each and every one of us better overall. So I would definitely say talented.
Gianni, what's special about this year's squad?
I would say that we're very competitive and we all are very versatile and can do many different things on the court. So I'm just excited for that.
Awesome. Shania, how would you describe your team this year?
I'll also say that we are very competitive because like each and every day in practice, everybody like loves to compete and make each other better. It's all love, but we love to get scrappy and, trying to make each other better every day.
Awesome. And then our last time through, Jada, we'll start with you one more time. Besides wins and losses, titles, rings, what are some goals you have set for yourself this year?
I would say on the flip side, as in defense, I definitely, want to be more, just more aggressive. I feel like I was really worried about offense, but more aggressive on defense, and then more vocal because we lost some seniors. So now it's time for me to step up and, be a leader to the newbies.
Amaris?
I would definitely say level-headed. It's a long season. I'm very competitive, and my teammates, they know that as well. So I'm just excited for that, and I know that they'll be ready as well. So that's definitely something I would say to that.
Gianni, what goals do you have set for yourself?
I would say just strong in my leadership, whether it's vocally or through things I'm doing on the court, and just to win.
Shania?
I would say just to be, more dominant this year and like be more vocal, asking for the ball this year and be more dominant, especially on offense and not just defense this year.
All right, rapid fire round. If you could only use one word to describe your team, what word would you use? Jada, you're up.
I would probably say I'm just going to stick with competitive right now. As of now, competitive.
Okay. Well, it's nice that you got to go first because now no one else can say competitive, right? You guys have time to think. Amaris, one word.
Fierce.
I like that one. That's a good one. That needs to go on the back of a t-shirt somewhere. Gianni?
Aggressive.
Ooh, okay then. Shania, you're up. Girl, you had the longest to think about this one.
I know I had like 15 seconds, but I would say, I want to say, some dogs. Yeah, some dogs.
Dogs. All right. Well,
Mhm.
it sounds like we have our hands full this season with the women's basketball schedule. Super excited to see what you guys come up with this year, and good luck the rest of the season. We are joined by the Drexel head coach, Amy Mallon, the one and only at Drexel since 2004, but 6th year at the helm. Coach, how are you?
I'm so excited. You know, the season's here. It's October. We're all practicing and excited to talk about our teams.
Well, Coach, your squad is CAA champion of some kind 4 times over the past 5 years. Last year, a solid 12-6 conference record many programs would be happy with, but you know better than anyone that the standard is very high at Drexel. What were your biggest takeaways from last season?
Yeah, I think the results at the end of the season are always where you judge yourselves for the next year. You know, so I think for us, you know, obviously always disappointed not to finish you know, whether it's in that championship game or where we have been. And I think for us, again, it's always a learning tool with the amount of players we have returning. We have 9 players back this season. We have 70% of our offense back. So from a coaching standpoint, so excited because there's so much for us to learn from where we finished last year to where we can go this year. So I'm really excited about this group and just, you know, taking it day by day, really, because I think that's always been our approach, you know, committed players that want to be here, that want to see the program continue to grow every single time they're on the court. And I'm excited to have an opportunity to coach them this year.
Coach, you've already touched on it. I think one of the biggest headlines is I think you have everybody back, or almost everybody back, that had eligibility to come back. And in college basketball these days, that is not something that a lot of coaches can say. I think that's such a credit to you, to your staff, to your program. Can you talk a little bit about what it means to have everyone so excited and invested in what Drexel women's basketball is doing and what that has translated to in the locker room so far in the preseason?
You said it already. To be in a position to have everybody returning, and in this day and age, again, I see it as a gift. You know, Maris Baker had next year of eligibility, and she stayed at Drexel, and I feel like she did it in the same way. Even when that conversation, when that opened up the door, and we knew she had an opportunity to stay for another year. You know, we obviously let's get through the season, see what happens, but I think she kind of sets the bar for us, because by her just being in the position to want to be back in a program and continue to see it do better under her leadership, just kind of shows the type of leadership I have this year. And then you see all the returnees with Grace O'Neal, Jalen McNeil, Molly Lavin, our 4 seniors, really set the tone. So 9 returnees, 3 newcomers, and you know, I'm so excited about the newcomers as well. I think we have great potential, and I think a lot of coaches will say that, but to have that be kind of like who we are as a program, the type of culture we have, or you know, people come back. And Kashana Washington, she's a familiar face, and you know, whether it's in the offices or on the court, coming back to work with Maris Baker, I think that kind of sets the tone for what our program's about, and that is why I think we have success on the court. That type of connection we have from the past, you know, to the future.
And with a player like Baker, obviously she's done so much so far already. So it's not really so much about where her game can go, because she's clearly, you know, already succeeded so much. But when it comes to her leadership capabilities, not just being your leading scorer, but, you know, setting an example, you know, vocally, that leadership, bringing in the newcomers, the freshmen, the young guns, how do you hope that she really embodies that role this year?
You know, I think the first thing she did when the season ended, and we talked about her coming back, that's the first thing we talked about, her leadership and how she can help this program, not only on the court, but what she can do to help, you know, bring along all the others. And she sets the tone by far from a work standpoint. I always go back to that comment you heard a lot during the NBA Finals, TJ McConnell saying, you know, that hard work type of player, it's a skill on the floor. And I think she brings that every day. So she really brings everybody with her. So her biggest thing this year is how can she bring her teammates with her with what she's doing. And she's really poured into her teammates in the off season, and she's continuing to do that now on the court as we're in practices. And it's so nice to see, because that's like 3 years in our program now. And that's what we usually see with players as they develop every year. So that is a piece that I think is only going to help our team be as successful as they can because of what she's doing off the court. On the court, I love what she does as well. You know, to have the returning scorer in the CAA back, I'm not going to complain about that at all. And I think what I love about what she's doing now is that, and she's adding other pieces to her game, that I think she's utilizing the things she does really well. Her conditioning, her elite status from a conditioning standpoint, I think will allow her to do other things on the floor. And I'm really excited to see her do those as well as lead her team.
Coach, I know you guys have big goals for the season. You always do. The standard is high. The expectations are high at Drexel. Talk to us about this non-conference schedule that you guys have. And in particular, I know fans may not know as much about the Big Five Classic, which is for Philly teams. But if you could talk a little bit about that, because that's such a cool event to be a part of.
It really is. I think we have a super competitive non-conference schedule. We open up at Pitt. We have, obviously, like you just said, the Big Five competition, which, there's 6 schools in the 15-mile radius of Philadelphia. And we're one of the 6: St. Joe's, LaSalle, Temple, Penn, and Villanova. So to have those games already on your schedule, we're doing pods, so we don't play every team every year, but you have a chance to play 3 of those teams in the season. You're not going to go wrong with the type of competition you're going to see. And so to have that right in Philly, it is something that everybody in Philly knows about. I went to one of the Big Five schools, so I'm really, I said between the CAA, my history in the CAA and my history in the Big Five, I feel like, this is the perfect place for me. I get to coach in the CAA, coach in the Big Five, and it's just great. I mean, to have that rival, these players are seeing each other throughout the summer, they're working out together, and then they see each other on the court on the other side. It gives us like that automatic, like super competitive non-conference schedule, as well as the other teams we're going to be facing through non-conference.
Coach, another returner I wanted to talk about was your leading rebounder from last year in junior Deja Evans. Just what's the significance of her presence defensively, and in what ways do you want to see her game grow this year?
Deja was definitely, obviously first year in the program, really adapted quickly. And there were times you saw her do things you were like, you want to see her do every time. And I think that's part of development as a player, as a second-year player, a first-year player in our program. So the one thing you said already, her presence in the paint is something we haven't really seen in a while for us as a program. She certainly has changed that for us defensively, and just, she's already 7th in all-time blocks at Drexel in 1 year. So I'm hoping she continues to get to the top of that list, this year, just with what she's able to do. I do think from a rebounding standpoint, she gives us that. Grace O'Neal might battle for that again, because she was our leading rebounder by the year before, but only, I think, behind her by maybe 1/10 of a point this year. So she's going to battle with her. But I think Deja, from an offensive standpoint, is where I'm really looking forward to seeing her grow with the potential to do things she's done. She almost had a triple-double against Temple last year, and I think that just goes to show what she's capable of doing. So I'd like to see her do that more consistently, and I think she can, and she's put the work in this summer. So I'm excited to see that offense really shine with her consistently, knowing that she can do it and do it within what we do. And her teammates want her to. That's the best part. Her teammates, see her and want her to have the ball in her hands. So I'm really excited for Deja this season.
Coach, it's interesting because on your roster, you have players who have the ring from 2023, 2024, who won the CAA tournament championship, who've been there. You have players who didn't get back to the championship game, and I know that they desperately want to get back there this year. That's one of their big goals. Having players like that can provide that voice in the locker room, that can set the standards because they know what it's like to be the last team standing in this league. Can you talk about how important that is for shaping this season?
It's so important. We say it all the time. The great part about me being at Drexel for as long as I have been, I've seen, we were going back to like, hey, when did we not finish, here or finish that, in this position? And, our expectation is always high, so no matter where we are in the poll, the focus is really on us improving every day. So to have players back who won a championship, but players who also played on, that 1 year and didn't win it the next year, they understand what it's like to win, and they also understand what it's like to lose in those big moments. And I think for us, knowing how important those little things are, and we say it, and I know this is something you've heard before, but we'd rather be consistently great instead of remarkable once. And when we're consistently doing those little things in our program, it does allow us to be in a position to contend in the end, and whether that's in the championship game, but we're always like right there where we need to be. And now it's just getting to that next step. And again, I think that's the day-to-day stuff that we do as a program. And it starts, I said, always starts with our leadership, our seniors, how they're willing to, from a Jayla McNeil, who maybe didn't play a ton of minutes for us, but she still knows what we need to do on the floor and can tell everybody else, which I love seeing her at practice every day, because everyone has a valuable role in our team, and that's from 1 through 12 for us. And she's showing that as a senior this year. So I'm excited. And then Molly Lavin, who's another 4-year, second year in the program, but I really think she's another one you're going to see come out and do some things. She was injured towards the end of last year in our CAA championship game. She was unable to play, and I think she's going to be a big piece for us as well off the bench.
Awesome, Coach. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're so excited to see what this veteran group looks like this season. Good luck this season. And again, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you.
Awesome. Just the perennial contender in Drexel. Can't wait to see what that veteran unit has to show for us this season.
Well, and I think Coach said it all. They have Amaris Baker back, and she averaged 17 points per game last year, despite the fact that every defense in the league planned for her. They scouted for her. So I think everyone can't wait to see what Amaris Baker does this year with this fantastic Drexel team.
Alrighty, and it looks like we will be moving on to UNCW head coach Nicole Woods in her third season with the Seahawks. Welcome to the show, Coach. How are you doing today?
I'm better than excellent. How are you?
Ooh, I like that. I might steal that for future reference. Coach, describe this off-season. Coach, describe this off-season. What's been the emphasis in the preseason so far?
So far for us, we've been working a lot on our defense and rebounding. We talked about last year how we made great improvements on the offensive end. The problem was we gave up as many points as we put in. And so we've got greater emphasis on our half-court defense and finishing the play with our rebounding. And so I don't know if the girls like it quite yet. Kate's right here. She don't like it, but it's okay, because defense is gonna be what wins these games.
Well, Coach, since Kate is there, I'm going to ask about her because she definitely developed a reputation in this league for her outside shot. And your team, we talked about it last year before the tournament about how you really increased that offensive production. That was something that everyone took note of in terms of your offensive scoring. Can you talk a little bit about Kate, what she's been working on in the offseason, how she's preparing for the fact that I know coaches are scheming for her to try to see if they can take that outside shot away?
With Kate, we all know that she's a great shooter, right? But she's great at a lot of other things too. And so she's, of course, continued to work on making her shots, but also being able to put the ball on the floor and to make some reads off of that because teams are going to run her off of the three-point arc. She's going to be the number one focal point for most teams. And so working on her being able to help us in different ways offensively as well as to be a stabilizing force for us defensively.
Hey, Coach, I'm really excited to see Ice's Storm, the 6'1" freshman forward from Durham, North Carolina. She used to play with one of the top recruits in the nation, UConn's now Sarah Strong. But how do you see her fitting into your vision for this season?
Ice has been great. We haven't had the type of post player that is just a blue collar, hard-working defender that gets every rebound, that can switch out and guard a little bit of everybody, and just has a sense of ruggedness and toughness to her. And Ice is one, she doesn't say too much. She's soft-spoken, but she's definitely a storm. She is. And watching her in just these 2 weeks that we've been in practice and how well she's done. She's very coachable. She's able to pick up on things quickly. And as you said, she's got championship pedigree. And so we've really tried to make a conscious effort to recruit players that have won at high levels. I think we might have 4 or 5 players that have won state championships or AAU national championships. And so we're trying to keep progressing in the right direction.
Coach, I have 2 questions. My first one is, I know there's a lot of UNCW fans who are watching this show, and I know the question they want me to ask is, where did you get those earrings? Where can they get those earrings? Were they custom made for you, or is this something that fans can go out and buy?
Fans, let me tell you, It's as simple as going to this local nothing bundt cake in town. I promise you, I got these from Nothing Bundt Cake here in Wilmington, and I was like, I gotta have these, and here we are. So they are easy to find, $15.
Well, I'm hoping that fans turn out, they get these, they wear these for the home opener for UNCW women's college basketball. Now, my other question, Coach, I know you return a lot of players from last year. I know Kyla Silver is back after being out last season. Can you talk about more of these returners and how they're going to be the backbone of what you're doing this year?
Yeah, we have 8 returners and 4 newcomers, but I think 3 or 4 of those returners didn't play last year due to injury, and so we'll look a lot different. You know, people are used to seeing Evan Miller out there and Taylor Henderson and some of the staples that have been here with us for a while. So we'll look different. People will remember Kate, of course, and Tia, which will be 2 of our important pieces in that backcourt. But then we've got, as you said, Kyla Silver's back. I'm so happy for her. She's healthy for the first time in years, and she looks great. So we're excited about her. We've got McCall King, Corey McLaughlin that are back as well. That both played high minutes for us last year, and so that returning group has done a great job of really bringing those 4 newcomers along, and the ones that Angelina Paleo, she was the redshirt freshman, so she didn't play last year, and so it's kind of new for her as well. And they've done a great job leading the way, and so I'm really excited for each of them being able to move in different roles now that we have 12, and I tell them we're all we got, and we need every single one of them, and they've done a great job of leading this program.
Coach, and maybe it's a player you just mentioned right now, just battling back from injury, or whether it's a newcomer, who surprised you this off season? Maybe they're further along than you thought they were going to be, or have a different skill than you thought they were going to have.
Ice was the one probably that surprised me. She just has like this sense of a knack for the ball. She knows where it is. She plays extremely hard, and as I said, she just does all of the little things. You know how you got that glue player that you just want on the court because she's gonna make the right play, and you don't necessarily have to worry about her. And you don't say that often about freshmen. It's usually the opposite. And so I'm super pleased with her this summer and this preseason, and I think she's definitely a name that Seahawk Nation needs to be getting familiar with. Isis Storm.
Coach, I know one of the biggest storylines for UNCW, there's been exponential growth under the leadership of you and your staff, but with that comes expectations. And I know people looking to see that rise again out of UNCW. And I know you welcome that. You welcome that because of the belief that you have in this program and your team. What do you think is going to be some of those defining characteristics of the team this year?
Absolutely. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves. None of us were happy with how we finished last year. We started 6-3 in the conference, I believe it was, and then had a rough second half of the conference schedule, and we lost some games that we wish we could have gotten back. And so yes, we pretty much tripled our wins from the year before, but none of us are happy with that. And in terms of, for us, we're looking to keep progressing each year and putting ourselves in a scenario to be able to win ball games every single game. And which goes back to, like I said, the offense is going to be the offense. I'm an offensive coach. That's who I am. But I'm not naive enough to know that I got to play some defense as well. And so, we're looking forward to it. Our men have set the standard here at UNCW for how we need to play and what the standard is. And so we're chasing it and we're working at it every single day.
Obviously, when the word goal gets thrown out there, it's a ring, it's a title, it's a banner, it's a trip to the postseason. Just other than those, what are your goals for this season with this group?
Yeah, again, everything's defensive minded for me. You know, I want us to finish in the top half of every single defensive category that matters. Defensive rebounding, you know, steals per game, blocks per game, all of the things, field goal percentage, 3-point field goal percentage. I think, you know, we were really a few possessions away last year. As I said, we played some really good defense and then gave up the offensive rebound, you know. So just things of that nature. I really believe for us it usually came down to a few possessions that kept me up at night and is giving me all these gray hairs that I have now. And so we want to take advantage of every single rep, every single opportunity that we get to be able to close that gap and to be able to put ourselves in a situation to be able to be successful.
Awesome, Coach. Well, we're excited to see this unit get together on the court this fall and see you guys compete. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck this season, Coach.
Thank you.
Awesome. I love a defensive-minded coach. That's awesome. Defense wins championships. They don't say that for no reason. Can't wait to see kind of what product we see from UNCW.
Well, I think that's right, because everyone was so impressed with the offense. I think they were 6th in scoring offense last year, led the league in free throw percentage, which was absolutely huge. Coach telling me, look, they recruit players that can shoot free throws. That's why they led the league in free throw percentage. But with that big emphasis too coming into this year on defense, very excited to see the Seahawks this year.
And also, what a name for Isis Storm. I mean, that's going to be one that name's going to sound nice on the highlight reel. But excited to see what that team has to offer. But coming up next now is Stony Brook head coach Joy McCorvey. Joy coming into her 2nd season with Stony Brook, and she joins us now. Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing well. Just starting out with, 10 newcomers. Obviously, you've got 6 transfers coming in, 4 true freshmen. How have you seen the team blossom and gel together? Is something you're doing in the off season to make sure this team comes together at the right time?
Yeah, it's been really fun. I think the most important piece of the summer was building chemistry and trust and belief in one another. And so we have done a lot of team bonding that never ends, right? Just trying to build your chemistry and trying to build the trust. But it started with the recruiting. This is such a fun group to coach. We have so many different players from so many different places around the world this year. So it's been really a fun educational experience for our team as well. But it's been great so far. Like I said, most of the summer and even preseason, it was all about building our chemistry and camaraderie and building trust within each other.
Coach, obviously we have to ask about Janae Brantley, because she is such a versatile player. It's not just the scoring, it's not just the rebounding, it's the assists, the blocks, the steals, literally taking pride in filling every column in the stat sheet. Can you talk a little bit about her and how she just doesn't take a play off?
Janae is, even from our team last year, she didn't lead us in scoring, but she was the glue to our team because she does all the things that I value and who I stand for as a coach. I'm a blue worker. We're going to get it on the defensive end. We're going to be scrappy and gritty and fight tooth and claw to do all the little things that it takes to win games. And Janae embodies that. And she, it's been awesome watching her transition now to a bigger role offensively, but also from a leadership standpoint. And she's just continuing to grow and be confident. She obviously has that defensive mindset, and when she's on the floor, it changes our team. But watching her now turn it up on the offensive end, she was a heck of a high school player, 2,000-point scorer, jersey retired, like shooting it from half court. So her being able to bring that confidence on the offensive end has really helped our team as well.
She'll be surrounded by some solid pieces. Obviously, with those transfers, you bring in then 3 grad transfers. And with grad transfers, those are players that want to, make the most of their last year of eligibility. So talk to me about that trio and how you hope they make an immediate impact this season.
Yeah, they have brought just a huge spark to our team. One with their experience, with their bubbly personalities, and then their work ethic on the court. They have taken our freshmen, along with others on our team, under their wings. They have really showed them just our culture of getting in the gym and working tirelessly to better your game, and just doing things the right way, both on and off the court. And I'm really excited. I think when you talk about Sandy and how she is just, man, she's a spark. She's a competitor. She is a worker. She's gained a lot of respect from our team. And then Alana with just her toughness and her size and her physicality. But she has such a sweet personality. But when she's on the court, she is tough as nails. And I think just, having a combination of that toughness is really going to be huge for our team. And then lastly, Diaka with her scoring ability, her ability to stretch the floor. She is working extra on the defensive end. She can score, but she's putting in the extra time on the defensive end, and she understands that we need her to also be a great defender. And I love that she's doing that on her own. Without her coaches, she wants to be a great defender also. That's just leadership. That's leadership. They're workers. They're constantly in the gym. They were so ready for these 20 hours to begin so they could get in more with their coaches. And it just says a lot about them as people, but also just the role models that our freshmen get to look up to.
Coach, I want to talk a little bit about your non-conference schedule. Obviously, you have some great in-state opponents in St. John's and Syracuse, I believe, and you're going to go to the Georgia State tournament, which I think that's going to be a fun event in November. Can you talk a little bit about some of those early season tests that you think are going to be so critical with all these new players that you have?
Yeah, we wanted to really try to build confidence, but also obviously non-conference is preparing you for conference. Our conference is such a fun conference to play in. On any given night, it's anyone's game, but it's just a tough conference night in and night out. And we wanted to, as best as possible, prepare our team to be ready for the conference play. So yeah, we open up with Syracuse. We have a big challenge in that first week, Syracuse, Malloy, and then heading down to Rutgers. And then it continues. It continues with Fordham, Marist, and then heading to Georgia State. We have two young women who are freshmen that are from the Atlanta area, and they are really excited to get back home. We will have a great fan base at that tournament. Their families are preparing Thanksgiving for our team, so we'll get some home-cooked food as well. So I think it will be a great non-conference experience for our team with the ultimate goal to help prepare us for conference play.
I know that's something that players always look forward to if they go out of state to school, is to go home and play in front of those home fans. So I'm very excited for those players. Coach, I know that this is now your second year at the helm. What were your biggest takeaways last year that you're bringing into this season?
Well, I think first and foremost, I'm just very grateful for our team last year and the way they embraced our staff and embraced the changes and just the player development. We want this year obviously to be better than we were last year, but there was a lot of personal player development both on and off the court that we're really proud of. The way our players excelled in the classroom, we're very proud of that. So we want to bring that into this year as well. But we talked a lot over the summer of having a tougher mindset. Tougher is our mantra, and that starts with trust. And it continues with belief and having ownership and being accountable, not to only your teammates, but having the ownership and accepting the accountability to yourself, and finding that resilience. We were so many possessions away, 2 or 3 possessions away last year from our season being a completely different season. So we want to be just tougher in every category, every statistical category, finding finding another gear. And it's my job, and I've said to our team, it's my job in preseason and now in season to challenge them and make them as uncomfortable as I possibly can each and every day. It's not supposed to be easy. It's fun, and they have to embrace the hard and enjoy the hard, because that's the tougher mindset that we need going into the season.
Coach, we've got about 30 more seconds, but I wanted to ask, you talk about what you learned from the team, but is there something you learned about yourself as a coach from year one?
Man, we only have 30 seconds, you said, right? I'm just so grateful for my staff, because as a first-time head coach, there's so many things that you are figuring out about yourself. And my staff was my rock, and they, when it was hard, they were there, and they were positive, and they were encouraging. And when it was good, they were there. And we sat down this summer and really just personally, I did a lot of self-reflection on how I can be a better coach for our players and be a better boss for my staff. So I don't even have 30 seconds. I don't have enough time to talk it through, but it's such an amazing experience. And I'm so grateful that I'm a better coach walking into year 2.
I think it's good that you can't fit it into 30 seconds. That's a good thing.
So many
but thank
things.
you so much, Coach.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you.
Yep. Good luck this season. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All righty. So much to learn from her first year. Exciting to see what she'll bring in to year 2 with that squad. A lot more question marks, right? With these newcomers, we never know what we're going to get, but it sounds like these coaches have recruited with such intention that they know what they want and how they want to build around these pieces.
That was my big takeaway too. And I think that's exactly right when she was talking about recruiting those blue collar players, those players like Janae Brantley who come in and it's just working hard, being gritty, and being that glue player who can bring everyone around you up to a higher level. And so I am excited about all the new pieces to the puzzle that Stony Brook has that really fit into that type of player that they recruit.
And joining us shortly will be head coach Tamisha Augustin, and shortly as in right now, Tamisha Augustin in her second season with Hampton. The Pirates with 7 newcomers coming in this year, 5 transfers, a couple of freshmen. But welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
I'm awesome. How are you, ladies? Thank you for having me.
We are doing well. Like I said, you've got a handful of newcomers this season. Just how has that gelling been going in the off season? Did you guys do some team bonding activities?
Absolutely. That's what the summer is about. I have a great group of young ladies. I've listened to most of the other head coaches, and this summer, I think everybody has just been looking forward to actually gelling, identifying who's going to do what, leadership. But I couldn't ask for a better group coming in that has wanted to work, just and as well as wanted to build our sisterhood and continue to change our culture.
Coach, when we talked before the tournament last year, we talked about Aisha Dabo, and you told me she's a great shooter, which we all know. But the thing I think you said 3 times in that conversation is that she is a vocal leader. And I loved hearing that about her, because I think so many people who are these young girls who want to be an Aisha Dabo, they have trouble finding their voice, really speaking up in the locker room. And so I was wondering if you could talk more about that, because I love the fact that she's not afraid to be that vocal leader on the floor.
Absolutely. She's been tremendous for us. We know she's in her senior year, but she took on a big role. And I was very grateful at my first year with a lot of change that could be challenging for any student athlete. And I was coming in saying what needed to be done, what had to be changed, so many different things across the board. And she wanted to do that. So for that, I really respect the fact and respect Dabo for taking on that role for her. She continues to do that this year, along with, we have 6 or 7, I should say, other seniors. And you would be surprised. This team is more vocal. There's about 4 other Dabos this year, so our gym gets pretty loud. And I always say a quiet gym is a losing gym. We've been really intentional in the off season, and it's been awesome.
considering just what you wanted to learn from last season. I think sometimes coaches can say that you learn more from a loss than you do a win. So what were you guys able to take away from last year that can really kind of make an impact into this year?
Well, I learned about myself a lot as a head coach, first and foremost, when to give our players grace, and when to ask more of them. I don't think that every student athlete can be coached the same. And just with this new group coming in, I think everybody knew last year one thing for certain, two things for sure: my team was going to play hard. We lost 10 games last year with no preseason all-conference players, 10 or less by 10 or less points. And so you're talking about one or two possessions every night where we could have been sitting in the middle of the conference. And so we've grown in those areas. We were really intentional in the offseason, and our newcomers, have been really, really good for us. And I think that we've provided versatility. We've gotten more depth. We've gotten longer, but more importantly, we wanted more shooting, and we needed to get better on the defensive end, and we've done that in every position.
Coach, I have two questions. My first one, we've talked a lot about the summer, and I know some of your players had an amazing experience this summer because I read that 3 of them were able to intern at the WNBA All-Star game, which I think just shows a different dimension because these are not just athletes out on the floor. They're student athletes. They're people who are building their professional resume. Can you talk about the experience that those players were able to have?
Absolutely. I think it was life-changing not only for them, but for their teammates as well. So that was Diamond Wiggins, Tyra Kennedy, and Kiara McElrath. And so they were able to specialize in 3 different areas. They did content, they did marketing, and they did league operations. And oftentimes we always talk about who wants to be a pro, but for the life after basketball portion, I thought it was important that we teach them how to own and what leadership looks like at that level. So they also learn the work ethic and what it takes. They had a chance to talk to Asia Wilson, Caitlin, Paige. They talked to them all. There's a lot of footage that's not out there, but they were and I appreciate the WNBA players for taking time and actually having intimate conversations about their routines. And they saw, even though that they were on WNBA break, you had people still getting in their PD workouts. So I think across the board, it was an awesome thing. And we appreciate Mael for working with the WNBA and being able to afford our young ladies those opportunities as well.
Coach, my other question, when we talked last year before the tournament, you told me something about your team. You told me that they love to dance. They love to dance, maybe more than anything. I was wondering if that's still the case with this year's group and who is the best dancer on the team. I'm not trying to get you in trouble.
Oh, gosh. And you know that they're watching. So I definitely have more of those dancers. Okay. And they have great personalities, but we're probably going to have to go with Arlisha Boston and Kiara McElrath. You're going to see them doing all the TikToks and doing everything that they do. But this is a really fun group. They keep us going. And it's a fun environment. It's fun when you can walk into practice. Your players want to be there. We're growing. Our culture is thriving. We're not surviving. And so I love where we are.
And Coach, how many TikToks have you been involved in? Do you get dragged into some?
Oh, they most certainly try, but you have not seen the footage out there, so I am not in them. But I know it's coming. It is certainly coming.
That's awesome. I wanted to ask, you might not see it now, or maybe you do, or you see the potential, but what do you hope is this team's biggest strength this year?
I think my biggest hope is that we excel. We excel. And I'm not going to hope. I'm going to go ahead and speak it into existence. I know we're going to be better than what people think that we are. We needed more leadership. We've done that. We brought in some really talented players. We were able to bring in 3 P4 players, one of which that played in all 32 games in the ACC. Their numbers might not reflect it, but we brought in winning. We brought in ability to score. We brought in leadership. We brought in defense. But the 2 worst categories, make no bets about it, that we were last year were defense and rebounding and free throw shooting. And in order to be able to compete in any league, you got to be able to defend and rebound. And those are my focal points for this year because I know that we can score the basketball.
Coach, what do you think in non-conference play is going to surprise people the most in a positive way about this Hampton team that they're going to be so excited about as you guys go into conference play?
I think just the product that we put on the floor, but more importantly, the versatility. Out of those young ladies that I said that were notable newcomers, I didn't mention Kaya Doro, and she's been plagued with injuries throughout her career. She started at Missouri. She was here last year. She sat out, but we've improved our IQ as well. And Kaya is, I'm really happy for her. It's more about her than it is me, and I think that is a big thing about this team. Everybody's been really selfless, and even our returners understand the pieces that we've brought in. And I would have to say that this team probably likes each other a little too much at times for me. But overall, I think that these pieces are going to be big and detrimental, and as we go on. But I'm really happy for Kaya, and she's back and she's thriving. So you'll hear me talk about Olivia Smith, which you guys will talk to later. She came from Eastern Michigan. You will hear me talk about Erin Battle. She came from Pittsburgh. Kayla Lazama came from Boston College. And then Kaya as well, like I said, started her career at Missouri by way of a couple other places before tearing that ACL 2 times. And then we have some freshmen that are going to play. We brought in some freshman post players that are really good and that were heavily recruited as well. And I think when you add in our returners and you add in Dabo, Kennedy, Wiggins, and everyone else, I think that we finished the season really, really strong. And we won in the first round of the conference tournament. People didn't expect us to. And that game with Monmouth went down to the wire. And what plagued us was the same thing that plagued us all year long, which was our shooting ability. And I would like to say that we've done a good job, bringing people in that have the ability to do both.
All right, Coach. Well, we're so excited for the product we're going to see in the non-conference on the court, and for you guys to continue proving people wrong this season. Thank you so much for joining us, Coach.
Thank you. You ladies have a great day.
Awesome. All the coaches have been so nice. So finally, we're down to our last coach here, Monmouth, to round out the media day. Monmouth head coach Kate Wetmore will be joining us shortly in her second year, and she is here. Let's get it going. Welcome to the show. Head coach Kate Wetmore here. Coach, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing well, doing well. Like I had said, second year at the helm of this program. What were your biggest takeaways from last year's season?
The biggest takeaways, I think, was how far our defense could carry us. I think, we were picked 10th and finished 5th, and a lot of that was on the shoulders of our defense as we worked through some growing pains offensively. But I think that was really a staple for our team and something that the girls really took ownership and pride in.
Coach, Davine DeBola had a breakout season. Her efficiency from the floor was absolutely tremendous. I believe 4 double-doubles. Everyone excited about her coming into this season. Can you talk about her progression during the offseason?
I can talk about Davine all day. What's interesting was she actually increased her field goal percentage by almost 10% from the season before. And so I think it's just a testament to how hard she works. She's one of the most coachable kids. I mean, you can coach her hard, you can coach her, with some fun, and she'll take everything with a lot of focus. She's so steady, not an emotional kid, wants to be coached, wants to work. Her, we wear our wearable technology. Her load is always like super, super high because she just goes so hard in every single rep. So the kid is just hungry, a team first player, and just a workhorse.
Talking about or looking at one of your newcomers, you've got 4 transfers, and one of them, Ole Miss transfer, and Fatu Jalo. She brings in obviously that SEC experience and a couple years on Team Portugal on that national circuit as well. Just what could we expect from her, and how did you kind of build that relationship with her at Monmouth?
Yeah, Fatu has a great feel for the game. You can tell that her IQ really shines, a lot of good reads, moves well off the ball, a lot of small things that make each possession that she's a part of really smooth and efficient. So we really like her at the point. She's kind of a combo. She can go anywhere, play either spot, move her around. she played with our national team in the summer, and so she's getting used to the offense, but really has a great IQ and can shoot it, 3-level scorer. So she's been really fun to get to know. She's a very stoic kid, so she's quiet, but she listens really intently, and she can apply right away. So very quick learner, and I'm excited to watch her grow this year.
Coach, there's an unbelievable article on the Monmouth women's basketball webpage about Damaris Rodriguez and about her journey with your program. And I encourage everyone to look this up and read this because it moved me so much. She talks about how being in your program was the most meaningful experience of her life. I think that's a direct quote. And about how she learned so much about mental toughness, which is a big piece of the game. Can you talk about the coaching philosophy and how it's so much more than just the X's and O's?
Yeah, that article almost made me cry, for real. She's a special kid, and it was really such a cool experience from my first year as a head coach to get to do that with Damaris. You know, a lot of times players come in, and once they kind of hit that first wall, which is inevitable, they just feel like they want to give up, or they, you know, they can't do it. A lot of that, I can't do this, coach. And I think it's just about teaching them resiliency. And that's what happened with Damaris in her first few months, honestly. You know, coming from D3, that jump was difficult. Sometimes coming in as a freshman, right, that jump is difficult. Or when you transfer, right, the expectations of program to program can be really hard, you know, and I think just teaching them that they have to keep showing up. You know, I think resiliency is a skill that can be taught. Sure, some people have it by nature, but I do think it can be taught. And I think that these young women just need to talk about that with each other, with us as coaches. I do think that it's a skill that you can sharpen. I think you have to show them how to keep showing up. And you have to explain to them like you are capable. And so there's a lot of that intentional conversation that happens in this program. That's just something that I believe in. You know, our backs are going to be against the wall, and we have to give them the skills to know what to do when it is.
And obviously that process starts, you know, when they come into the program, whether they're transferring or, you know, you've got 4 freshmen now that are coming in kind of to learn, you know, what you like to do and how your vision is at Monmouth. And just talk about this freshman class and kind of what you've seen from these newcomers and what you hope they add to your team this year.
Yeah, we have 10 new players, so it is very much a new team, and 4 of those 10 are freshmen. And so certainly everybody is learning the system. I will say what we have in newness, I do think we compensate for in chemistry. They love each other. You would think they've been besties for years at this point. So I do think that goes a long way. There's a chemistry, there's a trust and a connection. So right now, a lot of it's just about getting them used to the system and the schemes and the standards and expectations that we have here. But our freshmen have come in like 2 feet in, ready to work. They're all really coachable. They really are like sponges. And, you know, we've had some of them really shine, and we expect, you know, to see some of them on the court.
Coach, I think it's fair to say that your team exceeded expectations last year. I think you were picked to finish 10th. You finished 5th. It was a tremendous season. How are you guys looking to build off of that? I know you have a lot of new players, but you have some players coming back who are really such a big part of what that culture was last year that was just getting better every single day.
Yeah, we were very intentional about building the culture as we recruited in the portal and in the freshman class, because that was something I felt like the foundation was set for last year. And then adding in pieces that are a little maybe more athletic so we could play faster this year, which is one of our goals. But I think every player that we got fits the culture that we have here. And a lot of them honestly enhance it. We've got some good humans in the jerseys and some good hoopers. So that was really the goal. We want to build on our defense. Obviously, that's what this program is built on. And certainly, you know, the preseason polls don't mean a whole lot, but we love to prove people wrong. And that's something that motivates some of the girls. And so if that's what gets them going, then that's fine.
You talk a lot about that culture. What is the culture at Monmouth that you're building or you're trying to build?
Well, to what we spoke about just a minute ago, resiliency is a huge part of our culture. I think that's an important life lesson to teach them. So we talk a lot about resiliency. We talk about showing up for each other, supporting one another, doing the hard thing. We talk a lot about who are you when no one's watching? You know, who are you in your worst moments? Who are you when you make back-to-back mistakes? or when the coach leaves the locker room, right? Being a person with integrity and a player with integrity that has the vision of the program in the forefront. And they all really embody that. And I couldn't be more excited about this team that we have this year.
Coach Alexis Andrews, fans of this league know her, they love her. Can you talk about bringing her into your program and what you expect to see from her?
Yeah, we were very excited to be able to get Lex here. Obviously, she had a great rookie career at Charleston. Lex and I we had a connection in the recruiting process, and I think she really bought into our vision for this program and could see herself in it. Certainly, she brings a spark. She's a quick, dynamic guard with a lot of experience, and we're definitely looking at her to step up as a leader for the program.
Well, Coach, we're so excited to see what this group of people that like to prove people wrong will look like as a product on the court this season. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Well, we've talked to every coach now for CAA women's basketball this year. We've talked about the preseason poll, the preseason favorites in Charleston. But Monica, is there another team that you're like, hey, let's keep an eye on this one because they could do some damage?
Well, I've talked about it. I think Elon is a big one that I think you should keep your eyes on. Picked to finish 5th. They have so much talent. They're so well coached. And I'm excited about William and Mary. They were picked to finish 6th. We saw what they did last year as the 9 seed in this tournament. We just see them every single year, like we talked about with Coach Dickerson Davis. They click at that right moment, and then they explode.
And it's so exciting, too, because we've seen these past couple of years where it's been the lower seeds that have gone on a hot streak in the CAA tournament. And it's the ones you didn't predict to be able to make that, to go dancing. And just how exciting does the parity of the CAA bring to you and the fan base?
We talk about it every single year that anything can happen in this league. I think that's kind of our hashtag, our catchphrase, because as you said, number 9 seed William and Mary wins the tournament last year. Number 7 Drexel 2 years ago. Number 7 Monmouth 3 years ago. Come tournament time, these teams develop, they evolve, and that's why it's the best time of year, because you get to see all that hard work that these coaches in this call have talked about. You see it all come to fruition. I could not be more excited. I can't wait for the fact that college basketball is almost here.
And it's interesting, too, because when you talk about getting on that hot streak and going in the postseason and making a run for it in March when you want to be playing your best basketball, all of these teams, most of them, besides 1 or 2, have a lot of newcomers, have a lot of freshmen, some transfers. So these teams might look a little different. So it might take a couple weeks, which the coaches probably don't want it to, but it might take a little bit to really figure out, your starting lineup, your rotation, your first woman off the bench. And I think that's why sometimes these teams really excel in the latter half of the season once they go through a gauntlet of a non-conference. And you've talked about it a lot with these coaches. There's some tough non-conference slates for these teams, really challenging themselves because they know how tough the CAA is. So it's really exciting because we're going to see the CAA up against some big programs, but they can meet the moment in a lot of these seasons we've seen them. And now we are joined by the commissioner himself of the CAA, Joe D'Antonio. Joe, how are you doing this afternoon?
Well, Amanda and Monica, good afternoon. I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me. It's been an unbelievable show. We can't thank you folks enough for what you've done. It's been a great day for the CAA Women's Basketball Media Day.
Well, you are just the cherry on top of, yes, what has been a very successful media show. We've gotten so much info from these coaches, so many storylines to follow as the season begins in November. But we wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Joe, first off, what does it say about the level of competitiveness that a third of the programs competing this year earned a postseason berth last year?
Well, I think it speaks volumes of just not only the talent of student athletes we have in the conference, but certainly the quality of coaches. I know you folks have emphasized that in many of your points and questions today. And when you combine those two things, I think it's going to lead to success in whatever basketball league you're playing in. And the fact that we saw 4 teams go to the postseason last year, 3 of them win a first-round game, including William and Mary getting a win in the NCAA tournament, it was really a great season for us, and we're looking for nothing but the best this year as well.
Joe, extremely exciting that the championship is going to be broadcast on CBS again for the 4th straight year. What does it mean for the CAA, for these teams, to be on this national stage once again?
Well, Monica, it's really important for us. There were a couple of things that we focused on over the last few years relative to women's basketball that I'm really proud we were able to accomplish. One was we're able to get the tournament into a WNBA arena at the Care First Arena where the Washington Mystics play. And I think just provide a high-level tournament experience for our women's basketball student athletes and coaches. So that was a huge stepping stone for us, and glad we had the support of our athletic directors and presidents to do that. And we were very fortunate at the time that we renegotiated our contract with CBS, who's just been a tremendous partner with us, that part of that renegotiation also included seeing our women's basketball championship game put on national TV. So I think this will be the 3rd year of that, and it's something that we're really proud of. And it was also a significant step, I think, for the conference as it relates to how we're supporting women's basketball.
Yeah, and I think it's just a great reflection too of just the increase in the number of eyeballs on the women's game in general. We've seen it at all levels of the game, and it's cool that it's reflected at the CAA level as well, because as we've just talked about, we have so many cool athletes to follow this year, so much entertaining performances to be put on display this season. But it's talking about entertaining. These past couple of years, the underdogs have just gone and ran with it in March. Last 3 years, 2 7 seeds and a 9th seed have won the championship and advanced to the NCAA tournament, the big dance. With this level of competitiveness from top to bottom in this league, what's your message to fans to come out and support their teams or watch from home?
Yeah, I think my message is that we have a great product, and it's as simple as that. I've been really fortunate. I'm going into my 10th year now as commissioner. God, I think I'm in my 25th year overall in college athletics, if not more. And I've had an opportunity during the course of my career to watch an awful lot of women's basketball. So I've known about this secret for a long time, well before Caitlin Clark and all those things happened. I loved going to women's basketball games. Even when I was a student at Providence College, I loved it. So I would go to all the games, and that just carried right into my career. So this isn't a secret to me, but I think what we've seen over the course of the last few years, especially with, I'll call it the Caitlin Clark mystique, is we've seen a better following nationally of women's basketball. And the CAA, I think, ties right into that. Amanda, you hit the nail right on the head. The last 3 tournaments we've had, the drama has been incredible, coming right down to the final game, the championship, punching the ticket to the NCAA, big dance. That's a really big deal, right? It's a really big deal for the coaches, for the student athletes, for the institutions that are involved. And we've had high drama over the last 3 years. I expect nothing but that again this year. I know we're going to have a great product. We're going to have a great regular season, a great tournament, and I would encourage fans to come out and watch. It's really fun.
Yeah, I don't even know if we're going to know what to do with ourselves if a number 1 seed actually goes on and wins the tournament like they're supposed to do, right? But we like the drama too much. That's awesome. But yeah, like we said, so many storylines to follow this season. And Joe, you couldn't have said it better. We really encourage people to keep following along because the product will not disappoint. So thanks for joining us, Joe.
Okay, thanks to both of you. It's been a great day. We can't thank you enough for all your help and assistance. It's been a lot of fun.
All righty. Oh, so many storylines. The CAA, there's so much to look forward to. And all these coaches with all these storylines about, hey, we've got this new piece. We've got this returner that's improved her game in this, and this way. It's too much to keep track of, Monica. What is your biggest takeaway, though? I'll put you on the spot here. What's your biggest takeaway
first of all,
from today?
I will say my 3 favorite quotes of the day. First of all, from Coach Nicole Woods, I feel better than excellent right now. This has been so much fun talking to all these coaches, hearing about their teams, what all we have in store for us this season. I could not be more excited. I wish the season started tonight. Second of all, Coach Kate Wetmore, I loved what she said about they have good humans in their uniforms. They recruit those good humans that are out on the floor wearing those uniforms because, frankly, as the commissioner talks about the Caitlin Clark mystique, these are the people that the young kids are out there watching, and having these good humans in the uniforms, it's so important. And finally, oh my goodness, maybe my favorite quote of the day, the sixth person, the energy, Laura Harper from Towson. It makes you so excited to go out and watch women's college basketball.
We might be ready for the season to tip off tonight, but I know a lot of these coaches said we got to still gel together. We got to still work on some things. So while they hit the lab, we will be eagerly waiting and anticipating for the season to tip off, which it will do. The regular season tips off on November 3rd, with the season culminating once again in Washington, D.C. at Care First Arena for the 2026 CAA Women's Basketball Championship on March 11th through the 15th. But for Monica Moore and myself, Amanda Poole, we thank you so much for joining us on the Field of 68 CAA Women's Basketball Media Day.